pain, he bit her tongue too, as if his hunger was driving him mad. His ferocity lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, and he pulled away as quickly as he had lunged, his eyes suddenly wide with horror. Blood smeared Venus's face. With his forefinger he traced the slash of scarlet that streaked her cheek from her mouth toward her left ear. His touch was suddenly tender, and his grasp loosened. "I cannot have a suspicious death around my neck if I am to stand for Parliament," he said firmly. He eased his hold even more. "You understand?" She nodded, and he opened his clenched fist, letting her step backward. Wiping her face with the back of her hand, she juddered slightly, as she saw the blood from her bitten lip. "I'm glad you do," he said, his tone suddenly softening. Straightening his waistcoat that had ridden up in his exertions, he nodded, as if he had just concluded a business transaction. "There must be no scandal," he repeated to himself as much as to Venus, and he made for the door. As soon as she was sure that the master had returned downstairs to his study, Venus picked up the hand mirror from the chest of drawers and inspected her lips. There was a purple slit on the bottom, which was slightly swollen. Licking her handkerchief, she dabbed the wound gently, wiping away a smear of blood. No one must know of her humiliation. A canker, she would say if anyone drew attention to it. The English climate did not suit her skin. Her composure restored, she entered Mistress Carfax's bedroom. Fibber was wrestling with a bundle of foul-smelling sheets. Remaining by the door, she surveyed the scene. Mistress Carfax, covered in an eiderdown, barely able to move, the bowl of rancid liquid, Fibber flustered and incompetent. "Where is Patience?" she asked suddenly, making the girl jump. Wheeling round toward the door, Fibber, the bundled sheets now under one arm, registered surprise at Venus's presence. She sketched a curtsy. "Patience downstairs, missa," she replied quickly. "She sent me to clear up sick." Venus nodded, seemingly satisfied with the girl's answer, but her gaze began to wander. Her eyes roamed the room, first to the fireplace, then to the dressing-table, then to the floor. Fibber, thinking she could resume her duties, took a few steps toward the door. "Not so fast," said Venus, raising her hand coolly. Fibber frowned. Her mouth opened in silent protest, but she knew better than to question Venus. "Where is it?" asked the housekeeper, keeping her voice low so as not to wake her mistress. Fibber shook her head. "Please?" she blinked nervously. "Where is the obeah bag?" Venus's voice was as calm as a summer's day. "It has to be in here somewhere." Her eyes remained darting high and low. She glided over to the fireplace, where a sickly blaze spluttered. She ran her hand under the mantel-shelf. With the poker she jabbed under the fire-hood and up the chimney-breast. "It is in this room. I know it." Fibber's eyes betrayed her as they darted involuntarily to the lintel. Venus followed them and sashayed over to the door. "No!" screamed Fibber, but it was too late. Venus reached up and felt the coarse fabric of the lumpy bag. Pulling it down, she fixed Fibber with a knowing stare and held it triumphantly aloft. The girl was squirming, like a maggot on a fish-hook. She kept throwing glances over to the bed to see if her mistress stirred. Thankfully, Cordelia Carfax seemed oblivious to the drama that was playing out in her bedroom. "Please, Venus," begged Fibber, "give it to me." The girl lurched forward, trying to snatch the bag, but Venus, who was considerably taller, simply extended her arm and held it high above her head, out of her reach. "So what have we here?" Venus asked softly, when she had assured herself that the girl would not try and retrieve the bag. Loosening the drawstring, she delved inside. First she pulled out the ball of hair, followed by the pig's tail, then the nail clippings and the kersey band. The grave dirt was sticking to her own hands. Suddenly she lifted them, cupping them, her palms held upward. She shook her head as she looked up at Fibber, then, in a sharp, lurching movement, grabbed the girl's right hand to inspect it. Grasping her thumb, she noted that the nail was exceptionally long. Then, scowling, she flung down the hand with such force that she almost broke the girl's wrist. "You are very foolish," she chided her. "Why you want her dead?" She jerked a look over to the bed. The slave's eyes glistened with reproach as she rubbed her injured hand. She began to snivel. "She killed my baby. She tried to kill me." A strange smile floated across Venus's cut lips. "You stupid girl," she told her softly. Her tone would have been the same had she been complimenting Fibber on her stitching or her cleaning. It was steady, unhurried, patronizing. She shot her a quick look of disdain before drawing tight the strings around the bag's mouth. Then, cupping it in her hand, she flung it onto the fire, and it flared into a cone of flame. Fibber screamed and ran toward the grate, but the Hessian of the bag was well ablaze. She shot back at the bed as if expecting to see her mistress writhing in agony as the imprint of her soul went up in flames. But there was no sound other than the hissing and fizzing of the bag as it was consumed by the fire in the hearth. In the refuge of his own laboratory, Thomas sat staring into the dying embers of the fire. He was pondering on Sir Joseph Banks's disclosure about the purpose behind the mission to Jamaica. There was something that troubled him deeply about their last meeting, something that told him the great man was still holding back. He was convinced that somewhere in this tangle of secrecy and intrigue lay vital clues as to who may have killed the young artist. He strode over to his desk and pulled out from a drawer a folio containing several of Matthew Bartlett's sketches, and began leafing through them until he came to the drawing of the branched callaloo. He walked over to the wall and tacked the sketch onto a wooden board that hung there. Taking a few paces back, he studied it. The tropical herb with its long-stemmed, egg-shaped leaves and small white flowers looked innocuous enough, yet, in all probability, it would possess the same properties as its European relative, the deadly nightshade. It was beautiful, but lethal if taken in sufficient quantities. Yet Dr. Welton, from what he could glean from Sir Joseph, also had faith in its narcotic powers. Glancing over to the bookshelf, he resolved to discover exactly what was known of the plant's power. He strode over to consult one of the many tomes, seeking out an ancient volume belonging to Dr. Carruthers that listed all known herbs and their properties. He soon found it, and, blowing the grime from its cover, he leafed through its well-worn pages. He quickly came to the page with the heading Solanum nigrum. Yet instead of answering his questions, the entry in the pharmacopoeia only served to disturb him. With mounting unease he read, also known as Pretty Morel, an herb sacred to Hecate, one of the Titans, who holds the keys to the underworld, often associated with lunar magic or works related to death, and in witchcraft. Thomas slammed the book shut, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Witchcraft, he murmured, his thoughts darting back to one of John Perrick's letters that had mentioned what he called a kind of witchcraft. What was it called, he asked himself. Obeah, yes, that was it. Obeah, a form of religion practiced by the Negroes. Rushing over to his desk, he rifled through his drawers once more and pulled out the sheaf of Perrick's letters from a leather wallet. There remained only 2 or 3 that he had not read. He scanned one of them quickly, then another, until he came to the 4th page. Moving over to a lamp, his eyes widened as he read Perrick's words. There are those whom slaves hold in high regard, called obeah men. They practice witchcraft or sorcery using narcotic potions made with the juice of a herb, callaloo, or species of solanum. The ingestion of such potions will induce a trance or profound sleep that can last for several hours depending on its strength. The guileful spectators are thus convinced that these priests possess the power to resurrect the dead. Thomas was trying to digest the significance of what he had just read when he heard the door open and a voice call his name. "Thomas, are you there?" It was Dr. Carruthers. He waved his stick through the doorway to gauge its width before he came over the threshold. Thomas leapt to his feet. He had completely forgotten the time and had been due to read the day's news from the Gazetteer and New Daily Advertiser to his mentor. "Forgive me, sir, I was distracted," he said, Perrick's letter rustling in his hand. "So you have been reading the notes and letters again," Dr. Carruthers said with a chuckle. "I am sure they are much more interesting than the usual obituaries." The fact that Thomas did not reply to this good-humoured observation spoke volumes. "You have found something, dear boy?" he pressed. Thomas looked grave. "Indeed I have, sir," he said solemnly. "And you will share it with me?" It was a statement rather than a question from Carruthers as he perched himself on a stool. Thomas raked his hands through his hair and took a deep breath. "I believe I have uncovered the real reason behind the expedition to Jamaica, sir," he began. The old anatomist raised an eyebrow.
"Have you, by Jove?"
Walking over to his mentor, still clutching Perix's letters, Thomas sat by him. "I have, sir, and it is a sinister one." Carruthers leaned close to Thomas.
"You have my undivided attention."
"As you know, Sir Joseph told me that the aim of the expedition was to investigate a plant with great medicinal properties."
"The branched callaloo,"
butted in Carruthers.
"an atropine related to belladonna."
"Indeed," said Thomas. "I was told that Dr. Welton was investigating its narcotic properties. Yet according to what I have just read in Dr. Perix's letter, African slaves consider it to have magical properties too."
"Magical?"
repeated the old anatomist. "Their priests mix its juice with other herbs, and when it is drunk during an elaborate ritual, the victim dies shortly after, or so it seems. The following day the dead body is brought before the crowd once more, and after more ritual and another dose of potion, he rises."
"Extraordinary,"
remarked Carruthers. Thomas shook his head. "But there is more, sir. According to Dr. Perrick, not only does this seemingly give the power of life and death to the priest, or obeah man as he is called, but the victim never fully recovers. He becomes incapable of his own thoughts. He is rendered completely compliant to the will of the priest, or whoever gives him orders." Thomas allowed his words to hang in the air for a moment, so that Carruthers could fully understand their implication. The old anatomist was unusually silent at first, as he considered what he had just learned.
"And such a power could be put to wider use," he said finally.
Thomas nodded. "There you have it, sir." He thought of the customs man, leading Matthew Bartlett away from the Elizabeth. There might be those who are anxious to exploit this potion, or physic, call it what you will. Carruthers shook his head in disbelief. What he had just been told was quite momentous.
"Slaves would never again revolt against their masters,"
he ventured. "Nor prisoners of war rebel against their captors," added Thomas.
"Whole armies could be recruited."
"And would never mutiny." Both men were silent for the next few moments, pondering on the enormity of what they had just considered. The possibilities of such a powerful potion were limitless. Dr. Carruthers broke the silence.
"You believe Matthew Bartlett might have been killed for this formula? You think it was written in Welton's journal?"
Thomas thought of unscrupulous traders and even government agents who might use the formula to their advantage. "There are many who would wish to get their hands on it," he replied. The old anatomist sighed deeply.
"Do you think that Mr. Bartlett would have known of the journal's significance when he slipped it into his satchel?"
Thomas nodded. "I fear so," he said, adding, "and I believe someone else did, too." Carruthers cocked his head, noting the timbre of his protégé's voice. He sensed he had an idea.
"You have someone in mind?"
"The last time I was with Sir Joseph, he inadvertently mentioned a rift," replied Thomas, shuffling his papers.
"A rift? Between whom? Welton and Perrick? Welton and himself?"
asked Carruthers brusquely. "Or perhaps someone else," replied Thomas, opening the wallet and returning the letters to it. The thought had taken root in his head. Perhaps this rift, this disagreement, this dispute could be at the heart of the matter. Perhaps whoever had cause to quarrel with Dr. Welton may have found cause to murder Matthew Bartlett for the journal and gain control over this powerful potion. It seemed a feasible hypothesis. The question was, who? Chapter 34. It was Mistress Finesilver's custom to go to market on alternate weekdays, and it being the Wednesday before Christmas Day, she thought it the perfect opportunity to execute her plan. Accordingly, as soon as Helen had cleared the breakfast dishes from the doctor's table, she made ready. The maid, stacking the plates at the sink, studied her mistress as she eased her chapped hands into her gloves. Jane Finesilver was always a nervy woman, yet that morning she seemed particularly on edge, shifting all about her and clucking.
"What are you staring at, girl?"
she asked tetchily. Of course she knew very well. The maid was wondering why her mistress was wearing her blue cape with a fur trim that usually only came out for Sunday worship.
"A woman of my standing has to look her best at all times,"
she snapped, as if arguing with some unseen challenger. Helen said nothing but averted her gaze and returned to the eggy plates. Knowing her mistress as she did, there would be accusations of insolence or tardiness, or both, if she did not carry on with her duties efficiently. "And besides," the housekeeper continued, "my other cape is growing shabby." She raised her eyes to the ceiling. "And on what those two gentlemen pay me, it'll be a good few years before I can afford another one." Mistress Finesilver was clearly in no mood to brook arguments or questions. At the end of her peevish speech she gave an odd sort of grunt to show that she had said her piece, before picking up a pannier from the table. "I may be a little longer than usual. I've many things to buy for the festivities," she told Helen. She paused for a second on the kitchen steps as if mentally ticking off an imaginary list of tasks. "You can see to the goose while I'm gone. Pluck, dress and stuff it," she added, glancing at the forlorn carcass hanging near the back door. Happy that the servant would be usefully engaged for the next 2 hours at least, she flounced up the remainder of the steps and out of the house. Helen stayed at the sink for the next 10 minutes, keen to dabble her hands in the water warmed by the copper. It was not until she turned round that she saw that the provisions list was still on the kitchen table. Wiping her damp hands on her apron, she peered at it, written in Mistress Finesilver's spidery hand. How annoyed would her mistress be when she discovered she had left her list? Helen could not read herself, but she did not have to. Even she could see that there were only 5 items written on the paper. Out on the main street, the snow did not seem to have dissuaded people from going about their daily business. A carriage clattered along the cobbles, the horses' shoed hooves swishing over the slushy roads. Errand boys skittered about, clutching packages tight to their bodies. A tailor and his assistant carried a bolt of cloth into a nearby house. All was normal. Life went on. And yet Jane Finesilver felt so different, as if all this was about to change. A seed of doubt sowed itself in her stomach. She paused and took out of her small purse a piece of paper on which was written an address, the George Coffee House in Chancery Lane. She had come to the decision the previous night. The house was silent. The doctors and Helen were abed. The fire in the study was all but ashes, and she was just making her final rounds, checking bolts and shutters, when her candle had illuminated a small leaflet of some sort that had been left on the table in the study. Her curiosity aroused, she walked over to it, bent down and squinted at it. She read it once, then again, then rocked back with wide eyes and a sharp intake of breath. Pausing to consider what she had just gleaned from the flyer, she looked at it again, even more intently, as if memorizing its words. In her own room a few minutes later, it was this memory that she committed to paper in the form of an address, and it was to this address that she now proceeded. Sometimes her pace was assured, hurried even. At other times she slowed, mulling over the consequences of her actions. She loitered outside a milliner's on the Strand and pictured herself wearing a new bonnet at Easter. She paid more attention to what fashionable women were wearing, even though admittedly not many had braved the elements that morning. The gold straw picture hat with blue silk and lace trim took her fancy. A large handwritten card beside it drew attention to the fact that this was what the Queen of France, Marie Antoinette, would be wearing in the spring. She did not think to question how a London milliner would know, and blue was a popular colour. How drab and dull, she felt. She may have been widowed a good 20 years ago, but she still had womanly wants and needs. New fripperies, a fashionable titfer. Surely this was not too much to ask for a woman of her station. Taking a deep breath, she turned up Chancery Lane, looking out for the sign of the coffee-house overhead. The narrow street was crowded with men in black, the lawyers and barristers who habituated this part of London, like nesting rooks. Some huddled in doorways out of the wind, others moved quickly, purposefully, their heads down and bodies bent. A few more paces, and the George loomed in front of her. She stopped abruptly outside the door, and a man who had been walking behind her mistakenly barged into her left arm. "Watch what you're doing!" he barked. She jolted forward, her nerve momentarily rattled, but taking a deep breath, she composed herself and focused on the door once more. Inside it was dark but warm. The smoke from dozens of pipes filled the air, catching her throat, and the sickly smell of ale stung her nostrils. This was a man's world. It was no place for a woman like her. She felt men's eyes boring into her like worms into an apple as she walked toward the bar. They leered at her, jeered, made lewd remarks as she ran their gauntlet toward the bartender. Could they not see that she was a respectable woman? Did she not look clean and tidy? Was it not obvious that she was not of the streets? Perhaps her blue cape with its fur trim made her appear shabby. The thought of a reward strengthened her resolve. "Good day, sir," she called to the burly man behind the bar. Opening her bag once more, she brought out the piece of paper, unfolded it, and holding it at arm's length, where her focus was best, she read what was written. "I am looking for a gentleman who has lost his slave," she told him. The barman leered at her. He did not take her seriously. "Have you my word?" he mocked. Unfazed, she continued. "I believe I will find him here," she said firmly, without appreciating his tone. The barman flipped a cloth over his shoulder and lowered his elbow onto the counter, leaning forward confidentially. "Then you are in luck," he told her in a half-whisper. "I am?" replied Mistress Finesilver, half shocked, half relieved. The man straightened himself. "You'll find Mr. Dalrymple over there," he said, pointing a fat finger into one of the dark recesses of the inn on the other side of a roaring fire. "A gentleman with a red jacket." Feeling a little more at ease, Mistress Finesilver jutted out her chin and pointed herself in the direction of the barman's gesture. It was easy to spot a man in a red jacket in among all the black. It was more plum-coloured than red, she thought to herself, but she was relieved to find that its wearer had the appearance of a real gentleman, who obviously took great care with his dress. He sat in a corner talking business with a rougher sort of man, he seemed to her, whose face was as pitted as a peach-stone. Mistress Finesilver cleared her throat. "Begging your pardon, sir," she said, giving a shallow curtsy, "are you looking for a slave that has run away?" Dalrymple looked up from his conversation and frowned. "Who wishes to know?" The housekeeper felt suddenly very exposed, as if telling this stranger her name would be the same as opening her cape to him and showing him her bodice. She crossed her hands in front of her stomacher. "I have information, sir," she told him, "about a slave." Dalrymple inclined his head. "You do, eh?" he said, lifting a brow. "Then perhaps you would care to take a seat." She saw him nudge the ruffian who pulled out the chair next to him, and she sat down, smoothing her skirts self-consciously. "Leave us, rake," he barked at the pock-marked man, who duly obliged. With her the gentleman's tone was soft. He lifted his lips into a smile. "So you know where my slave is, do you, mistress?" The housekeeper nodded and slid a coquettish look toward her inquisitor. "That I do, sir, if he wears a midnight blue coat with silver brocade." Dalrymple smirked and leaned back in his chair. "That sounds like Jeremiah," he said, eyeing her thoughtfully as he pushed his tongue into the side of his cheek so that his face bulged for a moment. The sight of it made the housekeeper feel even more uncomfortable. He leaned forward quickly. "So where might this black knave be?" Mistress Finesilver caught a whiff of rum on his breath as he came closer, and drew back a little. "He is at my master's house, sir," she replied, still holding her cards close to her chest. A look of exasperation scudded across the gentleman's smooth face. "Do we really need to play games, mistress? You are obviously a woman of some accomplishments." Mistress Finesilver was not used to such flattery. Young Dr. Silkstone sometimes complimented her on her cooking, but by and large she felt her efforts went unappreciated. "'Tis not right that I should be asked to wait on him hand and foot, while he lies in his sick-bed." "So the slave is unwell?" "Beaten up he was. Not that I know aught about it, but he will soon be well enough to walk, and that's why I came. He needs to be back with his master." "How very right you are, mistress." She felt easier in his company now. The gentleman would be a man of his word, she told herself. "Mistress Finesilver, sir," she volunteered. "And the house?" he pressed. "In Holland Street, number 34, she told him, adding, "the home of Doctors Carruthers and Silkstone." "Silkstone, eh?" he echoed, as if the name were familiar to him. "I am most grateful to you, Mistress Finesilver." "And is now the time for you to show that gratitude, sir?" she asked, suddenly feeling emboldened. "Your advertisement said that you are offering a reward of 10 guineas. "Of course," said the gentleman, delving into his pocket and bringing out his purse. He shook it, and 5 coins rolled out and spun on the table. She watched them dizzy around and drop as if mesmerized by them, before she shot him a puzzled look when she realized how many guineas there were.
"This is but half," she said indignantly.
She could not hide the contempt in her voice.
"And the rest when he is captured, dear lady," assured the gentleman.
Mistress Finesilver tried to stifle the sigh she felt bursting in her chest. Her new hat would have to wait a little while longer.
"When I have my slave firmly back in chains, mistress, then you shall have your money, and not before."
Chapter 35. The axe cut hard and clean, and Richard let out a squeal of delight as the sturdy log was severed from its trunk with a dead thud. Nicholas Lupton, his face red from exertion and his eyes streaming with the cold, wiped away tears with the back of his gloved hand. The child flapped his arms, dancing around the fallen oak branch. Lupton's gaze followed him, and he chuckled.
"Come, help me lift this onto the sleigh," he instructed.
Since the excursion onto the frozen lake 2 weeks ago, the boy had been Lupton's regular companion. Despite, or perhaps because of, another heavy fall of snow, the young Earl had insisted on accompanying the estate manager on his rounds. Naturally, this had caused problems. In some places the drifts came up to the child's head, and he took cold very quickly, so Lovelock, the groom, and the ploughman had rigged up a contraption that enabled the sleigh to be dragged along behind a horse. Snuggled beneath a cover of fox fur, the boy had relished being a passenger in his very own winter carriage, and was frequently heard laughing as the sleigh rounded a corner or bridged a bump on the track. Lydia had registered her initial concern, fretting that Richard's arm was still delicate, or that his vulnerable chest might become weaker still in the freezing cold. Such objections were, however, quickly overcome. Mr. Lupton, ever jovial and energetic, joined in with his young master's enthusiasm. The suggestion to foray into the woods for the Yule log that Christmas Eve had come from him. It was a long-held tradition in the region that each household should burn a special log in the hearth on the eve before Christmas Day. Some said it would ensure the luck of the house from one year to the next, others that it offered protection against witchcraft. Whatever the reason for such a custom, the suggestion was met with unbridled glee from the boy. Lydia had no choice but to agree. Once the log was secure and his young passenger was tucked safely on the sleigh, Lupton mounted his horse and they set off back to the hall. It was a 20-minute journey, and he took it upon himself to teach Richard the words and tune to another, very appropriate carol.
"The holly and the ivy," he began, and the boy followed suit, learning quickly, so that by the time the horse and sleigh came to a halt in front of the house, the two of them were singing in unison. Lydia had been watching for them at the drawing-room window, and ventured onto the steps to greet them.
"Mamma, we have the Yule log!"
yelled Richard breathlessly, scrambling off the sleigh and pointing at the large slice of oak branch. Jacob Lovelock and his son Will appeared to carry the log inside.
"It is very fine,"
remarked Lydia, as the child ran up to her. Lupton was smiling at Lydia as he approached up the steps. It was the smile of an equal, and it unsettled her a little.
"Shall the men put the log on the fire now?" he asked, adding a moment later than he should have, "Your ladyship?"
Nodding, she lifted the corners of her mouth in a careful smile. Her eyes must not stay on his face a moment longer than was seemly, she told herself. Switching her attention to Richard, she said, "Come, you must get warm." She then took him by the hand and led him toward the door. Boots and coats were soon jettisoned, and Lupton was asked to join mother and son a few minutes later in the drawing-room around the hearth. The large fire-basket was laid with kindling, and the Yule log was placed ceremoniously at its centre. For the past week, the household had been in a flurry of activity. Every room, even in the servants' quarters, was decorated with holly and ivy. Swathes of dark green leaves were festooned across the mantelpiece, and blood-red berries blazed out from arrangements on tables and sills. There were more candles than usual, too, ranged high and low on every available surface.
"Would you do us the honour, Mr. Lupton?"
asked Lydia, holding out a box containing a shard from last year's log. She had preserved it according to custom. Striking a flint, the estate manager lit a spill and held it to the burned wood. The flame licked at it until it took hold, and Richard let out a whoop of excitement as the blazing shard was laid upon the log. Lupton performed his duty with great merriment, even reciting a ditty before he lit the kindling. "With last year's brand I spark the new block, and ask that sweet luck may light our way,"
he declared. As he said the words, he shot Lydia a look so joyful and so full of hope that her heart leapt in her chest. She felt herself wanting to take his hands and dance around the room with him. Had they been alone, she may well have been that rash. As it was, Richard was the one to reach up and clasp her waist, demanding to hug her. She bent low and took his hands in hers.
"Hot chocolate," she cried. "Let us have hot chocolate."
Her suggestion was greeted with mirthful cheers, and, without thinking, Lupton reached out and pulled the bell cord by the fireplace. The sudden tinkling cut through the laughter like a knife. Both Lydia and Lupton froze in the moment as they realized what he had done. "Forgive me," he said, shaking his head as if waking from a dream. "I forgot myself." Embarrassed, Lydia smiled and looked away from the hearth. Her face was tingling, and she brushed her hand against her own cheek, feeling the heat rise from her skin. She was not sure whether it was the fire's glow or her own discomfiture that caused her to blush.
"Think nothing of it, Mr. Lupton,"
she replied, turning her attention to Richard. She fussed about the boy, exaggerating her gestures in a show of enforced mirth, which only served to fuel the unease. The awkwardness persisted, so that when Hannah appeared, she could sense a certain tension hanging in the air. Lydia let out a little laugh.
"3 cups of hot chocolate, if you please,"
she blurted as soon as she saw the maid. Hannah curtsied and was heading for the door when, remembering some previously forgotten question, she turned.
"Begging pardon, your ladyship," she began, "but Mistress Firebrace would be obliged to know if you be requiring a bough of mistletoe hanging in the hall."
Lupton and Lydia exchanged glances. It was as if they both pictured amorous lovers stealing a kiss under its green clusters. Every kiss beneath meant a pearly berry fresh plucked from its curved leaves. Lydia turned to the maid.
"No, Hannah," she said emphatically. "There will be no mistletoe this year."
Chapter 36. Thomas found Jeremiah Taylor sitting up in bed that morning when he came to check on his dressings. Helen had already plumped his pillows, and crumbs were all that remained on a plate on the bedside table. His patient even managed to curl one corner of his mouth into a smile. "You seem in better spirits today, Jeremiah," remarked the doctor, as he carefully unfurled the bandage about the slave's head. The attempted smile soon vanished.
"Sir, you know my name?"
Thomas thought of Messrs. Sharp and Clarkson, and the handbill advertising a reward for his capture. "It matters not," he shrugged. Once more Thomas examined the area around the socket and saw that it was scabbing over well. The swelling seemed to have lessened, and the eye was slightly open. "Your wound is making good progress," he said after a moment. Yet the news did not seem to please the slave. His shoulders slumped, and he let out a small sigh.
"Does that mean I will have to leave soon, Dr. Silkstone?" he asked.
There was a note of resignation in his voice. Thomas stepped back to study his patient. He looked so vulnerable lying on the bed, still too weak to walk. The visit from the 2 campaigners the previous evening had left an indelible impression on him. How easy it would be, he thought to himself, for Jeremiah's owner to come bursting in and snatch him, dragging him off down the stairs and into a waiting carriage. What was even more outrageous in his mind was the thought that the law of the land would sanction such violence. In England, a slave was mere chattel, a piece of property to be used and abused as the owner saw fit. "You are welcome here for as long as it takes to see you restored to your former self," reiterated Thomas, patting Jeremiah gently on the shoulder. His patient looked up at him with a doleful expression.
"And what then, sir? I go back to my master? He will be looking for me."
Thomas frowned. "Surely you do not wish to return to the man who almost killed you?" The slave's swollen face could make no show of emotion, but his voice became urgent.
"My master did not do this,"
he said, almost indignantly, pointing to his head. Thomas was puzzled. "Then who?"
"I do not know who,"
said Jeremiah. Thomas seated himself on the chair beside the bed. He realized he had broken his own rule. He should never assume anything. Anxious to know more, he asked, "Can you remember what happened?" The slave silently composed his thoughts, as if searching for memories inside the recesses of his battered brain.
"My master had business with Mr. Carfax."
"Samuel Carfax?" Thomas shot forward, frowning.
"Yes, sir."
Thomas did not comment further, but wondered if the connection was a coincidence. "Carry on," he urged.
"He sent me downstairs to wait for him in the kitchen. But a man, he was mean. He told me to wait in another place."
Thomas instantly thought of Roberts.
"He locked me in a room, and then a man and a woman come, and they—"
He broke off, his gaze lowering. "What happened?" pressed Thomas.
"They talk."
"What did they say?"
"She say he should not come, but he say they have business."
"What sort of business?"
"She say she will have another fine coromantee for him soon."
"A slave?" Thomas struggled to understand what he was being told.
"A fine one," she say.
"And then?"
"Then he had her against the wall, and a boot fell from the shelf, and then they saw me."
"And it was then that he hit you?"
"Yes."
"With what?"
"A stick for golf."
Thomas's eyes widened. "That would certainly explain the seriousness of your injury," he said. "Can you describe the woman?"
"It was dark, and no see well."
"The man?"
"He big, tall, and—"
The slave paused, reliving the moment he had seen his attacker in silhouette. "Yes?"
"His nose was squashed, like a fighter's."
"A broken nose?" said Thomas incredulously. "Are you sure?"
"Yes, sir. I seed him side on afore I ran out the door."
Thomas took a deep breath, marshalling his thoughts. He knew exactly where he needed to go next. Thomas arrived at the late Dr. Welton's townhouse to find a carriage waiting in the snow-banked street. One footman was helping Mistress Welton inside, while another was assisting the driver to load boxes and chests. Mistress Perrick, dressed in a hooded woolen cloak, stood on the doorstep instructing her housekeeper. She turned when she heard footsteps. "Forgive me, Mistress Perrick," Thomas greeted her, bowing and removing his tricorn. "I wondered if we might speak." The young widow's eyes shot sideways toward the waiting carriage.
"This is a most inconvenient time, Dr. Silkstone," she said. "My mother and I are about to leave town for a few days."
Thomas nodded sympathetically. "So I see, and I apologize for the intrusion, but I come on a matter of the utmost import." She gave a barely discernible sigh and nodded.
"Very well, but please be quick," she said, leading him over the threshold. "So how can I be of assistance, sir?" she asked him curtly, as soon as they entered the upstairs drawing-room.
Her mien seemed completely changed from their previous encounters. Gone were the dark shadows of grief that circled her eyes, and her complexion was blooming, even though she still wore her mourning clothes. She gave no invitation for Thomas to sit. "I have found your letters invaluable, Mistress Perrick," Thomas began. She frowned.
"Is that what you have come to tell me, sir? Could your thanks not have been committed to paper and sent to me?"
Thomas felt chastised. He knew he had to be brief. He came to the point. "I have recently spoken with Sir Joseph Banks," he continued. "He told me about some sort of rift during the planning stages of the expedition." She shot an angry look at him.
"Why should that concern you, Dr. Silkstone?"
He had not wanted to, but Thomas knew he would have to break the news of Matthew Bartlett's murder to her. "I am afraid, Mistress Perrick, that it concerns me because Mr. Bartlett has been found." She pulled back.
"Found? What do you mean, found?"
Thomas looked grave. "I fear he was murdered."
"Murdered?"
The word escaped her mouth in a cry.
"No! Who? Why?"
She paced across the room to the window and looked out at the waiting carriage. Thomas did not follow her. "I believe he was killed for your father's journal," he told her. "I am convinced it contains information that could be dangerous in the wrong hands. That is why it is important I know everything if I am to uncover those behind the murder," he pleaded. Thomas could see the young widow's shoulders rise as she took a deep breath, then slump before she turned from the window to face him.
"Then I think you should know, Dr. Silkstone, that my husband was not originally chosen for the Jamaican expedition."
"No?" This was indeed a revelation to Thomas.
"My father asked him just 2 months before he was due to sail."
"Why might that have been?" She took another deep breath, and her whole body seemed to judder.
"There was another doctor who had been nominated by the Royal Society to go with him, but my father was deeply unhappy, so much so that he refused to work with him."
Thomas's expression registered surprise. "And do you know the name of this other doctor, madam?" She frowned and looked about her as if searching for inspiration.
"I believe it was Blizzard or
"Izzard?" suggested Thomas.
"Izzard, you are right," she said. She pivoted round, her eyes wide. "You know him, Dr. Silkstone?"
Thomas was shocked. He had his suspicions concerning Izzard. He very much wanted to know how he obtained so many uncorrupted Negro corpses for dissection, and had intended to probe him at some point. Now he would be asking him about Matthew Bartlett's murder. Thomas's mind flashed back to the operating theatre and the Negro woman's corpse. The memory of his public humiliation by the surgeon when he forced him to make the first cut still rankled.
"Indeed I do,"
nodded Thomas. He did not elaborate.
"Do you know why your father refused to work with Mr. Izzard?"
She shook her blonde head.
"All I know is that my husband filled his place at short notice."
Suddenly her voice cracked, and she produced a handkerchief to dab her eyes. Thomas moved nearer. "I am most grateful to you, Mistress Perrick," he said. "What you have just told me could prove very helpful." She nodded, and he could see her eyes grow glassy once more.
"If that is so, then I am glad, Dr. Silkstone," she told him, adding, "As I said before, I do not want my husband to have died in vain."
He wanted to tell her that it was also his great wish that her husband's work and that of the expedition was not entirely lost, and that without Dr. Welton's journal the whole mission might be a wasted endeavour, but he did not. Instead he bade her a good journey. "You said you are leaving for the country?" he said, as she made for the door. She turned back.
"Yes, we have a modest house," she replied.
"In West Wickham?" ventured Thomas. For a moment Mistress Perrick looked shocked, until Thomas threw a look over to where the painting of the golden ball hung in its gilded frame.
"Yes, West Wickham," she replied. "You know it?"
Thomas gave a wry smile. "I have passed many hours there," he said vaguely. She did not press him further. She appeared in too much of a hurry, and with a nod she led Thomas into the hallway. It was clear from her reaction she wished the place mentioned no more. Chapter 37. The operating theatre at the Brewer Street School of Anatomy was packed full of students, all eager to see Mr. Hubert Izzard perform an autopsy. Banked in rows that looked down upon a dissecting table at the centre, they were given an excellent view of the spectacle about to unfold before their eyes. Since Thomas's unpleasant encounter with the surgeon, Izzard's fame had spread. He was the anatomist who could provide his pupils not just with arms or legs, not just with mouldy, putrefied corpses, but with whole, entire, newly dead cadavers, their flesh so fresh it was barely cold to the touch. What was more, their supply seemed regular, not one a month, which by any standards would have been considered excellent, but one a week. No one queried this frequency, nor the fact that all the dead were Negroes. No one, that is, except Thomas. Sitting anonymously, surrounded by men only a few years younger than he blended in well with the audience that now waited in hushed awe as Hubert Izzard held his scalpel poised over another young Negro.
"A fine Coromantee," he pronounced.
Thomas felt his heart miss a beat. Were those not the exact words used by Jeremiah's mystery woman? The man who beat him with a golf club was, he said, big and tall and with a flat nose. Any doubt that Thomas may have held dissipated. He watched the anatomist make the first cut, and bile rose in his throat. He was not only looking at a man implicated in Matthew Bartlett's murder, but also, it seemed, in the commissioning of slaves' corpses to order. In a theatrical style and wearing a flamboyant yellow frock-coat, Izzard incised with panache. He flourished his knife as if it were a conductor's baton, and seemed to take a macabre delight in his work, cutting off digits and distributing them among his stunned audience. No respect was shown for the dead, and indeed it appeared to Thomas very little deference to the anatomist's profession, reducing it to that of a showman or a mountebank. As he watched this gruesome sideshow, he was reminded of Dr. Carruthers's experiences in the Sugar Islands all those years ago. Although he never said much, Thomas assumed they involved the ill-treatment of slaves. He knew from both Dr. Carruthers and from Dr. Perrick's letters that many physicians condoned the barbarous trade, meeting ships at port after the gruelling Middle Passage and selecting the fittest slaves to work in the cane fields. Many of the Africans would be half dead after the privations of the voyage. The same number would have died already. Some surgeons were even known to conduct experiments on hapless Negroes with no thought for their suffering, in the name of medicine. At the end of his macabre charade, Izzard took a bow, and his grateful students applauded him. As his assistants disposed of the corpse and the theatre gradually emptied, Thomas stayed behind. He watched until the surgeon had sloughed his hands of the bloody detritus of a dissection, the water in the large bowl turning red, before he stepped down from the rows of seats. "Mr. Izzard," he called. The surgeon looked up, smiling, expecting to be accosted by an intense student eager to heap adulation on him. Instead, the sight of Thomas wiped the grin from his face. "Silkstone," he grunted, drying his hands on a cloth. "It is gratifying that you think I can teach you more." Thomas nodded and smiled. "Yes, and I'm hoping you can enlighten me even further, sir," he began. Izzard puffed out his chest, allowing himself to be flattered. "I will do what I can to help you," he replied, flinging the wet towel on the table. The beadle was scooping up the corpse's entrails into a bucket a few feet away. "Perhaps we could go somewhere private," suggested Thomas. "My office?" Izzard flapped a still damp hand toward a door on the other side of the operating theatre. The room was large and low-ceilinged and formed part of the building's attic. Its walls were lined with display cases crammed full of exotic specimens, the skeletons of small mammals, reptiles, and shells. Thomas surveyed them from his seat, letting his gaze travel around the shelves. "You have some impressive souvenirs, sir," he began. "That conch shell is from Jamaica, if I'm not mistaken. You spent time on the island, I believe, sir." Izzard looked at him quizzically. "How did you know I was there, Silkstone?" he asked. "Dr. Carruthers sends his regards," Thomas said with a wry smile. Izzard subconsciously stroked his flattened nose and, unsure of the young doctor's motive, grunted. "That was a while ago now," he conceded, his gaze scanning his collection. "You obviously look back at your sojourn with fondness," said Thomas. A self-satisfied grin planted itself on Izzard's face. He leaned back in his chair. "Indeed I do, Dr. Silkstone." "So much so that you wanted to return there, I believe?" asked Thomas. Izzard bridled at the suggestion. His head jerked up, and he fixed Thomas with a glower. "What is this about, Silkstone? Why are you here?" The doctor cut to the chase. "I am here, sir, because I have some questions about the Royal Society's recent expedition to the island." Izzard puckered his mouth. "What of it?" "I believe you were originally selected to accompany Dr. Welton, but that he objected to you joining him. May I ask you on what grounds?" The surgeon's features suddenly gathered themselves into a scowl. "Who told you that?" he snapped. Thomas remained silent, allowing Izzard to simmer. "I'm not sure what you are insinuating, Silkstone, but I do not like your tone." Thomas knew it would be difficult to tease out information from this arrogant man without confronting him directly. He decided to tread more warily. "I did not mean to offend, sir, but the expedition's last remaining member has been found murdered, and I am sure you understand that questions must be asked of all those with any connection to the venture." Izzard eyed Thomas for a moment. "And you have taken it upon yourself to ask them?" Thomas felt his tone was patronizing. "I feel it my duty, sir," he replied. "I am cataloguing the collections and am therefore deeply involved in the whole affair." "The murder is the talk of the clubs and salons, Silkstone," Izzard conceded. "If it gets out that 'twas I who was originally nominated to go, there will be even more, and of a slanderous nature." "So you will answer my questions?" Izzard shook his head, and his lips flickered into a smile, but his eyes remained cold. "Come, Silkstone. We are men of science, let us speak frankly. Perhaps it is you who can tell me what you know." Thomas sensed that a trap was being laid. He would be cautious. "I know that there seems to have been a disagreement between you and Dr. Welton over the nature of your mission." Izzard cleared his throat and arched his brow. "You have been speaking with Sir Joseph?" Thomas nodded. "I have, sir." "Then you know that our brief was to bring back the formula for a most potent physic that appeared to give its administrator the power over life and death." He gave a wry smile. "There are certain admirals and generals in whose hands such a weapon could prove most advantageous." "And you objected to this?" Thomas did not understand where Izzard was taking him. The tall man slapped the desk. "Good God, no, Silkstone. I am a patriot, not a traitor.
I could understand that if word got out of this, there would be some lily-livered Whigs who might object. John Wilkes would have a rant and protest that such a potion could enslave all our enemies. Well, in my book, sir, that would be an excellent thing." His face was reddening with excitement. "To me, you Americans will always be disobedient colonists, sir," he cried, adding, "and I'd like nothing more than to see George Washington in chains." His eyes widened at the prospect. Ignoring the jibes, Thomas remained confused. "So why, if you backed the mission wholeheartedly, did Dr. Welton replace you?" he pressed. "Petty jealousy? A clash of personalities? Your guess, Silkstone, is as good as mine. All I know is that my chances of membership in the Royal Society have greatly diminished, and that I've lost a fortune in fees." He coughed out the words in exasperation. That, thought Thomas, would explain why the anatomist had embarked on another route to his own aggrandizement, building up his reputation among both peers and students, and being rewarded with packed audiences who paid handsomely for the privilege of watching him perform dissections. "So you attract students with a plentiful supply of the most magnificent corpses to make ends meet?" Thomas's suggestion clearly rankled. For a moment Izzard seemed wounded. "Good God, Silkstone, they're Negroes!" he barked. Thomas nodded, and, thinking of the damning words of Dr. Carruthers, held his nerve. "Yes, and, judging from your behaviour, you regard them as barely human," he said. Izzard shot back. "How else is mankind to progress unless we push the boundaries of medicine?" "I agree," conceded Thomas. Then, leaning forward, he added, "But do you not find it strange that when men are paid handsomely to rob graves for scarce corpses, there is suddenly such a copious supply of dead Negroes?" Izzard slammed his fist down on the desk. "God's wounds, Silkstone! You sound like one of those benighted Quakers intent on abolishing the trade. These Africans are goods, commodities to be used and traded, and, yes, experimented upon, if you will. That's how I see them, and I am most certainly not alone in my views." "But Dr. Welton did not agree with your stance?" asked Thomas, wondering if the men's personalities were at the root of the quarrel. "Welton was a sentimental fool. He thought Negro lives were worth saving," thundered Izzard. "So that is how you justify dissecting such perfect corpses?" Izzard narrowed his eyes and leaned closer toward Thomas. "My sin, if I have one, Silkstone, is one of omission." Thomas nodded in agreement. "You do not bother to ask how your specimens have died. You just take delivery of them." He did little to hide the contempt he felt. Izzard bobbed his head. "Precisely." "And you see nothing wrong in that?" Come, Silkstone. Name me a white man charged with the murder of a Negro." His challenge was greeted with silence. Thomas knew that a slave's life was of little consequence to him, except in monetary terms. He could not give him an answer. He knew there had been no such prosecutions, and his silence brought their interview to an end. Rising from his desk, Izzard told him, "If that is all, then I would ask that you leave my office now, Silkstone. As it is, I have said too much, especially to you as a former enemy of the Crown." Thomas could see that he had touched a raw nerve, but he had barely begun his questioning. Yet he had little choice but to do as he was bidden. "As you wish, sir," he conceded. As he headed for the door, Thomas turned. "Am I right in thinking you know Samuel Carfax?" Izzard frowned. "Yes, what of it?" "And his wife Cordelia?" Thomas saw the anatomist's face twitch and redden. After a moment he said, "I am acquainted with Mistress Carfax and her husband socially, but I do not see that it is any of your business." Thomas remained calm. "I was hoping we gentlemen might be able to play a round of golf sometime soon," he said. "I have it on good authority that you are most proficient at wielding a club, sir." Izzard's eyes widened, but he kept his own counsel. He did not wish to incriminate himself, so instead he managed to nod his head. There was no need for Thomas to stay any longer. Chapter 38. Silently, Fibber slipped out of the house unseen. It was not difficult. The white servants were either helping Mistress Bradshaw prepare the Christmas feast, or adding fresh-cut branches of holly to the displays of greenery. There was a general liveliness and gaiety in the household.
Perhaps it was because the mistress lay in her sick bed, still stricken and unable to control and shout and order. Although she was no longer dosing her, the missa remained held in the poison's sway. Even Mr. Roberts was mellow that evening. He had broken open a cask of ale in the cellar and was helping himself when he thought no one was looking. There were rumours among the servants, of course. There always were. Below stairs was a melting pot of gossip and insinuation, seasoned with liberal helpings of disloyalty. That American doctor had looked grave, they said. He had shaken his head. Someone even mentioned poison. Someone even mentioned obeah. But Mr. Carfax had instructed Mason to proceed with the dinner as usual. Everything had to run smoothly, even if, under the surface, a storm was brewing. Out on the street the darkness wrapped around Fibber like a quilt. It protected her from being recognized or called to question. Once more her shawl was her disguise as she teetered on borrowed patterns through the slushy streets. 9 o'clock on Christmas Eve, called the watchman as the church bells struck. The main streets were almost deserted. All the shopkeepers had long put up their shutters. There were bands of apprentices who'd been let out for the evening. Some linked arms and sang songs as they meandered drunkenly along. Fibber avoided their sort, walking in the shadows, even though the mud on the road sucked at her feet. Moments later she found herself once more at the Crown. Through the fog of smoke from dozens of pipes, she saw a few heads turn when she walked in. At least she was among her own kind now. They would not spit at her as she passed. She could lift her gaze and look them in the eye without fear of being whipped for effrontery. There was the man with the brightly coloured bird again, and the man with the ship on his head. A smile found its way onto Fibber's lips, but there was something amiss. There was no music, not much laughter. There was a low hum of conversation, but many of the patrons were clustered around 2 white men who sat on settles. She had never seen white men at the inn before. How did they get here? Who let them in? Now she found herself feeling affronted. What right did these whites have to enter the black man's domain? She drew closer for a better look. Her Negro brothers seemed to be listening intently as the older man, the cheeks of his thin face sucked in, spoke to them. Now and again he raised his finger and pointed at a leaflet he held in his spindly hand. His companion, much younger than he and with hair as red as rusting iron, was nodding enthusiastically. They did not appear to be threatening, but talked in soft, low voices. Fibber turned to Goldtooth. He had been eyeing her reaction to the white men from behind the bar. As she pulled the shawl away from her head, he recognized her instantly and beckoned her toward the low door. A shudder of remembered horror ran through her body as, once more, she was shown into the room where the obeah man held sway. The same damp, earthy smell assailed her nostrils, and from out of the shadows she felt the strange creatures fix their dead stares on her. The snake, the monkey's head, the pufferfish. The chickens still scratched and clucked in the corner, and the old man still sat at a table in the centre of the room, all of them conspirators in this macabre theatre. This time the obeah man's head was not bowed, as if he had no need to hide his hideousness from her any longer. In the candlelight his twisted features still repulsed her, still made the nausea rise in her throat, but her terror had cooled. Her fear no longer boiled inside her, now it was only simmering. The old man peeled back his lips in a sort of greeting, but Fibber did not return a smile. Instead, she forced herself to look at him squarely. But just as the breath was filling her lungs to speak, the obeah man butted in first. "Your miss are not dead yet," he told her. His words were framed not as a question, but as fact. Fibber froze. It was as if he had reached into her mind and plucked at her thoughts. He let out a cackle, a sound like one of the hens, and brought a clenched hand up to the table. Shaking his fist, he made a rattling sound, then opened his fingers to send several jagged teeth tumbling like dice across the wooden surface. "They tell me what happened." His voice was hoarse, and his breath rasped in his chest. Fibber considered the teeth for a moment. Creamy white, some sharp as daggers, others plump like pillows. Were they animal or human? She was not sure. "You know the obeah bag was burned?" The old man nodded his grisly head. "I know," he replied with the calm self-assurance of a seer. Fibber suddenly jolted forward as if some unseen force had grabbed her and pulled her toward the old man. Resting her small breasts on the table, she fixed him with terrified eyes, and her mouth contorted into a fearful scowl.
"What will happen?" she implored him. "What will happen to the magic?"
The Obeah man tilted his head thoughtfully and drew the scattered teeth toward him with his gnarled hand. Cupping them in his fist, he shook them once more before throwing them onto the table. For a moment he was silent, studying the pattern they made, reading them as a scholar reads a book. Fibber looked on, too afraid to breathe. She felt the magic in the room, as if she were being wrapped in its great black cloak. Her eyes were wide in wonder and awe. Finally the Obeah man said to her, "You have the power." She swallowed hard, but dared not blink, lest the magic disappear.
"I have the power?" she repeated, a tremble snagging on her voice. "I no understand."
The old man lifted his hand up to his chest and palmed it to his heart.
"The Obeah is still with you. It come from inside," he replied.
Still Fibber frowned.
"Inside?" she echoed.
The Obeah man shook his head and lifted his half-eaten lips into a shapeless smile.
"Your freedom comes from in here."
Again he touched his heart.
"Freedom," she repeated.
It was a word she hardly ever heard, a concept she could barely even dream of. Her mind suddenly flashed back to Cato, the night before he had gone missing, when his eyes were wild with excitement, and he had spoken of the white men, the good white men, with their pamphlets and their talk of freedom. She caught her breath and held her thoughts for a moment before sharing them.
"The white men outside,"
she began, raising her hand and motioning behind her.
"Why are they—"
The Obeah man cut her short, slicing through her words with a wag of his finger.
"The white men mean well," he told her. "They promise freedom, but they cannot deliver it."
Fibber gathered her thoughts that lay scattered like the teeth before her on the table. Is that what had happened to Cato? Had the white men promised him freedom? She recalled how he talked of seeing his homeland that night, how his words had left his mouth like music. But then a shadow suddenly loomed across her vision. Where was he now? She imagined him on a ship bound for Africa, but when she searched the Obeah man's face, she knew that she was wrong. Any dreams that Cato had nourished had been fleeting. He had been cresting a wave that had broken and dissipated so far away from the shore. She suddenly realized he had been betrayed. The Obeah man remained holding her gaze.
"You know what you must do," he told her.
He punched his chest lightly with his fist.
"You know in here,"
he said, and as he spoke, a flapping, whirling sound suddenly filled her ears, and she saw feathers like snowflakes drift in front of her eyes. A loud gasp escaped from her throat as she looked up and saw a single white dove rise from behind the Obeah man and fly up to one of the rafters above her head. A weight seemed to be lifted from her shoulders, and a sudden surge of confidence washed over her. A way ahead opened up to her. She nodded to the old man.
"I know,"
she said. Chapter 39. Thomas found Jeremiah lolling in a high-backed chair beside the glowing embers of a small fire. A blanket was draped across his knees, and it was clear he had been dozing before the creak of the opening door had aroused him. He sat bolt upright, as if he had been caught doing something he should not have been. "'Tis I, Dr. Silkstone," Thomas reassured the slave as he advanced toward him in the half-light. Both the young man's eyes were now open, and there was a fear in them that the doctor wished he could ease. No balm could soothe away the years of mistreatment, that much he knew. "'Tis good to see you sitting up," he remarked. Jeremiah nodded. "I grow stronger, sir," he replied. He managed to form the words well and did not wince with pain as he spoke, noted Thomas. The doctor was about to take his patient's pulse when there came a loud knock at the door, followed by a violent tugging of the doorbell. Both men shot an anxious look at each other, but Thomas tried to make light of the sudden intrusion. "Revellers, or mummers," he suggested. "'Tis Christmas Eve," he added, heading for the door. Standing on the landing, looking directly over the banisters, he saw Mistress Finesilver open the front door to two men, one uncouth and burly as a baboon, while the other, in his plum-coloured coat, appeared to be a gentleman. Thomas did not like the look of them. There was something in their manner. Something was wrong. Yet instead of asking the men how she could help them and the purpose of their visit, Mistress Finesilver mumbled a few words, then simply stood aside. The men brushed past her and headed up the stairs. Thomas rushed down to meet them on the first-floor landing. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked breathlessly. He could see them more clearly now, and from the look on their faces they had not come on a social visit. The ruffian, his face pitted as orange peel, sneered at him and pulled back his coat, to reveal a leather cosh hanging at his belt. Squaring up to Thomas, he stuck out his belly and put his hands on his hips. "I'll handle this, Rake," came the gentleman's voice. It was calm but authoritative. He set foot on the landing and faced Thomas. Events were moving quickly. The blood began pounding in the young doctor's ears. He needed his wits about him. Strangers were trespassing into his home, and he suspected Jeremiah was the reason. The runaway was in danger. "Who are you to come barging into my house like this, sir?" Thomas cried. The gentleman's chin jutted out as if he felt he had every right to be there. "My name is Josiah Dalrymple, and I'm here to take back what is rightfully mine," he barked. Thomas would not be bullied. "You are trespassing, sir, and I would have you leave my house before I call the constables." The gentleman fixed him with a stare so close his breath wreathed the young doctor's face. "Constables, eh? 'Tis you who shall be arrested for stealing another man's property," he cried. Thomas narrowed his eyes. He had guessed as much. Property? And what might that be? He asked mockingly, trying to play for time. "You have my slave, sir, and I'm come to take him back." The intruder was intent. Shoving Thomas aside with his shoulders, he pushed past him and into Jeremiah's room. His henchman followed suit. "You cannot go in there," protested Thomas, leaping up the stairs after them. But it was too late. The door was wrenched open, and the men burst in. At first sight it appeared the room was empty. The bed was made, and much to Thomas's surprise the chair had been vacated. It was the whimpering that gave the slave away. He was huddled in the corner, his arms crossed over his head. "No, massa, please, no," he whined. Thomas rushed to his side to protect him. Standing in front of Jeremiah, shielding him from his master, he squared up to the men. "You have no business here. Get out, will you?" he cried, pointing to the door. But his words fell on deaf ears. Dalrymple signalled to Rake to fetch Jeremiah, and he lunged toward the terrified man, hooking his arm around the slaves. "No!" cried Thomas, trying to shove the ruffian away, but Rake landed him a punch to the jaw, sending him flying across the room and onto the bed. Jeremiah was hauled up, and Rake produced a thick chain. His hands reached up to the slave's throat, probing for the collar. "You'll not find it," yelled Thomas, heaving himself up from the bed. "It has been removed." He had taken a pair of surgical pliers to the heinous band when the young man was still unconscious. Rake dragged Jeremiah out onto the landing, howling like a dog. At the top of the stairs they paused for a moment. "Hurry, man," ordered Dalrymple. Rake kicked the slave in the ribs and started to drag him down the stairs. Thomas, still recovering from the punch, ran after him onto the landing, and grabbed hold of the thug by the shoulder, but he was just swatted away. The slave half scrambled, half fell down the flights of stairs, until he, Rake, and finally Dalrymple reached the hallway. Mistress Finesilver had been watching and waiting anxiously all the while at the bottom. She had been joined by Dr. Carruthers, who wondered at the commotion. "Will someone tell me what is going on?" he bellowed, trying to make himself heard above the general furor. The front door had remained open, so the slavers' getaway would be easy. "Stop them, for God's sake!" shrieked Thomas as he headed down the stairs, but Mistress Finesilver remained impassive. The disturbance was so great that it could be heard on the street, and the night watchman had been alerted by anxious neighbours. "What is the meaning of this?" he yelled, holding his lantern aloft on the front steps. Thomas seized the initiative. "These men entered my property in order to rob me and kidnap my manservant, sir," he explained breathlessly. He pointed to Dalrymple and Rake. The watchman narrowed his eyes. He was not the sharpest of men, but he could smell a rat. He saw Jeremiah bandaged and crouching by the door, and he saw Rake with his cosh. It was his duty to help a man protect his own home, and Dr. Silkstone and Dr. Carruthers were known to him as decent, upright gentlemen. It was clear that the two men before him were scoundrels who had entered the property uninvited. "I suggest you scarper before the constables come," the night watchman told them in no uncertain terms. Dalrymple snarled like a wounded hound. He turned to Thomas. "You have my slave, sir, and I will get him back." Thomas was not intimidated. "You come like a thief in the night, sir," he replied. "If you want your slave back, you'll have to fight for him in court."
"Oh, I will,"
hissed Dalrymple, and with that he and his lackey climbed into their waiting carriage and sped off into the night. Thomas slammed the door behind him, then tilted his head back and leaned his body against it like a buttress. He knew the fight for Jeremiah's freedom would not be easy. Chapter 40. For the first time in 6 years, Lady Lydia Farrell was enjoying Christmas Day. Richard was with her, and his excitement was infectious. She had risen early, and when he opened his eyes, she had been there to wish him joy. Kissing him on the forehead, she had felt herself surely the most fortunate woman in the world. To think that last Christmas she could only have the vaguest of hopes that he might still be alive, let alone be able to hold him and hear him call her Mamma. After breakfast, they attended a service at St. Swithin's. The new vicar, the Reverend Unsworth, had given a passable sermon, even though Richard was not the only one who found it on the dull side. Sir Theodosius, newly back from his London sojourn, had joined them in their pew, together with Lady Pettigrew. The coroner had proceeded in a most irreverent way to distract Richard with tricks he learned during his days in the Royal Navy, using lengths of string. Afterward, Sir Theodosius and his wife accompanied Lydia and Richard back to Boughton Hall to enjoy the festivities. Snow still covered the landscape, but there had not been a fresh fall for almost a week, so that roads and tracks were less difficult to negotiate. Mr. Lupton had ordered a party of men to clear the drive, and they had banked the snow high on either side, making it passable to traffic. Mistress Claddingbull's sterling efforts in the kitchen paid off. Richard had eaten heartily, and Sir Theodosius pronounced her roast turkey the most tender he had ever tasted. The coroner's enthusiasm was no doubt fuelled by the excellent wines that Howard had chosen to accompany the many courses. He had been eager to wash down as many mouthfuls as he could with a good vintage. It was toward the end of the meal, after plum pudding, when Sir Theodosius was wiping the corners of his mouth with his napkin, that Lydia noticed that his gaiety was giving way to reflection. She sensed he was becoming a little morose.
"I would like to propose a toast," he said suddenly, his face ruddy with wine.
Lady Pettigrew, sitting opposite him, fussed.
"Oh, really, Sir Theo, any excuse," she scolded.
The coroner had already taken it upon himself to propose a toast to both Lydia and Richard, so the former was a little puzzled. She shot a quizzical look at Lady Pettigrew, who was watching her portly husband disapprovingly. Unable to lift himself up from his chair without the greatest of difficulty, Sir Theodosius merely called for his glass to be charged with white burgundy, and raised it.
"Let us drink to the man who should be here," he said,
giving a nod to the empty seat at the head of the table.
"Let us hope that he will one day take his rightful place."
His eyes suddenly moistened and his words slurred.
"Let us drink to Dr. Thomas Silkstone, as fine an anatomist and as devoted a husband and father as one could wish for," he said finally.
Embarrassed and not a little shocked by Sir Theodosius's sudden outburst, Lydia raised her own glass.
"To Dr. Silkstone," she mouthed.
The coroner's words had reminded her of a nagging pain that she was trying to ignore. The toast simply brought back the sense of longing that she was working so hard to dispel. They soon retired to the drawing-room where a huge fire blazed, and at its centre was the Yule log.
"A very fine specimen,"
quipped Sir Theodosius, pointing to the log ablaze in the grate. Lydia settled herself on a sofa. Richard climbed up to be at her side, and she put her arm around him.
"Indeed," she replied. "Richard helped choose it."
She squeezed him to her.
"With Mr. Lupton," Richard piped up.
"Ah, Lupton, your new estate manager, I believe,"
said Sir Theodosius to Lydia, easing himself gently down onto the sofa opposite. At the mention of his name, Richard suddenly became very animated. Tugging at Lydia's sleeve, he said,
"Mamma, can Mr. Lupton come and play with us this afternoon?"
Lydia shot an uneasy look across the room at her guests.
"Mr. Lupton is a favourite companion of Richard's," she explained.
"So I see,"
replied Sir Theodosius, slapping his ample thigh.
"And what sort of mischief do you get up to, sir?"
he asked the young Earl with a wink. The child paused.
We have been playing in the snow. Mr. Lupton built me a sleigh.
Sir Theodosius leaned back, rocking with laughter.
Well, well, there's a novelty, he said. He sounds like a good egg, this Mr. Lupton.
He is not an egg, sir. He is a gentleman,
countered Richard seriously, making the coroner guffaw even louder. Lydia, however, remained uneasy.
"Surely you would like to show our guests your drawings, my sweet?" she asked,
although her tone was more of a direction than a question.
"But what about some games?" interjected the coroner.
"Games?"
asked Richard excitedly. Sir Theodosius waved his fat hands in the air.
"Blind man's buff, or hunt the slipper?" he suggested.
Lydia slipped a sideways glance at Richard. She knew he would never have heard of such games, but their exotic names made them fanciful and full of promise. The boy jumped down from the sofa and grabbed her hand.
"Please, can Mr. Lupton join in, Mamma? Please?"
An awkward smile pursed Lydia's lips.
"It is most unusual, dear."
Sir Theodosius came to her rescue.
"Oh, let the man come. 'Tis Christmas," chuckled the coroner.
Lydia nodded. After all, she would be entertaining the servants in the ballroom later on that day. Social convention might frown on an estate manager being invited into the higher echelons, but hers was hardly a conventional family. She glanced at Lady Pettigrew for approval, and was given it with a sly nod of her head.
"Please, Mamma,"
pleaded Richard, jumping up and down. "Very well, then. We shall ask Howard to send word down to Plover's Lake," she said. "We shall invite Mr. Lupton to join us." Christmas dinner at Holland Street was a subdued affair. The goose was fatty, the beef tough as boot leather, and the claret decidedly acidic.
"Tastes more like vinegar,"
commented Dr. Carruthers, his tongue flapping disapprovingly inside his mouth. Thomas did not agree and shot a look at Mistress Finesilver, whose face had been equally sour since the previous evening. Jeremiah Taylor lay in bed upstairs, resting after his ordeal. He had not sustained any new physical injuries, Thomas had made sure of that, but mentally he was in a poor way. He remained in a state of high anxiety, despite the fact that he had downed a dose of laudanum. Fearing the return of his erstwhile master, he had begged not to be left alone, so Helen had been tasked to sit with him until the Christmas meal had been eaten. Thomas waited until Mistress Finesilver was out of the room to discuss Jeremiah's predicament. She had made no secret of the fact that she disapproved of the slave's presence in the household, and, it seemed, had betrayed him to his former master. How else would Dalrymple have known that he had given him refuge? He knew he would have to deal with her betrayal soon enough, but for the moment he was forced to rely on her service. Discretion was paramount. Dr. Carruthers banged his knife handle on the table.
"You showed the varlets,"
he cried approvingly, referring to the previous day's escapade. "Indeed," replied Thomas, "but my only fear is that next time they will succeed."
"You are thinking of moving the runaway?"
Thomas nodded. "The only question is where. I do not believe he is safe in London. We need to find him somewhere well away from here."
"And I'll wager I know where that place might be," ventured Dr. Carruthers, smiling to himself. "I am sure he will be most welcome."
Dressed in his green brocade jacket and knitted silk breeches, the estate manager walked into the drawing-room with a confident air. Sir Theodosius eyed him with great interest, following him as he bowed to Lydia with all the self-assurance of a master. The young Earl greeted Nicholas Lupton as if he were his long-lost father. Running to him with outstretched arms, he hugged his legs, nearly knocking him off balance.
"Sir, please mind yourself,"
scolded Eliza, who had been tasked to keep the young Earl under control. Lydia darted him a disapproving look, surprised by her son's outburst of affection. Yet the smile did not leave Lupton's lips.
"And a happy Christmas to you too, young sir,"
he cried, rubbing his hands over the child's mop of curls in a familiar manner.
"Sir Theodosius and Lady Pettigrew, may I present to you Mr. Nicholas Lupton, Borton's estate manager," said Lydia, her smile once more restored.
Lupton gave a deep bow.
"I am most honoured,"
he said, a wide grin planted firmly on his face. Lady Pettigrew flapped her fan girlishly, while Sir Theodosius fixed him with a quizzical glare.
"Surely not one of the Yorkshire Luptons?" he asked.
Lupton paused for a moment as if caught unawares.
"I do not believe so, sir,"
he answered circumspectly.
"Ah, of course not," he exclaimed, changing the subject. "It seems your services are in demand, sir," he said, watching the young Earl sidle up once more.
"Can we play, Mr. Lupton? Can we play?"
Richard was tugging at his frock-coat.
"Richard, behave yourself, or Eliza will have to take you upstairs,"
Lydia scolded, raising her voice and immediately hating herself for doing so. The child's bottom lip began to tremble. Lupton threw back his blonde head and laughed. "'Tis no matter, your ladyship," he told her, holding out his hand to Richard. "I shall be honoured to play with my young master." He bent low to address the child. "What'll it be, sir? Charades? Hunt the slipper?" A state of high excitement pervaded the room for the next hour or so, as Mr. Lupton took on the role of master of ceremonies and suggested games and diversions to amuse and involve both young and those not so young. He even showed himself to be an excellent musician when he sat at the fortepiano and played a medley of seasonal songs. Outside, night was closing in, and Hannah entered the drawing-room to close the blinds and mend the fire. "Is there anything you need, your ladyship?" she asked her mistress. Lydia was aware that the question was a leading one. It was the custom on Christmas Day for the servants to enjoy their own feast once all their other duties had been performed. They would gather round the large table to eat their roast joints and a goose and even a pheasant or two. There would be sweetmeats, too, and some of them would definitely wake up with sore heads the next morning. She would join them a little later.
"We can take care of ourselves for the next hour or so," she replied.
Just as Hannah was about to take her leave, however, the front doorbell was rung loudly and insistently. Lydia, her face flushed by wine and the heat of the room, shot a glance first at Lupton, then at Sir Theodosius.
"Who on earth could that be?"
she asked, frowning, as the bell continued to ring. Lupton, still seated at the fortepiano, shrugged and smiled. "Wassailers from the village, most like, my lady," he replied nonchalantly. "The maid will see to them," he added, glancing at Hannah. The party settled back into its rhythm once more, until less than a minute later an anxious-looking Hannah reappeared at the doorway.
"Begging pardon, your ladyship," she began, "but there is a messenger needs to speak with you urgent."
The colour drained instantly from Lydia's cheeks. Nodding her head, she took a deep breath, as if steeling herself to receive bad news.
"I will come,"
she said. Lupton made to follow her, but she lifted her hand.
"Please, Mr. Lupton, I shall go alone."
Standing in the hallway was a rider, his face purple with the cold, his arms hugging his body.
"Get this man a hot drink,"
Lydia instructed Hannah as soon as she saw the horseman shivering by the fireplace.
"Well, you have a message?"
The messenger bent double in a bow, and when he rose, she could see his stubble was flecked white with frost. No one would brave riding through the biting cold on Christmas Day unless their news was of the utmost importance.
"You are Lady Lydia Farrell?"
"I am," replied Lydia.
Her back held straight as a die.
"I am come from Banbury, from Draycott House,"
said the messenger. Draycott was the home of Sir Montague Malthus, a family friend, a formidable lawyer and godfather to Lydia's late brother. It was he who had made young Richard a ward of court, with the condition that Lydia and Thomas never marry.
"Sir Montague," she cried, "what is wrong?"
"I am sent by Mr. Fothergill," began the messenger, his voice rasping.
Lydia recalled the stooped little clerk who had made her sign the legal documents presented by the court.
"I am to tell you that Sir Montague has taken gravely ill, your ladyship. You are to expect the worst."
Chapter 41. The day after Christmas Day, Thomas kept his appointment to check on Mistress Carfax's progress. He was gladdened to see that she was sitting up in bed, her copper hair covered by a large cap, drinking thin gruel. She did not smile when she saw him enter the room. "I hope your pain has lessened, madam," said Thomas, setting down his case.
"I am feeling stronger,"
she acknowledged. She slipped him an odd look as if testing him.
"Do you know what caused my upset, Dr. Silkstone?" she asked.
Thomas reached for his case, turning his head away from hers. He did not want to betray himself with a look. "I dare say something you ate, Mistress Carfax," he replied.
"Or drank?"
Away from her stare he rolled his eyes. It was clear she suspected one of the slaves had been poisoning her. "Perhaps," he replied, twitching his lips into a smile. "But you seem to be well on the road to recovery, and that is what matters." Venus knocked and entered as Thomas set down another bottle of the antidote on the dressing table. From the look of his patient, the remedy seemed to be working well. "I have brought more physic," he told Mistress Carfax. "You will need to take it for at least another week," he instructed. "Very well," she replied, nodding her head. "Venus will show you out." The housekeeper led Thomas across the landing, but just as he was passing the staircase that led to the attic, he heard a terrible moaning sound. He stopped dead. "Fibber?" he asked knowingly. Venus took a deep breath. "Yes, sir." "I shall see her," he said. Venus shook her head. "No, sir. The missus say—" Thomas fixed her with a stare. "Your mistress need not know," he replied, and he began to climb the stairs, the moans growing louder with each tread. In the garret-room, Thomas found the slave lying listless on a pallet on the rush-strewn floor, a filthy blanket covering her. "How long has she been like this?" he asked Venus, feeling the girl's pulse. "She took bad last night, sir," replied the housekeeper, standing at his side. At the sound of Thomas's voice, Fibber's lids opened slowly, as if acknowledging his presence. "Are you in pain?" he asked gently. Her cracked lips mouthed a feeble reply. "Yes." Thomas rose to face Venus. "She has vomited?" "Yes, sir." "And she has belly cramps?" "Yes, sir." "You must keep her warm. Another blanket, perhaps," suggested Thomas, "and see that she has small beer to drink." Venus curtsied. "I shall do as you say, sir," she replied. Thomas was puzzled. The girl's symptoms were consistent with Mistress Carfax's. It occurred to him, as he studied her pained face, that perhaps poison was not to blame for these mysterious bouts of illness. After all, she was the one he suspected of dosing her mistress with the deadly weed. Perhaps his diagnosis had been misguided, Thomas thought to himself. Perhaps there was some sort of ague, unknown to him, that was affecting the women. He found himself confused. "Inform me if her condition worsens," he instructed Venus as he picked up his case. Just as he did so, he saw the corner of a piece of printed paper peeping out from under the sick girl's pallet. He wondered why one who could not read might be secreting it. Snatching a look round, he saw Venus was distracted. Quickly he swept it up and dropped it into his bag. "Remember, call me if she grows worse," he told Venus as he brushed past her and out of the room. He doubted very much that she would. As soon as she was sure Thomas had left the building, Venus returned to the garret to find Fibber bleating faintly and lying doubled up on her side. Calmly she walked over to the girl and knelt down beside her. Looking into her face, she could see that her time was near. Her cheeks were hollow and her eyes sunken. She touched her hand. It was as cold as the frosted window-pane. No extra blanket had been forthcoming, no water had wetted her lips. "I no die," Fibber's voice was as brittle as a cane-stalk. Venus stroked her forehead as a mother would her drowsy child's, then said, "She knows." For a moment Fibber's moans were silent. "Who?" she asked, aware of the answer full well. "The missa knows you tried to kill her," she said softly, lifting her hand and inspecting the slave's long thumbnail. "You are very foolish, child." Fibber let out a feeble cry. "What'd she say?" Venus studied the girl as beads of sweat studded her brow, then tilted her head as if she were about to sing a lullaby to a sick child. "She say I got to kill you." Chapter 42. The carriage was returning Thomas home via Whitehall, running parallel with the Thames. Blowing on the window-pane, the doctor's hot breath melted a large patch of crystals, big enough for him to view the river in all its chaotic splendour. For more than 2 weeks the Thames had held ships, both large and small, in its frozen grip. Not a brigantine nor a bark, not a lighter nor a launch had been able to dock or set sail. Marooned like beached whales, wherries and square riggers alike remained imprisoned, unable to move in or out of port. The Elizabeth would still be there, he told himself, probably laden with new cargo, but still held captive. Like his own investigation into Matthew Bartlett's murder, time had frozen around it. If that was so, then perhaps some clues remained on board, too. It occurred to him that the dead artist's belongings might still be in his cabin, unless his family, if indeed he had any, had claimed them. Leaning out of his carriage window, he instructed the driver to go over Westminster Bridge and to deliver him to Hope Wharf. As far as his eye could see, hundreds of masts stood like trees, some tall, some like broken stumps. The northerly wind was whistling downriver, jangling rigging ropes, playing them as if they were the strings of a giant's harp. The music was strange and haunting. The weather did, however, offer some advantages. A new route had opened up to the few sailors that were retained. Now, as well as being able to cross from shore to shore over the many ships that moored cheek by jowl across the river, they could manoeuvre their way over the river's glassy surface. Sometimes they skated. Others built sledges that slid over the ice to transport small quantities of goods. Enterprising merchants had set up stalls to serve the new prisoners. Hot gingerbread and roasted chestnuts were always popular. Such distractions helped dispel the frustration that the harsh weather brought in its wake. Thomas surveyed the scene for a few moments, watching men crawl up the masts like insects. Others scrubbed the decks, but on the quayside there was less activity. The watermen were idle, their small craft held in the jaws of the ice. Ships were full of cargo, bales of wool, kegs of beer, casks of wine, ready and loaded for their voyages to far-off climes, but prevented from leaving by the coldest winter in living memory. It was as he hoped. The Elizabeth was one such ship. He boarded her and found Captain McCoy poring over his charts in his cabin. "Ah, Silkstone, you bring news," he said, walking forward with his hand extended. "I heard that a body was found. It is—" The captain's tongue cleaved to his mouth. "It has been identified as Mr. Bartlett," replied Thomas with a nod. "Oh, 'tis a shocking business," said the captain, shaking his head. "Who would do such a thing?" Thomas sighed deeply. "That is what I am here to try and find out, Captain McCoy." "So you are working for the Admiralty?" he asked, gesturing to a chair and seating himself at his desk. Thomas looked puzzled. "The Admiralty? Why should that be?" McCoy flapped his hands. "Two officers were here a couple of days ago. They said that the expedition was their business and claimed jurisdiction." The captain seemed resigned. "I didn't argue." Thomas leaned forward as he recalled Sir Joseph's warning to him to stay out of any investigation. "What did they want?" he asked. "They came for Mr. Bartlett's personal effects," replied the captain. Thomas bit his lip. They had beaten him to it. "And you gave them to them?" McCoy let out a laugh. "That was the thing, Dr. Silkstone. There was nothing to give." "What do you mean?" "All the lad had was a small chest, and it was empty." "Empty?" "Aye, there was nothing in it at all," replied the captain, both bushy brows raised. "No letters home, no comb, not even a change of clothes." Chapter 43. Thomas sat at his desk in his laboratory. The notes made at his last post-mortem were before him, splayed across the surface like giant playing cards. He had reread them at least a dozen times, and each time they raised more questions than they answered. The household had long since retired, and the embers of his fire were dying down. Outside in the street, an occasional carriage swished by, and the odd dog barked. Franklin the rat, always more energetic at night, had been let out of his cage and scuttled around the room. From his drawer, Thomas took out a clean sheet of paper, and dipping his quill into his inkpot, he began to write. "The principles of investigating a crime at its place of discovery. 1. A corpse should always, if possible and practical, be left in situ until relevant authorities arrive. It should not be touched or interfered with in any way. 2. All articles surrounding the corpse or found nearby are to be collected and used as possible evidence in the solving of the crime. These may include any type of material left at the scene or the result of contact between two surfaces, such as shoes and the soil or fibers on garments. 3. The circumstances in which the corpse was discovered must be ascertained. These factors include the weather, the hour of the day, whether light or dark. Thomas paused, then resumed writing. Whether in the case of a corpse discovered in a dark river or in the sea, if the tide was high or low on that occasion. He set down his quill and walked over to his bookshelf. Scanning the many volumes, his eyes settled on the current almanac. He took it off the shelf and leafed through it until he came to the lunar calculations for the month of December. The headless body had been tied to the pier during a spring tide when the full moon was approximately aligned with the sun and the earth, causing greater ebbs and flows than usual. Perhaps, thought Thomas, it was the murderer's intention that the corpse be discovered sooner rather than later. Seating himself once more, he reread his notes. He studied his second point once more, then searched for Sir Stephen Gandy's initial letter, commissioning him to carry out the post-mortem. The corpse was tied to the pier. But with what? A length of rope? A chain? Such evidence was surely crucial to any investigation. At that moment he suddenly became aware of a noise behind him. He turned to see Franklin on the bookshelf above his head, scuttling over the tops of various volumes, and was reminded how, after Lydia's husband had been found hanging in his cell, the rat's instincts had pointed him to the murderer. He resolved to return to Sir Stephen's office the first thing tomorrow and find out what happened to the ligature, whatever its nature or origin, that had secured the headless corpse to the pier. It may prove vital in his investigation. Sir Stephen Gandy had agreed to see Thomas at short notice. The coroner was standing by the hearth, holding his hands to the fire when he entered. He turned and acknowledged the doctor's presence, somewhat grudgingly, it seemed.
"So, Silkstone, you have more to tell me, I hope, about how this Mr. Bartlett came to be found in such an unfortunate state in the Thames?"
His manner, thought Thomas, seemed rather brusque and glib, as he paced to and fro in front of the fire, his hands now clasped behind his back. He did not invite Thomas to sit. "Actually, it is my intention to ask a question of you, sir."
"Oh?"
The coroner arched a brow. Thomas cleared his throat. "You mentioned that the victim was tied to a pier when he was found, but you did not say how."
"What of it?"
The coroner's mood grew sourer by the second. "I wondered if I may see it, sir, if it is still available, whatever it was."
"And you think this will help track down the perpetrator of this crime?"
"It may or it may not. 'Tis hard to say without having seen it." Sir Stephen's lips pursed into a grimace.
"Very well, Silkstone, if you think 'twill help."
Ringing a bell on his desk, he summoned his clerk, then instructed him to fetch all documents relating to the murder of Matthew Bartlett.
"I am a busy man, Silkstone,"
he muttered as he strode over to his desk and sat down. Thomas gave a stilted bow. "I appreciate your time, sir," he said, as the clerk returned with a leather wallet and laid it before the coroner. Opening it, Sir Stephen pulled out a long cloth strap and held it up.
"This is what secured the corpse, although how it proves anything is beyond me," he snapped.
Thomas smiled as he was handed the item. Clutching it in his fist, he knew instantly that this new piece of evidence could prove key in his search for Matthew Bartlett's killer. His heart was pounding fast, but he willed himself to remain calm in front of the coroner. "I am most obliged to you, sir," said Thomas, placing the strap in his medical case. "I am sure it will be of use," he added, before making a low bow and taking his leave. Back at Holland Street, Thomas found Dr. Carruthers cradling a brandy in the study.
"Ah, you are in a hurry to tell me something, young fellow," said the old anatomist, having listened to the pace at which Thomas had walked through the hallway and into the room. Thomas, slightly breathless with both exertion and excitement, acknowledged that he was indeed in a hurry. Opening his case, he took out the cloth strap and placed it in the old man's free hand. "What have we here?"
asked his mentor, placing his brandy glass on the side table so that he could concentrate on what had just been placed in his palm. His first reaction was one of disgust.
"The stink tells me it has been in water. The Thames, most like."
Thomas smiled, but resisted the urge to reveal any more, as he watched the old man run his gnarled old fingers along the ligature. When he came to an end, he felt its frayed edges and discovered telltale holes had been made in the cloth. After only a few seconds, Carruthers nodded.
"No mystery about this, young fellow. 'Tis a tourniquet strap."
Thomas retrieved it and inspected the length of cloth once more. "I believe it is, for use with a screw tourniquet, if I'm not mistaken," he said, inspecting the holes in the cloth where a buckle would have been attached. He pictured how, before an amputation, the belt was pulled tight around the limb above the wound, with the screw over the main artery. He had used one many times himself, turning the screw to compress the artery and, in so doing, aiming to deaden the main nerves, thus helping to numb the pain.
"Now will you tell me what this is all about?" asked Carruthers with an air of impatience.
Thomas, still holding the tourniquet tight between his two hands, looked up. "It reaffirms my theory that Mr. Bartlett was not murdered by a bunch of cutthroats, but by a man of medicine, a surgeon or an anatomist, most like. The decapitation itself, and now this. If I'm not very much mistaken, I'll wager this tourniquet came from Hubert Izzard's anatomy school."
Carruthers shook his head.
"I would not give you long odds on that one, young fellow."
Thomas watched his mentor's expression. It had suddenly become very grave. He knew him well enough to realize when something was troubling him, the way his forehead puckered and his mouth drooped.
"What is it, sir?" asked Thomas, drawing up a small chair to sit beside his mentor. Carruthers thought for a moment as if framing a painful memory in his mind's eye. "Sir?" pressed Thomas. The old man turned his head toward his protégé.
"I have not been totally honest with you, young fellow," he began.
His words jerked Thomas upright. He had never heard such an admission from his mentor before. He knew him to be straight as a die. He frowned. "Not honest?" Carruthers smiled and shook his head.
"I have never lied to you, but perhaps I should have told you the whole truth about Izzard before."
Thomas shot back. "I suspect that man's hand in all of this, sir, but if you have any evidence—"
Carruthers raised a finger.
"What testimony I shall give you is only regarding the man's character," he insisted. "I did not tell you before, because I did not want his vile past to colour your own judgment. You must be impartial in your search for the truth. You, of all people, young fellow, know that."
Thomas knew Carruthers to be right. The evidence in all things must speak for itself. Whatever his mentor was about to say must corroborate, not convict. "That I do, sir," he replied. The old anatomist took a deep breath and reached for his half-full glass of brandy.
"My story," he said, "is of how Izzard's nose was broken."
"You have known him long?" Carruthers nodded slowly.
"His father was a surgeon who employed me in Jamaica."
"I see," nodded Thomas, suddenly understanding his mentor's reticence on the subject. "So how did he break his nose?" he urged, unsure as to where the trail might lead. Carruthers's shoulders heaved in a great sigh.
"He was but 16 when he was found raping a slave woman by her husband. In his rage, the man punched the braggart in the face. The Negro was sentenced to death, and Izzard watched him as he was strung up with a hook through his ribs."
The old anatomist gulped back his brandy.
"It took 3 days for the wretch to die, and during that time Izzard taunted him till he drew his last breath. I shall never forget the man's piteous cries."
Thomas remained silent for a moment, his head bowed, picturing the scene.
"You understand why I did not tell you before?"
asked Carruthers. "I do, sir," nodded Thomas. "I would break his nose a second time," he said between clenched teeth.
"Such was his contempt for the slaves, even when he was barely a man," continued Carruthers. "His father was little better, praising his son's actions."
"And that is when you resigned?" The old anatomist nodded.
"I could not stand the barbarity of it. I left for England the following week."
"And after all these years, Izzard still shows his contempt for Negroes," mused Thomas. "So you believe he is having them killed to order, sir?" Thomas's gaze switched back to his mentor. A single tear was running down Carruthers's cheek, and he wiped it away with the back of his hand.
"I think not, young fellow," he said, shaking his head.
Thomas thought of Izzard as a young man, taunting the dying Negro. It was the behaviour of a bully, but perhaps not of a killer. "Because he is too much of a coward?" he ventured.
"Precisely," came the reply. "I do not believe he is a murderer, but he may well be doing business with someone who is."
Chapter 44. At the country seat of Draycott House, the men were gathered at the far end of Sir Montague Malthus's bedchamber. There were 3 of them, 2 physicians and a surgeon, and they huddled like vultures eyeing a dying animal.
Sir Montague had taken to his bed on Christmas Day when the pain in his leg had become too much to bear. His knee, calf, and foot were now hideously swollen, and the skin on his leg had turned an ugly, speckled brown. Like all good physicians, Doctors Brotherton and Bigelow had tried to alleviate their patient's discomfort by adding to it. Leeches had been applied in clusters to suck out the excess fluid. They had even endeavoured to bleed his offending leg, although this had proved a dangerous undertaking, as Sir Montague kept lashing out at whoever tried to make an incision. There was, they had concluded, no other course of action but to call upon expert advice. Mr. Percival Parker, a surgeon of good repute, had been drafted in from Oxford. He had examined the patient and agreed with the physicians that Sir Montague was suffering from a popliteal aneurysm in his left leg. It was so large, he observed, that it was distending 2 hamstrings. If the condition did not kill him outright, he told them, Sir Montague could spend the rest of his days in crazed agony. There seemed little choice. Amputation was the preferred course, but a highly risky one nonetheless. It was this decision the men were discussing in such reverent tones when Lydia was shown into Sir Montague's chamber. The blinds had been half drawn so that the room was in shadow. Shapes were blurred. The men of medicine in the corner were silhouettes. In the semi-darkness, sounds were magnified. The creak of the floorboards as she made her way toward the bed, the ticking of the mantel clock marking time, the rasping of Sir Montague's breath. The patient's pain was being kept at bay with regular doses of laudanum, and it therefore took him a while to realize Lydia's presence. She sat down at his bedside and for a moment studied his furrowed forehead, dotted with drops of sweat. Agony was written on his face as clearly as if it had been in ink. This was the man, she reflected, who was depriving her of her happiness, keeping her and her beloved Thomas apart. His death might even lead the Court of Chancery to reconsider the conditions of the wardship placed on Richard, which meant they could never marry. Yet seeing him like this, so fragile and sick, her heart felt heavy. He had been such a good friend and ally to both her father and her mother, the man they had entrusted to be her brother's godfather, and after her own father's death, her own self-appointed unofficial guardian. He had watched her grow from a baby into a young woman. He had seen her trials and tribulations, and even added to them, yet still she felt a strange closeness to him, as if he were her own flesh and blood. "Sir Montague? 'Tis I. 'Tis Lydia," she said softly, scooping up his hand in hers. It was icy cold to the touch. Slowly he stretched open his eyes from beneath hooded lids and looked up at the ceiling. "I am here, sir," said Lydia. Turning his head a little, he focused on her face with a filmy stare. It was a while before he recognized her, but when he did, the corners of his mouth turned up. "My dear, how good of you to come," he croaked. He raised a hand slowly and pointed at the huddle of men in the corner of his room. "I have had to endure their poking and prodding too long." On hearing their patient's words, the physicians looked toward the bed, and all gave odd, stilted bows to Lydia. She acknowledged them awkwardly with a tilt of her head, and her thoughts flashed to Thomas. How different he was from these men in this profession that fawned and prevaricated and acted according to a patient's purse. Full of their own self-importance, they seemed to do more harm than good to those most in need of help. Sir Montague raised his hand once more and beckoned with a hooked finger. Lydia leaned closer. "They want to cut off my leg," he told her. She felt the blood drain from her face. "To amputate?" she murmured. The unexpected news churned up her stomach. She was fully aware of the implications. Sir Montague gave a little nod. "They may as well string me up from a tree and leave me to die," he said, his voice suddenly gathering strength. "You hear that?" he shouted contemptuously to the men. The physicians turned in unison to see their patient flapping a hand at them in a derisory manner. "Look at them," he cried. "Bunch of quacks and mountebanks. They'll not be having my leg. Not even after I'm dead and gone," he scowled. Lydia shot the men a discomforted look. "I'm sure they're only trying to do what is best for you, sir," she told him gently, even though she knew he was unlikely to survive surgery. Hearing the timbre of resignation in her voice, Sir Montague grabbed hold of her arm suddenly.
"Do not let them cut off my leg. They must not," he begged.
Lydia felt pity well up inside her as she regarded Sir Montague. For the first time in her life she could see that he was afraid. The light of terror shone in his eyes as clear as day. She looked down at her hand. He was squeezing her fingers so hard that she had to stifle a cry of pain before she tried to pull them free.
"There has to be another way,"
he said, releasing her from his grasp. Lydia took a deep breath as she studied his pained expression. The clock on the mantel struck 3.
"I believe there may be," she said quietly at first, so that Sir Montague told her to speak up.
"What did you say, child?"
"There may be another way," she repeated, only louder.
It can be the only way, she told herself. Chapter 45. The following day, early, Thomas found himself outside Granville Sharp's residence in Fulham. He wished to relay in person what Jeremiah Taylor had told him about his attacker. Perhaps even more importantly, he would tell him how the slave's testimony might prove invaluable in tracking down the suppliers of Negro corpses used for Hubert Izzard's famed dissections. Thomas feared he had, quite by fortune, uncovered a heinous racket that murdered Negro slaves to order. To his certain knowledge, Hubert Izzard had dissected at least 6 such corpses over the last 3 months. His were not the first suspicions aroused. When a justice of the peace had thought to inquire why so many Negroes had died in London, Izzard had replied it was simply down to the cold. "Their bodies are not used to our freezing winters," he had said, and the justice was satisfied. No further questions were asked. Convinced that the answer to so many of these pressing queries could be found at the Crown Inn, Thomas was about to enlist the help of Mr. Sharp, who had offered his assistance when he heard of Jeremiah Taylor's plight. He recalled his words. He felt it his duty to protect those who, in a foreign land, could not help themselves. The reformer, his head buried in some lofty tome, looked up at the sound of the knock and the creaking door and welcomed Thomas warmly into his study.
"I heard of your recent intruder, Dr. Silkstone," he said, his eyes bright as new pins.
Word had spread quickly of Dalrymple's attempt to recapture his slave. "News travels fast," replied Thomas, settling himself on a chair.
"Bad news even faster," came the response.
Sharp paused and stroked his long chin as if he had a beard.
"So you wish me to act for your Jeremiah Taylor?"
Thomas nodded. "I would be most grateful. I fear that this Mr. Dalrymple will try anything, fair means or foul, to re-enslave the young man." Sharp nodded sagely.
"Have no fear, Dr. Silkstone. The time is ripe to question the law, and indeed to clarify it."
Thomas smiled. "I have great faith in you, sir," he said, adding, "but first I would like you to help me with another grave matter that seems to be affecting the Negro slaves of London." Sharp leaned forward, his long fingers tented.
"What is that, pray?"
Thomas looked deeply troubled as he told Sharp his suspicions about the number of dissections of Negroes Hubert Izzard was undertaking. He spoke of their state of preservation and of Jeremiah Taylor's testimony.
"So you fear that Izzard's Negroes are not all dying of natural causes?" asked Sharp finally.
He tilted his thin face sympathetically, but his expression was slightly pained. Thomas nodded and eagerly awaited a reply. When it came, it was not altogether positive.
"This is most interesting, and I do not doubt what you say is true, Dr. Silkstone. But we need proof," Sharp told him. "And, besides, a judge will hardly believe the word of a Negro against a white man."
Thomas smiled wryly. "I am aware of that, and that is the reason for my visit, Mr. Sharp," he replied. "I wish you to accompany me to the place where I believe we will find proof that somehow these slaves are being lured to their deaths." He reached into his pocket and flourished the small handbill, retrieved from under Fibber's pallet, in the air. "These are being distributed by Quakers at an inn frequented by Negroes," he said, pressing the bill into Sharp's hand. Scanning it, the campaigner nodded.
"I have seen such a pamphlet before."
Thomas thought of the runaway Cato. "It is my suspicion," he said, "that at least one slave, but possibly up to a dozen, have been lured to this place and promised their freedom never to be seen again. Sharp's eyes widened. And you think they are murdered to furnish this anatomist with corpses? That is my belief, sir, but I hope to be proved wrong. Sharp looked troubled and stroked his long chin once more. 'Tis dangerous ground, Silkstone, not to be trodden alone. Thomas's face lit up. Then I may count on your assistance, sir? That you may, acceded Sharp, with a gracious nod of his head. And what is the name of this inn? He added. The Crown, off the Strand, replied Thomas. I think that is where we must begin our investigations. When Samuel Carfax called in to see his wife that morning, he found her sitting up in bed, her frizz of copper hair peeping out from a freshly laundered cap. She appeared much restored after her ordeal. Patience sat darning by her side. Fina was lying on the counterpane, yet still the air was heavy with ill-concealed acrimony. "It is good to see you looking so much better, my sweet," he told her, pecking her lightly on the cheek. At first she made no reply. Her eyes followed him as he drew up a chair at her bedside. When he settled himself, a sneer tugged at her lips. "I know you do not mean that," she smirked. Patience shot a shocked expression at her master. He countered it with a command. "Leave us," he ordered the slave, and she scurried out of the room, quick as a mouse. Carfax leaned closer to her. The whites of her eyes, he noticed, were still yellowish in hue. "What did you mean by that, my dear?" he said, smiling, although his teeth were clenched. "You know very well, Samuel. My death would not have suited your plans. That is the only reason you wanted me alive." Her voice was measured, as if she was giving a household order. At the sound of her wounding words, the plantation owner leaned back and withdrew his head into his neck, like a turtle. "You are not yourself, my dear." "Oh, but I am," countered his wife. The dog, sensing her angry tone, rose from the bed and jumped to the floor. "Your plans to buy a rotten borough would have been set back if 'twas found your wife had been murdered. Your so-called friends would avoid you, cross to the other side of the street when they saw you. There would be a stop on all your meetings and dinners and rounds of golf. All the machinations that are necessary for your plans would have ground to a halt." Flecks of spit were hurled from her mouth, landing on her husband. Taking out his kerchief, Carfax dabbed his face. "'Tis true I must avoid scandal, my dear," he acknowledged. "Scandal? Ha!" she cried. "So that is what my death would have meant to you. A scandal to harm your chances of buying a seat in Parliament." Her arms flew out in a gesture of exasperation. A lavender bag had been left to send her pillows, and she picked it up and hurled it at her husband. "Get out of my sight!" she screamed. The well-aimed bag hit his cheek, and he flinched. Rising slowly, his shoulders drooping, Carfax turned toward the door. But his wife's insults still followed him. "Go to your mulatto whore! Go to her and find comfort between her thighs!" she yelled. "'Twould not surprise me if 'twas she who put the girl up to poisoning me, so she could have you all to herself!" she screamed. The exertion of the outburst took its toll, and she collapsed back onto her pillows, surrendering herself to a flood of tears. Thomas and Sharp reconvened later that day before their foray to the Crown. They were about to enter an alien place, peopled by foreigners from the other side of the world, some of whom worshipped fantastical gods. As white men, they had no right to be there, yet they would enter as friends with good intentions. Thomas hoped their intrusion would not be misconstrued. Their carriage dropped them at the neck of the narrow alleyway that led to the inn. Scores of pairs of eyes were trained on the anatomist and his companion as they ducked down through the low door and into the candle glow of the tavern. It took only a few seconds for silence to descend on the throng once they realized there were strangers, white strangers, in their midst. The banter hushed, the fiddle player stilled his fingers, and even the parrot stopped squawking for a moment. Thomas scanned the room, but after a second or two the tavern hum began to rise once more as customers resumed their talk and picked up their tankards. Feeling as self-conscious as a schoolboy, the young doctor flattened his mouth into a smile and followed Sharp to the bar. Reaching into his pocket, Thomas pulled out the handbill and placed it on the counter. The negro with a front tooth of gold stood at the pump, eyeing them suspiciously. "Good evening," Thomas began. "We were hoping we might speak with some of your patrons about this." He pointed at the piece of paper. Goldtooth glanced at the pamphlet and grimaced. "I seed it," he replied. a look of slight reproach settling on his face. "The white Quaker men give them out."
Thomas had not intended to alarm. "We mean no harm. We would very much like to talk to someone who is interested in the cause." Goldtooth suddenly let out a mocking laugh. His metallic incisor glinted in the candlelight.
"You talk of abolition, sir?"
He was chuckling as he plonked a tankard on the bar. Sharp frowned.
"My friend has said something amusing?"
Goldtooth leaned forward on the counter as if about to impart a confidence.
"Slavery will only be abolished the day all men's skins are the same colour, sir," he said.
And with that he threw his head back and broke into a hearty laugh. For a moment Thomas felt foolish. He was white, comfortable. He answered to no one except his Maker. What did he know of the Negro's yoke? He had left his homeland of his own free will in pursuit of scientific knowledge, but these people here, these downtrodden peddlers and hawkers, these former soldiers and former slaves had never been given choices. Their lot had been predestined. Acknowledging his naivete with a nod of his head and a sigh, he said, "You are right. We cannot begin to understand what it is like to spend your life in chains. But we can still enjoy a tankard of ale." Thomas put a shilling on the counter. Still Goldtooth remained unimpressed. He moved to a shelf behind him and gathered another clutch of pot handles between his fingers.
"My advice to you, sirs," he drawled, pulling at the pump once more, "is to go home and sit by your big fire and eat your big dinner. We can look out for our own kind."
Thomas arched a brow and persisted. "From what I've heard, many of your kind are dying in this cold, am I right?" The Negro shrugged.
"The English winter always claims black lives," he replied, his eyes swivelling to the low door behind him.
And with that he turned his back on the men and made busy with a barrel. Such an unhelpful reception came as no great surprise to either Thomas or Sharp, but undeterred they took up their tankards and toasted each other. Rounding away from the bar, Thomas held his pot up to his lips. "He knows something," he whispered. Sharp nodded.
"You are talking to someone who understands these people, Dr. Silkstone," came the wry reply. "We need to know what goes on behind that door."
Not wishing to remain a moment longer than they had to in this foreign place of black faces and broken lives, Thomas and Sharp drank quickly and walked out into the night once more. The cold hit them both in the face as surely as if it were a fist. Underfoot, the cobbles were glassed over with frozen rainwater. They trod carefully along the alley, past broken kegs and piles of rotting rubbish. Sharp, a good deal older than Thomas, struggled with the uneven ground and put out his arm to steady himself now and again. Turning a corner, they saw the faint glow of a candle spreading from a low window. Both men swapped glances and, without uttering a word, moved closer. They peered inside. It took them both a while before they could make out the strange shapes of the snakes hanging from the rafters, the bunches of herbs, the skulls on the shelves.
"Obeah," whispered Thomas. "It is their magic,"
he said, recalling the dark world evoked in one of Dr. Perrick's letters to his wife. Remaining transfixed at the window, they saw something or someone stir. In the shadows they caught a glimpse of an old man, hobbling across the room, a staff in his hand.
"The Obeah man, a priest," said Thomas.
They watched him pull a bottle from the shelf with his gnarled hand and pour its contents into a glass phial.
"Some sort of narcotic?"
whispered Sharp, hardly able to believe his eyes.
"Perhaps,"
replied Thomas. They watched the old man as he carefully wiped the lip of the bottle and slid it across the table.
"There is someone else with him," whispered Sharp.
From out of the shadows a hand appeared to take the phial. It belonged to a woman. At that moment they heard footsteps approaching. Sharp signalled to Thomas to leave the alleyway via a different route. They hurried on, not daring to look behind them until they reached the main street. Feeling safer under the glow of a street lamp, Sharp paused to catch his breath.
"What have we uncovered?"
he panted. Thomas shook his head.
"All I know, sir, is that the answer lies in that bottle," he replied.
The letter was waiting on the salver on the hall table on Thomas's return from the inn. He recognized Lydia's handwriting immediately and smiled. Her weekly missives always brought him great joy. The latest one had arrived on Christmas Eve, so he was a little puzzled as to why she should put her quill to paper again so soon. Even so, the prospect of reading her news gladdened him. Dr. Carruthers had long retired to bed as Thomas, a candle held aloft, made his way up the stairs to his room. Inside it was cold. The fire had been left to dwindle, but he would be able to read by the light of its glow. He opened his case and reached for a scalpel to slice the seal. Immediately he was struck by the brevity of the letter, a few paragraphs in her hurried hand. The address was Draycott House, Sir Montague Malthus's residence. It was dated 3 days previously. With mounting concern he read, "My dearest Thomas, I write to tell you that Sir Montague is ill. He suffers from a terrible swelling, and his surgeon has recommended the amputation of his left leg. You, my love, of all people, know how dangerous such an operation could prove, and so I am imploring you to come and attend him with a view to examining him and prescribing an alternative treatment. He is willing to undergo such an examination at your hands, and hopes any enmity between you can be set aside. I understand that this places a huge burden on your shoulders, but I would ask you, for my sake, to look favourably upon my request. Sir Montague grows worse by the day, so your earliest attendance, should you choose to accept the task, would be most appreciated. I shall return to Bourton Hall tomorrow and will await there for your reply. Your ever-loving Lydia." The irony of Lydia's request was not lost on Thomas. She was asking him to treat a man whose death might open the way for their marriage, a man who loathed and despised him and who had gone to great lengths to ensure that his happiness was unattainable. But there was no question as to whether or not he would accede to Lydia's plea. He was a physician and surgeon first and foremost, a disciple of Hippocrates and a healer of the sick. It was his sacred duty to impart his wisdom freely, irrespective of race, creed, colour, whether a patient be free or a slave, whether he be friend or, as in Sir Montague's case, a sworn foe. He began to pack his surgical instruments. From Lydia's description, the swelling might well be a popliteal aneurysm. There was an operation that he had seen performed with a degree of success by a surgeon of great skill. The only problem was that the surgeon was John Hunter, a man of undoubted genius, but whose obsessive nature made him ruthless in his pursuit of knowledge. Thomas had encountered him a few months ago in London, and his cruel treatment of Charles Byrne, known as the Irish Giant, had left an indelible stain on his character in Thomas's eyes. Hunter was a man he could not trust. He would have to tackle the perilous procedure on his own. As for the strange goings-on at the Crown Inn and his investigation into Matthew Bartlett's murder, these most pressing matters would regrettably have to wait. Lydia's request must take priority over everything else. He would make haste to Sir Montague's residence without further delay. Chapter 46. By the time Mistress Finesilver inquired of Dr. Carruthers as to the whereabouts of Dr. Silkstone and the slave, as she insisted on calling Jeremiah Taylor, both of them were already on the road to Oxford. The old anatomist, halfway through a slice of toast and marmalade, wiped his mouth with his napkin. "I am sure I am not privy to Dr. Silkstone's movements," he told her with a chuckle. Thomas had confided in his mentor early that morning. He knew that it was only a matter of time before Dalrymple would revisit them and try to take back his slave by force, and, with Mistress Finesilver as his accomplice, he might well succeed. Pouring tea into the old anatomist's dish, the housekeeper's eyes narrowed. She had sensed something was afoot when she had discovered the young doctor's shaving-brush and alum stick were missing. A quick foray into his clothes chest, together with the sight of the slave's empty bed, confirmed her suspicions. The doctor and his black friend had taken flight. The dream of owning her blue hat, with its gold-lace trim, had slipped away from her, and she set the teapot down with such a force that Dr. Carruthers's dish rattled on its saucer. The journey to Bourton took 2 days. Leaving Holland Street before first light, they had been on the road for 4 hours before Thomas thought it safe to stop. He had hired a cab to take them out of London as far as Beaconsfield, from whence they had taken the coach to Oxford. Jeremiah was travelling as his manservant, so as not to arouse suspicion. It had been agreed that he would be much safer at Bourton Hall than in London. Less than 5 miles north of the city, the landscape had changed into a frozen wilderness. Snow carpeted the fields, rivers were glassy ribbons, and although the roads were passable with care, the icy ruts and gouges proved formidable obstacles from time to time.
Jeremiah remained subdued, sleeping most of the way. Thomas had swathed him in blankets, so that his head, in particular, had been cushioned against the buffets of the carriage as it rattled and swayed over the country roads. The thick leather curtains in the coach had provided scant protection from the cold, so Thomas's face and feet were still numbed. Yet the sight of the chapel spire on the Bourton estate set his pulse racing, and he managed a broad smile. "We are here, Jeremiah," he announced. He glanced over to his patient, who opened his eyes at the sound of Thomas's voice. Blinking away the fog of sleep, he sat up slowly. Thomas had cleared away a large circle of misted glass, so that Jeremiah could see the chapel up ahead. "In a few moments we shall be warm and safe, Jeremiah," muttered Thomas, as much to himself as to his patient. "Warm and safe." It was Will Lovelock, the young groom, who spotted the carriage first and alerted the rest of the household. Lydia, who had been on tenterhooks since sending Thomas the letter, rushed downstairs in time to see the carriage arrive. As soon as he saw Lydia standing on the steps waiting to greet him, any discomfort Thomas felt melted away. Ignoring the stiffness of his joints and the bruises he had sustained after his journey, he bounded up the steps and clasped her by both hands. Holding them tight for a few seconds, he gazed into her eyes for the first time in months. He found the look she returned reassuring. "But you must be frozen," she exclaimed. "Come inside. There is hot soup waiting." Thomas hesitated to follow. "I am not alone," he told her. Lydia's brow furrowed. "Not alone?" Letting her grasp fall, Thomas returned to the carriage and, proffering his hand, led out a slightly bewildered Jeremiah Taylor. As he guided him up the hall steps, a look of alarm darted across Lydia's face when she saw that the stranger's head was swathed in a bandage. Thomas presented Jeremiah to her, and the slave managed a shallow bow. "This, Lady Farrell, is Jeremiah, and we would ask you—" Thomas suddenly checked himself. "I would ask you that he stay here for a few days." The confused look on Lydia's face suddenly dissipated. "He is your valet, yes?" The doctor was supporting the young man, clasping him round his waist, as his legs bowed under his own meagre weight. Thomas teetered as the slave shifted awkwardly. "I will explain everything," he told her, "just as soon as we are inside." "Of course," she replied, and she turned quickly, leading her guests into the warmth of the entrance hall where a fire blazed in the grate. Howard the butler swiftly assessed the situation. A room had been prepared for Dr. Silkstone, but not for his manservant. Orders were given. Suitable accommodation was found in the servants' quarters. Mistress Claddingbold, the cook, was informed of the arrival, and food was prepared. Within a few minutes the flurry of excitement had died down, and calm had been restored to the hall. Lydia was forced to wait until Howard had poured Thomas a brandy, and left the drawing-room before she could start her interrogation. Planting herself next to him on the sofa where he sat warming himself, she began. "Tell me, what on earth is going on?" Her voice was brimming with curiosity as she clutched hold of his arm. "That blackamoor is no more your manservant than I am. Something is afoot, and I have a right to know." Thomas nodded. "Of course you do," he protested. "It is just that we must be discreet." He lowered his voice. "Jeremiah Taylor is a slave who was beaten to within an inch of his life. He managed to escape, but his master wants him back, and has already tried to recapture him." Lydia looked shocked at the prospect. "To recapture him by force? But surely the law of England does not permit that." Thomas saw her concern. "The law has little regard for runaway slaves, and their owners even less. They regard them as their property. There is scant regard for their welfare." She nodded. "Then he is most welcome to stay here for as long as he chooses," she replied. "We can find work for him when he is fully recovered. I shall inform Mr. Lupton." "Mr. Lupton?" repeated Thomas. "The new estate manager." The doctor could not hide his surprise, and his brow arched involuntarily. In her letters she had not mentioned she had replaced Gabriel Lawson. His death in the summer had left the post vacant. Thomas had thought that Lydia might have consulted with him before she had appointed someone to the position. She had always valued his opinion before. It suddenly occurred to him that perhaps their enforced separation meant that the distance between them was growing. He nodded, yet at the same time detected a certain awkwardness in her manner, as if she were holding something back from him. "I am glad you have found a new man," he told her. "He is proving efficient in his post?"
"Yes, most. Mr. Lupton has many ideas," she replied coolly.
Her mouth worked itself into a smile. She was careful not to be too gushing in her praise. News of Thomas's arrival spread as quickly as spilled buttermilk across the estate at Bourton. The young groom had told the shepherd, who had told his father, who had told the miller, who had told the dairymaid, and so it went on. Dr. Silkstone was back, and he had brought a blackamoor with him. Sitting by the fire at Plover's house later that evening, Nicholas Lupton was eager to find out more. "So, Mistress Fox," he began, addressing his housekeeper, "there are visitors at the Hall, I believe." He was filling his pipe at the time. Mistress Fox, always keen to pass on scraps of gossip as if they were bones to dogs, set down her master's rum toddy with a gleam in her eye.
"Yes, sir," she replied. "Dr. Silkstone has returned."
Lupton nodded. "The famous Dr. Silkstone, the American colonist once betrothed to Lady Lydia, if I am not mistaken." There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, as if he were standing at the village pump, dishing out scandal. It made Mistress Fox more wary of him. She straightened her neck.
"Dr. Silkstone is a man of good standing, sir, with a reputation for being a fine surgeon."
Lupton sucked on his pipe, and a curl of smoke rose into the air. "So I hear. I believe he will visit the late Lord Crick's godfather." Mistress Fox narrowed her eyes slightly. Her master seemed very well informed about her ladyship's relationships, for a man who had only been in his post for little over a month.
"I believe so, sir," she replied, bobbing a quick curtsy and making for the door.
"Oh, and Mistress Fox," Lupton called her back. "One more thing. Did Dr. Silkstone travel alone?" He had heard the rumour, but needed it confirmed. The housekeeper clamped her mouth shut as if to staunch the flow of words, but she could not stop her natural inclinations for long. After a moment she replied,
"I believe he was travelling with a negro, sir."
"A negro?" Lupton raised both brows.
"Yes. You don't see many of that sort round here, unless they be at fairs or shows," she mused, her eyes suddenly bright. "Some say he's a runaway slave."
"Do they indeed?" Lupton drew on his pipe once more, content to listen to the woman's prattle.
"Yes, sir. That he was beaten, then rescued by Dr. Silkstone. 'Tis just the sort of thing the good doctor would do, him having a heart of gold," she told him in a flurry of breathless excitement. "'Tis only a pity that that ogre will not let them marry."
"You speak of Sir Montague Malthus?" Mistress Fox checked herself for speaking out of turn.
"You know him, sir?" she asked awkwardly.
"You may speak freely. He is of no consequence to me," came Lupton's reply. Reassured, the housekeeper glowered into the grate at the very thought of the lawyer who stood in the way of her mistress's happiness.
"As mean a man as you'll ever find, sir, and that's no lie."
"So it sounds," said Lupton with a nod. "This Dr. Silkstone is obviously a man of great reputation here at Bourton," he said finally. "I hope I shall have the pleasure of making his acquaintance." Thomas lay in his bedchamber at the Hall, his body rigid with anticipation awaiting Lydia's coming. Each footstep, each low whisper, each door shutting on the landing caused his heart to leap. It was after midnight when his own door opened and she stood for a moment holding her candle. Leaping up, he took it from her, and in the darkness found her mouth. But she was quick to push him away.
"My love," she whispered, "not tonight. I need you to hold me."
In a second, Thomas's ardour fell away, as if someone had taken his breath from him. But in the half-light he saw Lydia smile at him, and he felt reassured.
"Of course,"
he said softly, taking her by the hand and leading her into his bed. She lay her head on his shoulder, and he stroked her chestnut hair. It had been so long since he had felt its silkiness against his skin, and smelled her scent of lemon. Neither of them spoke a word. Thomas longed to, but he recognized there was healing in the silence. In the candlelight he studied her hand, palmed against his naked chest, her delicate fingers and her neat nails. For now this was all he could ask for, and for now it was more than he could have hoped barely 3 months ago. He did not care that they had broken a court order. No one would ever know. No piece of parchment could tell them that they should forever be apart. He would not give up hope. He watched the candle as it guttered and fizzed and was suddenly gone, leaving the entire room in darkness. Now the only sound he could hear was Lydia's breath as it gradually slowed and deepened, and she fell fast asleep. Chapter 47. Lydia insisted on accompanying Thomas on the journey to Draycott House. Normally it would take 3 hours, but the condition of the roads lengthened it, so frequently did the carriage become mired in the slushy ruts. They sat side by side, a fur throw covering their knees, with Eliza opposite them. They talked more as friends, not lovers. They spoke of Richard and of the estate, and of Thomas's cataloguing work in London. But on their enforced separation there was a tacit silence. Thomas knew that Lydia had engaged a lawyer to seek a review of their case by the Court of Chancery, but he could not talk of it in front of the maid. If there had been progress, he knew she would have mentioned it. There was so much he wanted to say, and yet his tongue felt constrained by Lydia's manner, as well as by Eliza's presence. As soon as he saw that the maid had dozed off, he reached for Lydia under the throw. He plaited his fingers through hers and felt the warmth of her palms on his cool hand. "I have missed you more than I can say," he said softly. But as soon as he had uttered the words, he realized they were lost amid the clatter of the horses' hoofs and the rattle of the carriage. He wondered if he should repeat them, but when he glanced up at her and saw she was looking out of the window, he thought better of it. Instead, he turned his thoughts to Sir Montague and the prospect of performing a pioneering and dangerous operation on his old adversary. Arriving in the early afternoon, Lydia was immediately shown into Sir Montague's chamber. Thomas was asked to wait downstairs. The room was still in semi-darkness, and one of the physicians took her gently to one side as soon as she entered.
"He has been asking for you, your ladyship," said Dr. Brotherton, in reverent terms. "We have sedated him, but he cannot continue like this indefinitely."
Lydia nodded. "I am come with Dr. Silkstone, as I said I would," she replied. The physician's lips moved in a smile, but his eyes were full of resentment. It was evident he did not care for any outside intervention. "He has asked to speak with you, Dr. Brotherton," she told him. She waited until the physician had left the room before walking over to where Sir Montague lay. Pain seemed to have shrunk his body. He looked like a pale rag that had been wrung out, and his breathing seemed laboured. Sitting by his side, she took hold of his hand, and he opened his eyes. She noted they seemed to have sunk further back into his head, like pools of cloudy water. As soon as he recognized her, he let out a shallow yelp.
"My dear, I am so glad you are here,"
he whispered, his breath rasping. She stroked his forehead. "Dr. Silkstone is come too, sir," she replied softly. "He will examine you and make you well again." Sir Montague grunted. She was not sure if he was deriding Thomas, or if he was thankful for his arrival.
"I need to tell you something,"
he said, squeezing Lydia's hand as tightly as a sick man could.
"Something important."
Lydia felt her heart jump. Perhaps the thought of his impending death had made him relent. Perhaps he would lift the court order that prevented her from marrying Thomas. She had not dared to dream of such a moment. Ever since, less than 6 months ago, he had shown her the huge scroll covered in Latin script and told her that Richard was a ward of court, her vision of the future had seemed without hope. "Yes, sir," she said, leaning closer so that she could feel his breath on her cheek.
"I am dying, Lydia,"
he said, looking up at her with listless eyes. She gripped his hand tighter. "No, sir. Dr. Silkstone will save you. I know he will." He closed his hooded lids for a moment, then opened them once more and fixed her with a strange look. His eyes were welling up so that a tear spilled over and ran down his cheek.
"I am dying,"
he reiterated, suddenly finding more strength.
"And I need to tell you something. Something I have kept hidden for many years."
Lydia suddenly felt her nerves tighten. His words sounded weighty and ominous. "I am listening," she said softly. "I am listening." Thomas donned his leather apron and laid out his personal set of knives on the bureau. If all went according to plan, he would only need to use one. He left the bone saw in its case. There would be no need of it, he told himself. They had brought a table up from the kitchen and set it beside the window, so there was a good supply of natural light. Dr. Felix Fairweather, familiar to Sir Montague, had been summoned from Brandwick and had agreed to assist the other physicians should it be deemed necessary. While he had a previous association with the patient, he came more out of curiosity than respect for Thomas as a surgeon. Sir Montague's groom and footman had been tasked to hold their master firm. The patient's senses had already been dulled by a shot of brandy mixed with laudanum, so that he offered no resistance as they carried him onto the table. A cloth gag was placed between his teeth to muffle his cries. Thomas did not allow himself to look into Sir Montague's face. All his feelings toward him must be put to one side. He dared not let his own emotions cloud his judgment. His focus was the left leg that lay dappled and distended in front of him. It was his alpha and his omega. In that moment there was nothing else. He lifted the scalpel, saw the muscle tense, and leaned over to deliver the first cut. The incision, about 5 inches long, was made swiftly along the inner lower part of the thigh. Sir Montague let out a muted whine and flinched, but the men held him steady, and undeterred Thomas exposed the bulbous section of the artery, the size of a pigeon's egg, as it throbbed in the leg. Seizing it in his left hand, he separated it from the membrane and the vein, so that he held the swollen crimson tube in between his thumb and his forefinger. The footman's face turned a shade of pale grey, and he swayed a little. The groom saw him waver and nodded at the bed. The footman staggered away from the table and sat down, his head bowed. "Probe," Thomas called to Dr. Fairweather, holding out his bloodied hand. The physician, whose attention had been drawn away by the fainting footman, looked blankly at Thomas. "Probe," he repeated, this time louder. Fairweather seemed vexed. He dithered, his hand hovering over 3 or 4 instruments before he lifted the appropriate one and gave it to Thomas. Seconds had been lost, valuable seconds, but soon Thomas was passing a silver needle threaded with a thick ligature under the artery. Sir Montague gave a sharp yelp each time the thread was tied, but the groom kept his body steady. "This will block it off," Thomas explained, tying the catgut tightly at the lower end. The pulsation in the bulging mass stopped immediately, but the blood was pumping with such force that there was still a danger the artery might burst. It spattered the nearby wall and sprayed the coverlet on the bed. "We will lose him," blurted Fairweather. His hands began to shake, and he sent the probe clattering to the floor. Ignoring the physician, Thomas worked as deftly as a lace-maker, tying another thread 2 inches away from the first, finishing the knot less tightly. Above this second one he made a third, securing it more loosely, followed by a fourth. Sir Montague expelled another longer moan, but the groom was now joined by the footman once more, and together the men held their patient firm. Next Thomas pulled the threads to the outside and separated them, before securing the edges of the wound. It was only then that he became conscious of breathing again. He sucked in deeply and looked at Dr. Fairweather, his cheek spattered with blood. The whole procedure had been completed in less than 5 minutes, and yet they had seemed among the longest 5 minutes of his life. Each second had seemed magnified, elongated, and held aloft, but at the end of it he felt exhilarated and triumphant. "Shall you dress the wound, Dr. Fairweather?" Thomas asked. He was eager to give the physician a chance to redeem himself. Such displays of nerves were usually confined to sophomores, who were new to surgery. He had not expected to see such edginess in a physician of many years' standing, even though the operating theatre was not his usual domain. Taking a step back, Thomas let Fairweather inspect the wound. He still seemed aloof and strangely tense. "Leave the threads out, I shall remove those later," Thomas instructed. Walking over to his case, he took out a jar of aloe vera gel. "Smear this along the wound too, if you will. It contains healing properties," he told the physician. Fairweather nodded, and taking the pot, began to coat the laceration in the greenish gel. Thomas walked up to the other end of the table and motioned to the men to stand aside. Leaning over, he saw that Sir Montague's eyes were half open, and his features were more relaxed. Gently he removed the gag and smiled. "It is done, sir," he said, a note of victory sounding in his voice. His patient licked his lips. "And I am alive," he replied weakly. Wiping his bloody hands on a towel, Thomas felt his patient's pulse. It was steady. "You are indeed alive, sir, and I believe the operation was a success." Sir Montague grunted and touched his surgeon's hand.
"Then I am much indebted to you, Dr. Silkstone," he said.
As soon as Lydia heard footsteps on the landing, she rushed into the hallway. She had been pacing the floor in the drawing-room, wringing her hands, mouthing prayers, while the operation had been in progress. She had dreaded hearing Sir Montague's cries, but feared the silence too. He had obviously thought he would die on the operating table. He did not have the faith in Thomas that most men of medicine did. Why else would he have told her? Why else would he have divulged the secret that had been kept hidden for 25 years? She had not wanted to tell Thomas before the procedure. One slip of the scalpel, one artery severed in a split second. It would have made his burden even greater, almost intolerable. Now, as she saw Thomas descend the stairs, she looked for signs in his manner. He appeared calm. She tried to read the expression on his face as he lifted his gaze. It was inscrutable, but it did not take long before she allowed herself to smile. "All is well, milady," he announced as he reached the bottom of the stairs. "Thank God!" she cried, hurrying toward him. Her inclination was to bury her head in his shoulder and to tell him that she had never doubted him, but Dr. Fairweather was following close behind. "How fares Sir Montague?" she asked anxiously, her eyes darting from one man to the other. Thomas nodded. "It was a difficult procedure, but the swelling has gone down, and I believe he is out of imminent danger." Lydia's small frame heaved visibly with relief. "I am most grateful to you," she said, looking at Thomas. "And to you, Dr. Fairweather," she added. The older physician shrugged and shot a sheepish glance at Thomas. "I was only a bystander, your ladyship. Dr. Silkstone must take full credit," he told her, in a show of uncustomary modesty. "May I see Sir Montague?" asked Lydia. The two men exchanged looks. "He is resting now," Thomas told her.
"And that is what I must do too,"
butted in Fairweather.
"I have had quite enough for one day,"
he murmured under his breath, and bowing graciously to Lydia, he left the room, so that she and Thomas were alone at last. Lydia walked forward, and Thomas reached out for her hands. Drawing her close to him, he breathed in her perfume, trying to dispel the metallic reek that enveloped him. She felt so slight and delicate in his arms as she buried her head on his shoulder. "Thank you," she whispered. "'Tis too soon for thanks. The next few hours will be critical," he told her. She pressed his chest with the palms of her hands so that she could look him in the eyes. "And we will spend those hours together?" He smiled and kissed her tenderly on her forehead. "If you will allow it." "I would not have it any other way," she replied. "But first I need to tell you something." Her smile suddenly disappeared, to be replaced by the look of one who has solemn news to impart. "We need to sit," she told him. As she led Thomas by the hand to the window seat, there was a knock. Howard's head appeared round the door.
"Mr. Parker is here, your ladyship. He wishes to speak with Dr. Silkstone," he said.
Thomas sighed. "The surgeon," he explained. "He intended to watch the operation, but was delayed. Forgive me, I must go to him." Lydia nodded. "Of course," she said. "What I have to tell you will wait." Chapter 48. A slice of first light cut through a gap in the drapes, nudging Thomas from a disrupted night's sleep. He had spent the last 6 hours in a chair by Sir Montague's bed, propped up with pillows and a coverlet to keep out the cold. There had been a slight possibility that his patient could hemorrhage, in which case quick action would be imperative. As it was, Sir Montague seemed to have spent a more restful night than his surgeon. Thomas rose slowly and stretched his stiff limbs, extending his arms wide and rolling his head around, before lifting each leg to aid circulation. Despite his care not to make a sound, Sir Montague opened his eyelids and called out.
"Silkstone!"
he called, his great arm flapping against the bed-sheet. The doctor leaned over. "Sir, how do you feel this morning?" he asked, taking his wrist and checking his pulse against the ticking of his pocket watch.
"The pain is lessened," he replied,
lifting his head slightly from the pillow to look at his leg.
"Is it still there?"
he asked, momentary panic seizing his voice. Thomas nodded. "It is indeed, sir. I did not amputate, and in a few days you should be able to walk." His patient grunted and fell back onto his pillows.
"Silkstone,"
he called once more. The doctor bent low again.
"Thank you,"
said Sir Montague, his hooded eyes wide with gratitude. He clasped Thomas's hand in a rare and almost unheard-of show of appreciation.
"Thank you."
By 10 o'clock, washed and packed, Thomas had joined Lydia for breakfast in the morning-room. Its dimensions were not too grand, but the fact that the servants still hovered by the sideboard meant that they could not talk freely unless they lowered their voices. "Your patient seemed in remarkably good spirits," said Lydia, her voice slightly stilted as she sipped a dish of tea. She had already called in on Sir Montague to bid him farewell, and had found him sitting up in bed eating porridge. "Yes," agreed Thomas. "I am very pleased with his progress." Doctors Brotherton and Bigelow had excused themselves, both citing urgent cases that needed their attention, so the lawyer's care had been left in the hands of Dr. Fairweather. Despite the physician's poor showing as an assistant at the operating table, Thomas was confident in his ability to administer to Sir Montague over the next few days until he could return himself in person. Seated opposite Lydia at the small round table, he smiled as a plate of eggs and bacon was set before him. This was what he relished. This was what he so missed, the domesticity of it all, of being able to look at the face of the woman he loved over the breakfast table each morning and to discuss their plans for the coming day. And in this setting, in this moment, he dared to dream. A great rush of warmth suddenly engulfed him. "Do you think—" he began. She returned his gaze with a look that so captivated him it made him forget what he was about to say. She cleared her throat pointedly, and he sharpened his eye on her once more. "You were going to tell me something when the other surgeon arrived yesterday." He noted the expression of surprise on her face. Slowly she lowered her dish into its saucer, as if trying to play for time, before she met his gaze once more. "I have reason to believe that Sir Montague might relent," she told him. Thomas's eyes opened wide, and, without thinking, he grasped her hand. Her head darted toward a servant, and he withdrew it immediately. "What gives you cause?" he urged, trying to suppress his excitement. Lydia straightened her back and leaned forward slightly, her voice lowered to a whisper. "He told me how very grateful he was to you," she murmured. Thomas seemed a little disappointed. "And no more?" Lydia's lips quivered. "Now is not the time," she told him, glancing at the servant who approached to clear her tea-bowl. "I will tell you presently," she added, with an intriguing smile. The return journey proved almost as treacherous as the outgoing. Eliza joined Thomas and Lydia, and together they were jounced around bends and jostled over rutted tracks until Borton's boundary finally came into view. The young anatomist remained tense throughout. Although the surgery on Sir Montague had gone as well as he could have anticipated, his mind was still deeply troubled by events in London. He had made little progress with the cataloguing of the specimens, and was no closer to finding Matthew Bartlett's murderer. A few minutes later, and the carriage was rattling through the gates at the southeastern corner of the estate, near Plover's Lake. Looking out of the window, Lydia spied Nicholas Lupton on his horse as he rode down the track from his house to meet the main drive through the estate. As he pulled up to allow the party to pass, Lydia knocked on the ceiling with a stick to signal the driver to halt. "What goes on?" asked the puzzled Thomas. "I want you to meet the new estate manager," replied Lydia, grabbing the handle on the carriage window to open it. She put her head out and signalled. Lupton urged his horse nearer until he had drawn level. "Good morning, Mr. Lupton," greeted Lydia cheerfully. Lupton doffed his hat. "Good morning, your ladyship," he replied with a smile. Thomas leaned forward in his seat. He did not understand why Lydia felt it necessary to introduce them, let alone at this particular juncture. "Dr. Thomas Silkstone, I would like you to meet Mr. Nicholas Lupton, Borton's new estate manager," said Lydia proudly. Thomas managed a thin smile, but Lupton went further. "I'm honoured to meet you, sir. I have heard so much about you." Thomas acknowledged the greeting with a considered nod. "You must not believe everything you hear, sir," he replied. There was an awkward pause as Lupton considered how to react until Thomas came to his aid. "I hope you are settling in well, Mr. Lupton," he said. Lupton nodded and slithered a sideways smile toward Lydia. "Her ladyship has made me feel most at home at Borton," he said.
Thomas noted the manner in which the estate manager looked at her and the way that Lydia returned his look. He detected a certain intimacy between them, and he was not comfortable with what he saw. It seemed as if some invisible electric current sparked between them, and it was surely the reason why Lydia's ardour toward him had cooled. Nevertheless, he nodded politely, masking his discomfort, and within a moment or two the carriage had set off once more back to the hall. Richard ran to greet his mother as soon as he saw her coming up the steps, despite Nurse Pring's protests. He buried his face in Lydia's skirts, and she held him close. "Yes, I am back, my sweet, and I bring a dear friend with me," she said. The boy looked over to Thomas, his eyes travelling up and down his body. "You remember Dr. Silkstone? He helped make your arm better." Thomas bent low and smiled. "Hello, Richard," he greeted. "How you have grown." Yet still the child remained looking quizzically until finally he shook his head. "No, Mamma, I don't recall him," he replied. Then taking Lydia's hand, he asked, "Can I go riding with Mr. Lupton today?" The slight was unintentional, but Thomas found it deeply wounding. He had been absent a long time, too long. Worse still, it seemed that this estate manager, this Mr. Lupton, had slipped into his shoes. He had wormed his way certainly into the young Earl's affections, and perhaps Lydia's too. Before she replied to her son, Lydia shot Thomas a chastened look that also seemed to contain an apology, but it was too late. Upstairs in his room he made up his mind. He would return to London later that day. Chapter 49. Fibber had lingered 7 days before she gave up the fight. A few hours before she expired, patients found the girl delirious with fever, shouting out all manner of obscenities and curses, and claiming there was an obeah on her. She spoke of a great black bird swooping down, pecking at her eyes, and she jerked and jolted her body to avoid its attack. Her own arms flapped wildly, and no matter how she tried, patients could not calm her. She had called Venus, who had managed to pour some medicine down her gullet. Within a few minutes she was calm. Within a few more, she was dead. They covered her body in a bed-sheet, and Venus ordered that it be left on the floor of the garret until Mr. Roberts could deal with it. Then she went to inform her mistress. Entering Cordelia Carfax's chamber, she found her standing by her window, looking out onto the gardens. "Fibber is dead, Missa," she said, bowing her head as she curtsied. Without turning from the window, Cordelia Carfax was silent for a moment. A victory had been scored. A small one, granted, but a victory nonetheless. "Good," she finally replied. "Make the necessary arrangements." Thomas returned to Holland Street 2 days later, exhausted after his arduous trip back from Oxfordshire. He was looking forward to sleeping in his own bed and seeing Dr. Carruthers once more. Perhaps he was imagining it, but it felt a good deal less wintry in London. Most of the snow was gone and the wind had lessened. Thoughts of resuming his cataloguing and taking up the reins once again in the search for Matthew Bartlett's murderer flew around in his head like the pigeons at St. Paul's. They were present, but for the moment they could wait until he had settled back in. He had certainly not anticipated what happened next. As he stepped out of the carriage to walk over to the front stairs of his home, he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. He turned to see a man, small and round, dressed in the black garb of the legal profession, standing beside him. "Dr. Silkstone?" he asked, his face as void of expression as a blank piece of parchment. "Yes," replied Thomas, with the uncertainty of a man taken by surprise. "Dr. Thomas Silkstone?" "I am he." Moving forward a pace, the man brought his arm up. He was holding a scroll in his hand, and touched Thomas with it lightly on the shoulder. "Then, sir, I serve you with this summons to appear before the Westminster magistrate, charged with the kidnap of the slave Jeremiah Taylor, property of one Mr. Josiah Dalrymple, resident of Jamaica." For a moment Thomas simply stared at the scroll as it rested on his shoulder. He then lifted his gaze to the little man, who remained motionless, like some strange automaton. Finally he reached up for it, and with a fervour that registered shock on the little man's hitherto blank face, he snatched the summons from him with a smile. "I am most grateful to the court and to your good self, sir," said Thomas, bowing his head graciously. The court official, his expression now altered to reveal his surprise at this defendant's reaction, returned the bow. It was not often that he came across one so grateful for his visit.
"I bid you good day, sir,"
he said, turning and walking off down the street.
"A good day, yes," repeated Thomas to himself, opening his front door.
So, the gauntlet had been thrown down, and he had picked it up with relish. The opportunity was great, but so too was the legal challenge. Here was his chance to clarify the law of England, to establish a right to freedom of all slaves on English soil once and for all. He would visit Granville Sharp at the very next opportunity. At Hubert Izzard's anatomy school that evening all was quiet. The students had left, the beadle had mopped the floor clean of blood and discharged all the entrails and soft tissues into the street drain. So now the anatomist found himself alone in his office, awaiting the next delivery for tomorrow's public dissection. It came on time. As soon as the porter had laid it on the table in the theatre and been paid for his pains, Izzard casually lifted the Hessian. A pubescent Negro girl, he noted. He drew the sackcloth back further to inspect the breasts. Interesting, he thought to himself, for a girl so painfully thin. How many small pimples dotted the area around her nipples? He counted a dozen in the areola. A smile hovered on his lips. Could it be that the girl was either pregnant or recently so? The answer to his question came swiftly and without a cut being made. He had not realized it at first, but this time the corpse had come accompanied. Cordelia Carfax had been watching him and now emerged from the doorway, swathed in a cloak. Pulling down her hood, she revealed an expression of smugness on her face, like a cat that had snagged a mouse and was now depositing it at its master's feet. Izzard's eyes widened at the sight of her.
"Cordelia, but you should not be here,"
he blurted, flinging the Hessian back over the corpse and striding over to her. Arms enfolding her, he tried to turn her away from the cadaver, but she ignored him, pushing him aside. Eagerly she made her way over to the dissecting table.
"This one is special,"
she told him, her footsteps quickening as she approached. For a moment she paused, considering the cloth-covered mound, her eyes sharp as hooks. Then she stepped forward and touched the Hessian lightly. She said, "This one was bearing the child that I could never give my husband. This one tried to kill me." Snatching at the covering, she peeled it back once more and allowed herself a moment to gloat. As she studied the cadaver, her eyes lit up. She said nothing, but turned to Izzard with a strange smile on her face, as if she was relishing a triumph. Her victory was complete. Chapter 50.
"Dalrymple is taking me to court," cried Thomas, brandishing the writ he had been served only a few hours before.
Granville Sharp, not a man to express his emotions in such a demonstrable way, nodded but showed no more sentiment.
"That is good news,"
he replied. He was sitting reading a folio as Thomas strode into his study.
"It is high time the law was clarified. Please sit, Dr. Silkstone."
The young anatomist's head was reeling. It was crammed with facts that Dr. Carruthers had imparted about a famous case just 10 years previously, involving a very similar situation, when an American slave named James Somerset escaped from his master while visiting England.
"The court found in his favour. I have precedence on my side, do I not, Mr. Sharp?" said Thomas, settling himself by the fire.
Sharp rose and, walking over to a brandy decanter on a small table nearby, poured out a large glass. He was not a qualified lawyer, but was well versed in the vagaries of the law, having brought cases on behalf of the disadvantaged in society.
"Many hailed the ruling as a victory for freedom," he conceded, handing Thomas the glass. "But Lord Justice Mansfield's judgment did not expressly say that slaves become free when they set foot on English soil."
Thomas thought for a moment, then took a large gulp of brandy. "So I will have a real fight on my hands?" Sharp shrugged.
"I am afraid so, Dr. Silkstone. Mansfield's judgment is silent as to what a slave's status is in England."
Shaking his head, Thomas realized that his enthusiasm for his summons might be misplaced. In his mind's eye he saw the Carfax household, and the cruelty and the machinations that blighted its every turn. He drained his glass and set it down with a dull thud on the table. "But that still does not mean they can be murdered to order. English law does protect them on that score, surely," he said, rising. "Indeed, but—" Sharp was confused by Thomas's sudden change of direction. "Then I suggest we pay another visit to the Crown Inn," he replied. "I am convinced that there lies the key to why so many have appeared on Hubert Izzard's dissecting table." They waited until 11 o'clock, then took Sharp's carriage to the inn. It was shortly after midnight when they were deposited nearby. This time the campaigner had brought with him a young whippet of a boy. "My messenger," he announced, "in case we need to call the constables." He smiled reassuringly, but his foresight only served to unsettle Thomas. Not wishing to draw attention to themselves, they walked 100 yards or so to the alley. The doors of the inn were locked, and they crept past them and stationed themselves by the small window once more. The obeah man was there again. He sat cross-legged in front of the fire, eating what looked like bread and cheese. The boy meanwhile set to work on the lock at the side entrance. It did not take him long to pick it, and soon he was opening the door into a passageway. At its end lay the obeah man's lair. When he heard the door creak open on its hinges, the old man lifted his head, then let out a muffled cry, as he saw Thomas and Sharp walk in. In the half-light they could see his face more clearly now, and, noting their shocked expressions, he seemed to be ashamed of himself and held up his hands to cover his face. "We mean you no harm, sir," Thomas said calmly. "We would ask you some questions." Scrabbling awkwardly to his feet, the obeah man appeared to concur, and Thomas and Sharp drew closer, but then he suddenly snatched the snake from around his scrawny neck and pointed it at them. "You die!" he grunted as the snake's tongue shot toward Sharp's face. Undeterred, Thomas stepped forward and grabbed the serpent with his bare hands. "Silkstone!" called Sharp, horrified. Holding the creature close to his own face, Thomas inspected it as, obviously angered, it hissed at him. "There is no need to fear, Mr. Sharp," he said. "I recognize this creature from the expedition's specimens brought back from Jamaica. It is neither venomous nor a constrictor. At the very most, it will give you a harmless nip." Thomas flung the snake to the ground, and it slithered off into the shadows, sending the chickens squawking and flapping into a frenzy. "So tell us, old man, what do you do with the slaves who come to you looking for freedom?" asked Thomas. He was advancing on the priest so that he was forced to slump onto his chair. Narrowing his eyes, he seemed confused by the question. He shook his head. "I no kill slaves," he protested. "They go to sleep, then wake up free." His tongue flapped inside his mouth, and a spool of saliva hung down. Sharp frowned crossly. "He talks gibberish, Silkstone." Thomas raised a hand. "Perhaps not," he replied calmly. Bending down so that he faced the man in all his hideousness, he said, "Where do they wake up free?" The obeah man tittered. "In Africa, of course," he said, nodding his head. "What? The man's a demented idiot," cried Sharp. But Thomas silenced him. "It may not be as mad a notion as it sounds," he told him, wagging his finger. "The Quakers talk of freedom, and to many of the slaves that is synonymous with their homeland." He looked about the cobweb-covered shelves. "What do you give them, old man, these slaves who would be free?" The obeah man hobbled over to the large glass jar that took pride of place on his shelf and heaved it down. Thomas moved forward and prized off the lid. Bending over the jar's neck, he sniffed at the contents, then delved into it, pulling out a handful of leaves. Holding them to the light, he inspected them closely, then began to shake his head. The distinctive leaves were familiar to him. "What is it, Silkstone?" asked Sharp anxiously. "If I am not very much mistaken, sir, these are from the branched callaloo, a poisonous plant that seems to kill anyone who drinks it. In reality, however, it only slows down all the vital organs so that those who drink it have the appearance of being dead." A look of concern scudded across Sharp's face. "And then?" "And then they are given an antidote that seemingly brings them back to life." "How do you know this?" "This is the physic that Dr. Welton called the Lazarus potion. It can raise the dead." He turned to the obeah man. "Is that not right, my friend?" The old man lifted his half-chewed lip into a smile.
Yeah, he nodded.
Only in these cases I am afraid no antidote is ever administered, and the victims are dispatched, still alive, to be cut up on the dissecting table for profit.
No,
shouted the old man, shaking his head vigorously.
Not true.
I am afraid it is, came a voice in the doorway.
Venus, called Thomas, squinting into the darkness on the other side of the room.
Yes, Dr. Silkstone. It is me,
she replied, gliding into the pool of candlelight.
You know this woman?
asked Sharp. She is a slave and housekeeper to a plantation owner, Thomas explained. He turned back to Venus and fixed her with a stare. So you are the one.
I do not understand,
snapped Sharp. Thomas, keeping his eyes on Venus, began to enlighten his friend. I knew in all of this there had to be someone the slaves would trust, a go-between who would convince them that the Obeah man's potion could somehow liberate them, that if they drank it they would wake up free. Venus stepped forward, her composure suddenly deserting her.
I had no choice. I was forced.
Who forced you, Venus? Who is behind all of this? Samuel Carfax, is it not? He had seen master and housekeeper exchange furtive looks in the bedchamber when they thought he was not looking. He was certain she was his mistress as well as his slave. Venus shook her head.
It is my missa.
Thomas frowned. Mistress Carfax? He found the thought so shocking that he let out an involuntary laugh. Then, after a moment's reflection, he recalled Jeremiah's account of the man and woman in the boot-room. Izzard and Cordelia Carfax were lovers? If that was the case, it was all beginning to make sense, although he still could not fathom the housekeeper's role in all this.
So you would betray your own kind for her?
He pressed. She shook her head despondently.
She promised me my freedom if I helped her.
So you began where the Quakers left off, dangling liberty in front of any slave willing to listen? Thomas brought a handbill from his pocket. You knew that some of them would fall into the trap, that they would think they would escape to freedom, when all the while you knew they were going to their deaths. As his anger mounted, so his voice grew louder. How many died? 3? 4? Half a dozen? She shook her head.
I did not want to.
Her eyes were brimming with tears. You were trapped, Thomas made her excuse for her. Is that it? He recalled their conversation on the stairway a few weeks back, and he realized he had no right to judge a woman in her position. He neither wanted nor needed a response. Instead, he changed tack. But your master knew nothing of this. She choked back her tears and straightened her long neck.
I hate my master as much as I hate her,
she hissed. Her logic made sense to Thomas. Hatred was an understandable reaction to her treatment. She had allowed herself to be used by Cordelia Carfax, although it did not excuse her actions. Thomas thought of the little Negro child. You killed Ibele? Venus shook her head.
I tried to save him, Dr. Silkstone, but he was weak.
Thomas held her gaze for a moment. So you dispatched his body for dissection anyway? He shook his head as he spoke. How sad it was, he thought, that those who were abused in life so often repeated the crimes that had been committed against their own person. She herself had been treated as less than human, and that was how, given authority, she treated others. She shrugged.
What should a white man care about one black child slave? She asked.
There are those of us who care most deeply, replied Thomas, resenting her remark and throwing a glance at Sharp. He saw her mouth tighten as she lifted her head.
I care too, Dr. Silkstone. That is why I am here. I care about Fibba.
Fibba? Echoed Thomas. He thought of the girl whose simmering resentment had led her to try and poison her mistress. What of her?
She dead, Dr. Silkstone, she told him, as calmly as if she were telling the time.
How? Thomas flashed a look of horror at the housekeeper.
You killed her?
Venus's jaw worked uncomfortably.
She was a fool believing in all this, thinking that Obeah could kill the Missa, she said, opening her arms and looking about her at the Obeah man's paraphernalia. She was carrying the Massa's child, and the Missa made her lose it.
And now she lies dead by your hand? Thomas asked incredulously.
The housekeeper lifted her gaze.
"She no dead, Dr. Silkstone."
"What?"
"She only seemed dead. The poison I gave her did not kill her."
"She remains alive?"
"That is why I am here. The Obeah man say he can raise her with the antidote. I want to save her from the knife man, otherwise she will be cut at first light tomorrow morning."
"The Lazarus potion," murmured Thomas.
"What?"
snapped Sharp. "The potion I was telling you about, that seems to have the power to raise the dead." He flashed a look back at Venus. "Where have they taken Fibber?"
"To Mr. Izzard's anatomy school."
"I knew it." Thomas shot a glance at Sharp. "This is how Izzard gets his corpses."
Chapter 51. Fibber did not know if she was alive or dead. All she sensed was confusion and fear. A strange fog had settled in her head, dulling all her senses. There had been no vision, no dream, no encounter with her ancestors as she had imagined in death. There was no colour, no music, only darkness and silence. Then it occurred to her, what if she was dead and had been buried alongside the white people in the graveyard where she had collected her grave dirt, sealed in their coffins and watched over by the women with wings? There was no escape for them. Perhaps she was now trapped too. A terror took hold of her guts and churned them about at the very thought. A pounding thumped inside her head, setting her teeth on edge. And now the fog was lifting. The blackness shifted and shapes began to appear in her head. At first she did not dare open her eyes. She was terrified that all she would see would be the blackness of the earth, that she would be lying entombed. She shivered. It was cold as the grave. Yet upon her forehead she could feel pricks of sweat. There was the coarseness of the hessian against her skin, too. She inhaled. The air was sharp, but not earthy. It whiffed of something strange and pungent, like the Misa's smelling salts. Trying to fill her lungs, she felt them tighten, as if an iron brace had been clamped around her ribs. She sniffed the air and thought she caught the scent of blood, a faint note of it that underlay everything else. It left a sickly taste in her gullet that unnerved her. As the fog dispersed, it drifted from her ears. Sounds were no longer muffled, but clear, strange creaks as if from timber. From somewhere nearby came a sudden clank, followed by footsteps, then voices. The noises made her stir. One by one she began trying to move her fingers, trying to coax her sluggish blood back to life, but she could not. Next she tried twitching her toes, but they refused her bidding. She tried to gulp down another lungful of air, but found that her chest still resisted her, as if there were hard, flat stones pressing down on her breasts. She was alive, yet she could barely move. Slowly, fearfully, she tried raising her lids, as if they were windows opening onto a day that promised either death or deliverance. They unlatched themselves, and she blinked. There was daylight, a checkered pattern that imprinted itself on wooden boards through a large pane up high. Light, not earth. She willed her drunken eyes to still in their sockets. Through a blurry haze she could make out rows of wooden benches. Perhaps she was on board a ship. Perhaps Cato had come and rescued her from her sick-bed, and she was bound for Africa. The sounds she had heard were the familiar creak of the mast and the feet of sailors on the upper decks as they made the vessel ready to cast off and set sail. That was what the Obeah man had tried to tell her. He had said she would know in her heart what path she should take, and now she was on her way. That was it. They would leave the freezing grey waters of England and make for the clear, warm seas that washed the white beaches of Africa, and all the stories she had heard and all the dreams she had dreamed would be real. Fibber's heart leapt at the very thought of it, and she felt a great surge of joy pulse through her body, making her try and lift her head for the first time. But she could not. Instead she heard a voice, followed by another oddly familiar. And then she felt a great tug across her torso that robbed her of her breath, followed by a stab of pain. A sharp cry escaped from her lips, and she tried to bring her arms up, but they would not move. She tried lifting her legs, but they refused to obey. Gasping for breath, she gulped the metallic air that now flooded her nostrils and mouth, and terror seized her. She began trying to lash out, but she could not. There was a hurricane in the back of her throat that came rushing forth in a deafening torrent before another stab of pain silenced her. They waited, all four of them, in the obeah man's room for the rest of the night. The old man had given Thomas a phial that he swore contained the antidote for the poison. According to the old man, if its entire contents were poured into Fibber's mouth, she would within the hour come alive again. Thomas recalled Sir Joseph Banks's account of the potion. He had shown faith in it, and now so must he, despite his misgivings. Time had hung slow and heavy and had given Thomas space to reflect. He mused on the small glass bottle he cradled in his hands. The amber liquid held therein looked so innocuous, yet it was so powerful. Could it be that Matthew Bartlett was murdered for its formula, when this ugly old toad of a man knew it all along? Surely Cordelia Carfax's hand was not behind the brutal killing of the artist, too. The more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became, and the more convinced he was that he was no nearer to finding out who killed Matthew Bartlett, or, for that matter, why. Finally, the night watchman called 7 o'clock. It was still dark, but it was imperative that Thomas, Sharp, and Venus reach the anatomy school as soon as it opened if they were to save Fibber. The streets of London were waking to another cold day, as the coach made its way to Brewer Street. They arrived just in time to find the night porter unlocking the door of the anatomy school for the beadle. Thomas accosted him. "Sir, my name is Dr. Silkstone, and this is my associate, Mr. Sharp. We would speak with Mr. Izzard on a most urgent matter. May we come in?" The beadle, hunched and advancing in years, glanced beyond them to Venus, who waited in silence behind. He eyed both men suspiciously.
"A physician, you say?"
"Yes, and a fellow anatomist." The beadle sighed heavily.
"Very well,"
he conceded, gesturing the three of them inside.
"Up the stairs," he told them. "Mr. Izzard will be in before 8 o'clock.
It was a relief to hear that the anatomist had not yet arrived. It was so cold that Fibber's body would no doubt have been stored upstairs overnight, in readiness for the morning lecture. They waited on the landing so that the beadle could open the appropriate door for them. Choosing a key from his belt, he inserted it in the lock and pushed. The door opened onto the lecture theatre, and there, to everyone's surprise, was Hubert Izzard. Seated on the front row, he cut a solitary figure, his head in his hands. He glanced up at the sound of footsteps, then shuddered as he took a deep breath.
"Sir, you are early. These gentlemen asked to wait for you," the beadle called across the room, shuffling toward the anatomist.
The old man's remarks seemed not to register. As Thomas drew nearer, he could see there was a strange expression on Izzard's face, a wild, haunted look. His eyes were wide but unseeing, and his lips were loose and pale. What was more, his skin was deathly white against the dried red blood on his yellow jacket. Thomas glanced over to the dissecting table in the centre of the floor. There was a body on it, covered with blood-stained sacking. A sticky puddle of blood had congealed on the floor. A look of horror crossed Thomas's face, and his eyes met with Izzard's. From near the table came a cry. Venus had just thrown back the cover.
"Fibber!"
she gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Granville Sharp had rushed over to her. Now he turned away to retch.
"She was alive, was she not?" said Thomas, drawing beside Izzard.
He returned his gaze and nodded slowly.
"She asked—"
Thomas broke in.
"You mean Cordelia Carfax?" "Yes," he said, nodding slowly. "She asked me to cut the body in front of her. I had no intention of doing so. I wanted to save the girl for my students. But she said she admired my skill and wanted to watch." His eyes began to fill with tears. "I told her it was no sight for a lady."
"So you refused?"
"Of course. But she insisted, and when I declined, she took the scalpel from me and made the first cut herself."
A terrible sound flew from Venus's mouth, and she tugged at her hair. "Tell me what happened." Thomas remained outwardly calm, despite a knot tightening in his stomach.
"She plunged the blade into the heart, and the girl's eyes shot open." Izzard's body began to shake. "I begged her to stop. I tried to take the knife from her, but she kept stabbing her, screaming all the time, until the girl was dead."
His trembling turned to sobs, and he dropped his head into his hands once more.
"Oh, God, Silkstone!" he wailed.
Granville Sharp could not hide his revulsion.
"We must find this woman, immediately," he said, his face drained white. "Where is she now?"
Izzard shook his head.
"You need look no further," he said, his voice juddering. "She is over there."
He pointed to the far row of the lecture theatre, to what looked like a crumpled heap of rags. It was only when Thomas moved closer that he could see a syrupy pool of blood on the floor, but it was only when he was nearer still that he saw the familiar face of Cordelia Carfax, as she lay on her back, sprawled across a bench, a long blade embedded in her own heart. He shot a questioning look back at Izzard, whose watery eyes were now fixed on him.
"I tried to stop her," he muttered, shaking his head. "She killed herself."
Chapter 52. Sir Stephen Gandy had wasted little time in requesting a post-mortem on Cordelia Carfax. Thomas had no choice but to agree, so once again he was faced with the prospect of performing an autopsy on someone he had known in life. In the laboratory, Dr. Carruthers stationed himself by his side, as much for moral support as for professional input. There was important work to be done. Had Cordelia Carfax turned the knife on herself after killing Fibber, as Izzard testified, or had he, her lover, stabbed her himself? A man's life hung, almost literally, in the balance. The gallows awaited Hubert Izzard if he had murdered Cordelia Carfax, and on Thomas's shoulders lay the burden of proof. Try as he might, however, the anatomist found it almost impossible to look on the corpse without recalling the look on Fibber's face when he had found her dead earlier that morning. Her eyes, still open, almost bulged from their sockets, and horror had etched itself on her features. Standing over Cordelia Carfax's naked torso, he was only glad that Dr. Carruthers could not see his hand tremble as he examined the knife wound. The blade remained in her chest, often a sign of a self-inflicted wound, he noted. It had entered between the third and fourth ribs, 2 inches to the left of the sternum, at an acute angle upward from the subcostal region. Again, this was, in his understanding, another indicator of suicide. He shared his thoughts with his mentor from time to time, and received reassuring nods and grunts. There was only one fatal wound, he observed, which had been made when her chest was already exposed and not via her garment. This was often a feature of suicides in his experience. They would often expose the proposed area of their self-inflicted wound.
"So was her heart black?" queried Carruthers, lifting his stick and tapping it on the stone flags.
It was as if he had sensed the tension in the air and sought to break it with a quip. Thomas allowed himself to smile.
"Many would be surprised that it was not," he replied.
"And have you checked the hands?" asked the old anatomist.
Thomas had. They were blooded, but bore no defensive wounds, as might be expected in the case of an attack.
"I believe she took her own life, sir," Thomas concluded, straightening his aching back.
Dr. Carruthers nodded.
"From what you have said, I concur."
"And Hubert Izzard is in the clear," replied Thomas.
For the time being, at least, he thought. The drapes were drawn at the Carfax mansion and casements shut, despite the turn in the weather. Even from the outside it seemed that the whole house was in mourning. Inside it was the same story. Thomas was shown into a hallway devoid of furniture. Gone were the grand paintings, and the marble busts had been covered with white sheets. Only Fino the dog seemed eager to greet him in the hallway with a frantic barking, thinking perhaps his mistress had returned. He found Samuel Carfax in his study, staring out of the window onto the gardens. His normally jocular aura had dissipated, to be replaced by a look of despair. His habitually ruddy complexion was pale, and under his eyes were great bags. His large head seemed to have sunk even further between his shoulders. For a moment after Thomas was announced he did not move, as if trying to determine in his own mind how he should address him. Eventually he turned and looked at the doctor blankly.
"She's gone,"
he said. It was as if Carfax was thinking aloud rather than addressing his visitor.
"She has left me."
Thomas thought of Cordelia Carfax's corpse now lying in the mortuary, bloated and darkening, awaiting the grisly fate reserved for those who took their own lives. She would be accorded the same fate as all her slaves. There would be no headstone for her either, no marks made in stone to testify to a life well lived, no carved prayers or kind words from a loving husband, no women with wings to watch over her.
"My condolences, sir," said Thomas,
his voice subdued. That was the reason for his visit. He had delivered his post-mortem report to Sir Stephen's office and knew it would not be easy for Samuel Carfax to face the truth. His wife had led a double life. Not only had she been conducting an affair with one of his acquaintances, she had secretly trafficked the corpses of at least half a dozen slaves, selling them for a tidy profit to her lover. Some of them had even been murdered to order, but her last crime, the vicious stabbing of Fibber, was the most horrific of all. Nevertheless, their marriage had been a long, if not a happy one, and his wife's suicide would have compounded his intense distress. "You will miss Mistress Carfax greatly," he added, immediately realizing he sounded glib. Carfax's reaction to his words came swiftly. He shrugged his great shoulders and shook his head, glowering at Thomas in disbelief.
"I speak of Venus, Silkstone. Venus is gone."
Thomas could not hide his shock. He was lost for words, and when they did come into his mind, he thought it best to remain silent. He would only allow Samuel Carfax to explain himself if he so wished. In his hand, Thomas noticed the estate owner was holding something like a small coin. He turned it round and round, flipping it between his fingers, studying it now and again.
"She said she wanted her freedom, you see, Silkstone,"
he mumbled eventually, tossing the roundel disdainfully onto the desk. Thomas caught a glimpse of it as it scudded across the surface and landed nearer to him. It was a token against slavery, the sort that the Quakers distributed in the Crown Inn. He thought of Venus, tall and poised and proud, yet all the while hiding a hatred and contempt for both her master and mistress that had seared itself into her psyche as surely as the brand on Fibber's flesh. Her attitude had at first surprised him when he had spoken briefly to her about Cato's disappearance. She seemed ambivalent to freedom, not content, yet not craving an escape.
"And you let her go?"
asked Thomas gently. Carfax snorted, as if he found Thomas's question vaguely amusing.
"I have no longer the will to fight, Silkstone. I am a broken man. I have lost my wife, my reputation, and any ambitions I had for a career in politics." He picked up the roundel from the desk once more. Squinting at it, he read the inscription, "Am I not a woman and a sister?" and let out an odd laugh. "So she is now free, and I have become a slave to my own folly. The irony of it, Silkstone? The irony." Lydia took advantage of the spring thaw to drive the dog-cart down to Plover's Lake and call in at Mr. Lupton's residence. Most of the snow had melted, leaving green shoots in its wake. She had even seen some primroses in bloom in the hedgerows. Hearing the clatter of the cart, the housekeeper came out to greet her. "Will you have Mr. Lupton come and see me today, Mistress Fox?" Lydia asked her, adding, "I am most anxious to speak with him." With the warmer weather, she wanted to revive the plans for draining the marshland. The housekeeper, however, looked perplexed and began fidgeting, smoothing her apron with her plump fingers. "What is it, Mistress Fox?" asked Lydia, seeing the woman's disquiet. She shook her head. "I am most anxious to see him too, milady," she replied, "but he is gone." "Gone?" "Yes, milady. He took off early this morning without so much as a by your leave. Didn't touch his breakfast." The woman twisted her apron. "I am sure he will be back by nightfall," Lydia said, smiling. But her words did nothing to allay the housekeeper's fears. "That's the thing, you see, milady. It looks like he won't be coming back." "What do you mean?" Lydia snapped. "Taken all his things, he has. All his bags and his trunk have gone. A carrier called for them, milady." Lydia's forehead was suddenly furrowed by a frown. "I see," she said slowly. "I am sure he will return presently." She tried to reassure her. She gave the housekeeper a polite smile to disguise her own surprise. Then, with a flap of the reins, she urged on her horse. In Draycott House, Sir Montague Malthus was also relishing the sunshine that had been so noticeable by its absence throughout the coldest winter he could remember. The warm rays streamed through his bedroom window and added to his already cheerful mood. Only 4 days had elapsed since the operation on his aneurysm, but his recovery was astounding his erstwhile surgeon. "I have to confess I am most impressed by Dr. Silkstone's ingenuity," murmured Mr. Parker as he inspected the leg. The scar was approximately 6 inches long, and from it protruded intermittent lengths of thread. Yet already the flesh was knitting, and there seemed no sign of infection. "I fear it takes little to impress you, Parker,"
sniffed Sir Montague, easing himself up onto his elbows. "You'll tell me next that Fairweather is a passable physician." The surgeon looked quite shocked. He was used to hearing physicians maligned by members of his own chirurgical profession, but not by patients, and certainly not to his face. Personally, he did not rate Fairweather either. His knowledge was sketchy, and his judgment was often, in his opinion, very poor. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to spring to the defence of a fellow medical man. He cleared his throat. "I believe he acted admirably during your surgery, sir," he countered. Sir Montague let out a derisory laugh. "Admirably, you say?" he repeated. "I expect he told you that." Mr. Parker cocked his head to one side and was reluctantly forced to admit that, yes, he had heard the phrase from Fairweather's own lips. Sir Montague, his hooded eyes returned to their piercing alertness, fixed the surgeon with an unnerving stare. "I may have been semi-conscious when that American upstart Silkstone cut open my leg, but I was compos mentis enough to know that Fairweather went to pieces at the sight of this bloody limb." He pointed to his leg as Parker bent low to recover the wound. "I fear that the country physician let himself down very badly during his foray into chirurgical practice," he snarled, "and I do not intend to let him off lightly." Chapter 53. The preliminary hearing of Dalrymple versus Silkstone was scheduled to be heard before the local magistrate at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thomas had been given little time to prepare for the case, but had put his trust in Granville Sharp, whom he knew to be as good an ally as any man could have. Travelling as Sir Theodosius's manservant, Jeremiah Taylor had arrived back in London from Boughton Hall the previous day, and had been offered accommodation at Sharp's Fulham residence. The hearing was held in a small, cramped room that afforded little space between the players of the drama, and served only to intensify the enmity between the two sides in the case. Sir Theodosius found the conditions particularly constricting, his cumbersome frame having to support itself on 2 wooden chairs. The magistrate, a Mr. Burrell, was curmudgeonly and suffered, Thomas suspected, from asthma. He wheezed between each sentence, and the stuffiness of the room seemed to compound his breathing problems. He sat behind a desk at the top end of the room, flanked by tables at which the 2 opponents were seated. By them sat their own counsel. A clerk read the charge. Thomas was accused of stealing Jeremiah Taylor, the property of Josiah Dalrymple, and forcibly imprisoning him. The judge was told that on the afternoon of December 22nd, Taylor had gone missing from the residence of Mr. Samuel Carfax, where Dalrymple was visiting on business. Acting on information received, the slave was later found at 34 Holland Street, the home of Dr. Thomas Silkstone, a citizen of the United States of America, the clerk helpfully pointed out. The Negro had been severely beaten. When asked to hand over Jeremiah, however, Dr. Silkstone had refused and challenged Mr. Dalrymple to fight him for the slave in court. Josiah Dalrymple's lawyer was a dishevelled young man who went by the name of Fitzroy. His experience was obviously very limited, as he told the magistrate, with the misplaced smugness that came with the arrogance of his youth, that it was a straightforward case that could be dealt with swiftly. "I would remind you, or perhaps in your situation tell you, for the first time, Mr. Fitzroy, that there is no such thing as a straightforward case," wheezed Mr. Burrell. Duly admonished, the young man sat down. Dalrymple glowered at him. He wore the angry expression of a man who realized, perhaps too late, that his barrister should not have persuaded him to accept this underling in order to save his services for the courtroom proper. "So, Dr. Silkstone," Mr. Burrell turned to Thomas, who now stood, "I see you have a most learned friend." He nodded to Sharp, who returned the greeting. "What have you to say for yourself?" The young doctor, although he could feel his guts churning inside, looked outwardly calm. Dressed in his smartest fustian coat and wearing uncustomarily for him a wig, he summoned all his composure, just as he would before performing surgery. "Your Honour, I am afraid the picture of events that has been painted is entirely spurious. The truth of the matter is I came across Jeremiah badly injured in the street. Had I left him there, he would most surely have died in a few hours. As a doctor, the Hippocratic Oath binds me to care for the sick, so I did my duty and took him into my house. It soon emerged, however, that my patient was a slave from the branding on his chest and the collar around his neck." Thomas paused for effect, allowing his gaze to roam round the stuffy room, giving Mr. Burrell a moment to ponder his words. He resumed. Once he was conscious, he expressed a desire to escape his slave bonds. As I understand the law in England, sir, slavery is not permitted, as established in the case of James Somerset. He glanced to his right, deferring to Sharp, who sat listening intently. I therefore believed myself acting in accordance with the laws of this fine land. I neither stole nor kidnapped Jeremiah. He was free to leave my house at any time, but he chose not to return to captivity. Mr. Burrell raised both brows, so that his wig lifted too.
You would make a good lawyer, as well as an anatomist, Dr. Silkstone, he complimented.
He coughed into a kerchief, then proceeded.
So you would wish to call character witnesses, I believe.
Thomas nodded. I wish that Jeremiah Taylor give you his version of events first, sir.
You may proceed,
nodded the magistrate. Jeremiah Taylor, looking fine in a dark green coat loaned by Granville Sharp and a high stock, stood up to speak. His nerves were plain for all to see. His hands shook and his voice was faltering when he confirmed his name. In answer to the magistrate's questions, he told him he had belonged to Mr. Dalrymple for 10 years and lived on his sugar plantation near Kingston. Sometimes his master beat him or withheld his meals.
And that is why you ran away?
Asked Mr. Burrell. Jeremiah locked eyes with Thomas, then shook his head.
No, sir. Then why, pray?
The slave tensed. His forehead suddenly glistened.
Because I heard something I was not supposed to, sir, came the reply.
The magistrate leaned forward.
And what might that have been?
Jeremiah proceeded to tell Burrell how he had been locked in the boot room, and how a man and woman had entered and spoken in low voices about dead Negroes, and that he hadn't understood what they were talking about, but was afraid.
What happened next? Pressed the magistrate. A boot fell off a shelf, and then they saw me, and the man, he beat me with a big stick. But I escaped, sir. I ran, even though my head hurt, and there was a lot of blood. And where did you run?
Jeremiah turned and fixed his eye on Thomas.
I wanted to find Dr. Silkstone.
The doctor was taken aback. This was the first time Jeremiah had mentioned that he knew of him prior to the attack and had been purposely seeking him out. Up until now, Thomas had believed it was by sheer good fortune that he had found the injured slave.
Why, Dr. Silkstone, pray?
Because I heard he helped sick slaves.
The magistrate leaned back in his seat.
Is this true, Dr. Silkstone?
Thomas stood. I attended the sugar planter, Mr. Samuel Carfax, at his home, and found that one of his slaves, a child, had died without receiving any medical attention. I therefore offered my services free of charge, should any more slaves fall sick, sir. The magistrate arched a brow.
How very noble of you,
he wheezed. He turned back to Jeremiah Taylor.
And you were treated by Dr. Silkstone?
The slave nodded.
He saved my life, sir. But when my master came looking for me, I did not want to go back with him. I want to be free man, sir.
It is not your choice, mumbled Dalrymple under his breath. Mr. Burrell coughed once more.
That is all,
he told Jeremiah.
Do you have any other witnesses who can testify to your good character, Dr. Silkstone?
Unsure of himself, Thomas looked questioningly at Granville Sharp, who nodded. I believe so, sir, he replied.
Well then, where are they?
Asked the magistrate, his head swivelling around the small room.
I can see no one else.
Dalrymple snorted at the jibe, but as he did so a second clerk appeared in the doorway. Standing behind him was a tall, distinguished-looking gentleman. It was Sir Joseph Banks. The great man held his audience under his spell. He spoke eloquently of Thomas's many talents. He was, he said, a man of judgment and reason who would never knowingly flout the laws of England despite being an American citizen. He told Mr. Burrell how Thomas had been appointed to the prestigious position of Keeper of the Collections following the Jamaican expedition, and how his professionalism in all matters was unimpeachable. Obviously honoured that the President of the Royal Society should grace the hearing, Mr. Burrell had no choice but to dismiss the case against Thomas, even though he was already minded to do so before Sir Joseph's appearance. Dalrymple's charges, he opined, were ludicrous, and would not stand up in a higher court. Somerset's case set the precedent for any English court to abide by the wishes of a slave to remain a free man while he stayed in this country. Addressing Dalrymple, who had sat with a face like thunder throughout, the magistrate directed, "I order, sir, that you manumit Jeremiah Taylor and make a deposition to that effect." Mr. Burrell then brought the proceedings to a close, walking out of the stuffy room, wheezing and puffing as he did so, desperate for a breath of fresh air. The rest of the courtroom followed. Once outside, Thomas thanked Sir Joseph, Mr. Sharp, and Jeremiah most profusely. "I am very obliged to you all," he said. "Nonsense," replied Sir Joseph. "The charges were a complete fabrication." "So both of you are free men," remarked Sharp, lifting the corner of his mouth in a rare show of mirth. Turning to Jeremiah, he said, "Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to draw up that deposition and give it to your former owner." The party broke up. Sharp took Jeremiah with him back to Fulham, and Thomas was about to hail a carriage to Holland Street when Sir Joseph indicated he wanted a word. Thomas suspected the nature of the conversation, and he braced himself for a chastisement. "Matthew Bartlett," said Sir Joseph, drawing up beside the doctor. "Sir?" replied Thomas disingenuously. "Come, come, Silkstone," he said as they continued to walk down the lane toward the main thoroughfare. "My spies tell me you have been rooting, despite my strict instructions to leave the matter to me." Sir Joseph's words made Thomas wonder just how much the great man knew of his activities regarding the artist's murder. Nevertheless, he did not anticipate what came next. "All my inquiries have drawn a blank," he told Thomas, pausing to study his reaction. His voice barely hid a plea. "Have you fared any better?" Thomas suppressed a smile. "I will revisit my post-mortem notes, sir, to see if there is anything I might have missed." Sir Joseph nodded. "You are a good man, Silkstone," he said. "Let's keep this between us, shall we?" The young Earl Crick was decidedly bored. For the past 2 days Eliza had sought diversions for him, from playing with his tin soldiers to drawing. Lydia had even tried unsuccessfully to teach him to play draughts, but all he really wanted to do was frolic outside with Mr. Lupton. "When will he be back, Mamma?" he would ask at every opportunity. Lydia only wished she knew. All that she had been told by Mistress Fox, who was admittedly not the most reliable of sources, was that her master had taken off most suddenly. Standing by her study window, she looked out over the lawn. The snow was all but gone. The wind had changed direction, and the mercury was rising. There were daffodil shoots in the shrubbery, and the mere thought of spring brought a smile to her face. What was more, she had heard word that the Treaty of Paris had been ratified by the Congress of the Confederation in Maryland. This meant that America and Britain were no longer at war. Thomas could no longer be termed an enemy of England. Another obstacle to their union had been lifted. She thought of him on his last visit. She had been deliberately distant with him, shielding herself from her inevitable despair at the prospect of the ban on their union never being lifted. He had not given up hope. She could tell that from his gestures, the way he had declared his love for her, though she had pretended not to hear. She loathed herself for such seeming callousness, yet she felt she was acting in both their best interests. Perhaps now, however, was the right time for her to pen her letter to him. Sir Montague was making remarkable progress, and had sent her word of his quickly improving condition only that morning. The news had lifted her spirits and given her fresh hope. Turning to her desk, she picked up his letter and read it for the second, or was it the third time? "My condition is transformed," he wrote. He had even, he reported, put pressure on the offending leg and managed a few steps. In fact, such was the rate of his recovery that he had issued an invitation. It would, he told her, give him the greatest of pleasure if he might join her for what he described as a celebratory dinner in honour of that most skilled and revered of surgeons, Dr. Thomas Silkstone. She read the line again. They were words that she never thought to read from the pen of the man who had hitherto done everything in his power to vilify Thomas. Why such a change of heart? Why would the man who was preventing their marriage make such a grand gesture unless it was designed to engender a reconciliation? It had to be, she convinced herself. He wanted a rapprochement. When everyone else had failed him in his hour of need, Thomas had saved his life. Thomas was his saviour. He had proved himself not only a superlative surgeon, but a fitting consort, too. After years of hostility toward her beloved, Sir Montague Malthus had relented. She settled herself at her desk and dipped her pen into the ink-pot. This would not be an easy letter to write. There would be several drafts, of that she was certain. But she needed to make a start. She was not entirely sure how she would couch her momentous news. Perhaps it was best to start with Sir Montague's invitation and her suspicion that he may well, in the very near future, quash his objections to their union. Only after relating such conjecture would she be able to deliver her reasoning that explained the underlying cause for such a volte-face, the news that had come like a bolt from the heavens to her. Sir Montague had told her when he thought he was dying, when he thought he only had a matter of hours to live. The fact that he survived surgery changed nothing. What he had told her could never be untold. What he had told her changed everything. Forever. Chapter 54. Naturally, Thomas felt relief that Dalrymple had been forced to drop all charges against him, yet the case was just one link in a chain that made him feel ensnared. The past few days had been lost to him in a whirlwind of tragedy and acrimony that left in their wake a deep disquiet. Matthew Bartlett's murder remained unresolved, and the distance between himself and Lydia had widened, not only physically but emotionally too. Seeking solace in his laboratory, he surveyed the unopened crates and the barrels of specimens that remained untouched. No doubt they all contained treasures, fantastical insects and reptiles, miraculous plants that could cure any manner of ills, vicious fish with teeth as sharp as razors. Yet he found he had little appetite for the knowledge contained in the vessels. He had accepted Sir Joseph's commission with relish. This was his chance to discover, to explore, to shine. That was before he had uncovered the world that was home to these most exotic collections, before he had devoted even a few seconds of his thoughts to the barbarity of slavery. He felt guilty, and he felt wretched. Hearing a noise coming from the corner of the room, he saw Franklin scrabbling at his latch, frantically trying to open his cage. His efforts brought a smile to Thomas's face. He strode over and opened the door so that the creature bolted out and scuttled across the workbench. As he did so, he began to lick the neck of a bottle that had been standing there, untouched and unnoticed for the past few days. On the night of the deaths of Fibber and Cordelia Carfax, Thomas had returned home late. He never had the chance to give Fibber the antidote from the obeah man, and the bottle remained corked and neglected. He had deposited the miraculous medicine unthinkingly on the work surface. There it had remained, but Franklin, in his exuberance, had sniffed it out, and now managed to knock it over, dislodging the cork and spilling thick, amber liquid across the bench. "No!" cried Thomas, rushing over to right the fallen bottle. Only half its contents remained, and Franklin was lapping up the rest. Fearing it might harm him, Thomas swept the rat away and locked him back in his cage.
"What goes on here?"
asked Dr. Carruthers, tapping his way into the laboratory and hearing the commotion. Thomas, mindful that he had not yet analysed the bottle's contents, had grabbed a spoon and was desperately trying to rescue some of the spilled liquid. "Franklin," he explained, "he has upset a bottle of physic." Nostrils flared. The old anatomist paused for a moment and sniffed.
"I detect honey,"
he declared, moving toward the workbench. Thomas frowned. "Honey? But this is the antidote for the Solanum nigrum. This is the physic that can restore and revive," he insisted. "This is the Lazarus potion that Dr. Welton talked about." He had fully intended to examine it before, but had been distracted by events. Dr. Carruthers, sensing his protégé's prickly mood, came up with a suggestion.
"Now is surely as good a time as any to analyse it, young fellow."
Thomas, the sticky bottle in his hand, concurred. "I am sorry, sir, I did not mean to sound abrupt. You are right, I shall set to work on it immediately." Setting a flask on the table, he poured out a small quantity of preserving fluid and an equal amount of the liquid into it. A little golden globule formed almost immediately, while the rest of the solution turned slightly milky.
"Well?"
asked Dr. Carruthers impatiently. "You are right, sir," said Thomas. "There is honey in this mixture, but that is not the sole ingredient."
"The litmus test?"
"Yes," replied Thomas, reaching for a solution of litmus from the shelf. Dipping a strip of filter paper into the liquid, he transferred it to the physic. The answer took only seconds to emerge. The blue strip turned red. "So we have some sort of acid," said Thomas, inspecting the paper.
"Acid, you say?"
mused Dr. Carruthers.
"Let me have another sniff."
Thomas passed over the flask, and the old anatomist wafted it under his nose.
"Vinegar!" he cried. "Test for vinegar!"
Thomas sniffed the solution again. Yes, he could also detect a hint of what could be vinegar. This time he fetched pearl ash from a jar and added the fine white crystals to a flask containing water. Waiting until the powder had settled, he poured in a small quantity of the physic. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The solution bubbled, then rose, foaming over the sides of the flask. Hearing the fizzing sound, Dr. Carruthers clapped his hands.
"There you have it!" he exclaimed.
Thomas shook his head.
"Honey and vinegar," he muttered. "This miraculous medicine that can raise the dead is nothing but honey and vinegar."
Stunned, unable to laugh or cry, he fell back on a stool. The Royal Society had been duped. Men had died in the pursuit of this potion, and yet it was all a sham. The quest to bring back the formula to restore life after death was based on nothing but superstition, lies, and manipulation. There was no medical foundation for the antidote, for this Lazarus potion at all.
"Come, come,"
Dr. Carruthers slapped Thomas on the back.
"At least you can now prove that all this obeah is just stuff and nonsense."
The young doctor looked at his mentor. "You are right. I must notify Sir Joseph as soon as possible," he said. He should have felt relief that he had so easily disproved the existence of an all-powerful potion that could take life away and give it back, bending the mind in the process. Of course, more tests would be needed to show that the formula was nothing but a ruse, a terrible deceit in order to hold an enslaved people in awe of a few powerful priests, but the initial evidence seemed irrefutable and the deception so simple that he blamed himself in part for allowing himself to be hoodwinked. His healthy scepticism seemed to have deserted him, and everyone else associated with this project. So much so that they had even murdered for it. Thomas corked the bottle containing the remainder of the potion and put it high on a shelf, out of harm's way. "Come, sir," he said, slipping his arm into Carruthers's. "I think we have discovered enough for one day." That evening, after dinner, both doctors retired as usual to the study. Mistress Finesilver was mending the fire. Since the episode with Jeremiah Taylor, she had remained remarkably subdued. Not that she had confessed to her betrayal of the slave to his master, but she was aware that her loyalty was now doubted by both Dr. Carruthers and Thomas. Suspicion did not sit easily on either man's shoulders, and Thomas had wondered once or twice if he should confront her with the accusation that she had gone to Dalrymple, but he thought it best to let sleeping dogs lie, for the time being at least. Mistress Finesilver was much changed, too, since the incident when Dalrymple burst into the house. Whereas before she had never been afraid to voice her normally negative opinions, she now held her tongue. Her responses to various questions were always muted, and there was a general malaise that hung about her person like a bad smell. After she had dusted the hearth of coal splinters and moved away from the fire, she curtsied as usual. Thomas managed a smile. "Thank you, Mistress Finesilver. That will be all." Instead of leaving the room, however, the housekeeper remained rooted to the spot. Her mouth worked awkwardly, and Thomas realized something was wrong. "Is there something bothering you, Mistress Finesilver?" he asked, settling himself down in front of the fire. Her eyes were sliding all over the room, and she was rubbing her hands, not to warm them, but to ease her own nerves. "Yes, sir, there is," she replied, her voice resonating with uncustomary meekness. Dr. Carruthers arched his brow. "Then please tell us, do," he said. The housekeeper took a deep breath. "'Twas me who betrayed the slave to his master, sirs," she blurted. "There was a reward, and the devil tempted me with a blue hat with a gold lace trim." As she spoke, her lips began to quiver, and the tears welled up in her small eyes and spilled over onto her cheeks. Thomas was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Watching the woman snivelling so wretchedly, he decided best to put her out of her misery. "We know that it was you, Mistress Finesilver." Her head darted up. "You knew?" She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. "Who else but you, my dear lady?" replied Dr. Carruthers, his expression for once quite stony. "And you said nothing?" she protested, almost indignant that she had been allowed to go unpunished. "What good would that have done?" asked Thomas. "Besides, Mr. Taylor is now a free man, so the matter has ended well." "But I betrayed him, sir." She stepped forward, her hands clasped, almost in supplication. Thomas was bemused. "And so you asked for punishment?" The housekeeper shook her head. "I asked to make amends, sir." Delving into her apron pocket, She pulled out a bag that jangled with coins. She held it up, and once more her lips began to tremble.
"These are my 8 pieces of silver," she croaked. "This is my reward for betraying the slave."
She handed the bag to Thomas. Pouring out the coins onto his palm, he counted 5 guineas. "You are giving these to us?" he asked. Mistress Finesilver shook her head.
"I wish them to be given to Jeremiah. Now that he's free, he'll have need of the money," she said, her voice suddenly gaining strength. "Seeing how that poor blackamoor suffered got me to thinking 'tis not right for one man to belong to another and to be so cruelly abused," she said. She shrugged her shoulders, then added, "Besides, I would not have felt right wearing such a hat, knowing the misery I have caused to both the slave and to you, Dr. Silkstone."
Thomas returned the coins to the sack. "You have done a good thing, Mistress Finesilver," he told her.
"Aye,"
Dr. Carruthers concurred. "I shall see that Jeremiah gets these moneys, and we'll say no more about the matter," he said, nodding his head emphatically. The housekeeper curtsied once more, exhaling loudly.
"I am most obliged to you, gentlemen,"
she said, and she left the room, her step seeming considerably lighter than before. Dr. Carruthers waited until he heard the door shut before he said,
"Well, well, that was a turn-up for the books, young fellow. Perhaps some good has come out of this ghastly business after all."
Thomas paused before he replied. "Perhaps so," he reflected, with a note of hesitation in his voice. Until he had resolved the question of Matthew Bartlett's murder, he could not consider the matter closed. Chapter 55. Sir Joseph Banks stood on the terrace of Somerset House looking out onto the Thames. The stretch of river was even busier than normal, as ships that had been held captive by the ice for weeks tried to manoeuvre their way out of port. Thomas joined him.
"A fine sight, Silkstone,"
pronounced the great man, his large hands flat on the top of the stone balustrade. His coat flapped gently in the stiff breeze.
"Discovery, trade, commerce, the bedrock of the British nation."
Thomas wanted to venture that slavery should be added to the list, but he did not. He had come to talk about the murder of Matthew Bartlett, and was in no mood for polemics. Late into the night he had been reading his post-mortem notes. They had thrown up even more unanswered questions, and it was these that he now wished to place before Sir Joseph. A footman hovered nearby on the terrace. Their conversation could be overheard.
"So," said Sir Joseph, "you have no doubt come to update me on your progress with the cataloguing, Silkstone."
His gaze remained on the river. It was evident that he was being cautious. "I have to admit that I have been distracted, sir, as you know," Thomas replied, phrasing his reply carefully. Sir Joseph's shoulders rose, and he let out a snort.
"Men like you do not allow themselves to be distracted, Silkstone," he barked, "unless there is very good reason."
He turned and took Thomas by the arm, leading him away from the footman, walking him along the terrace and out of earshot. Thomas tensed. "I believe murder is reason enough," he replied, keeping his voice low. The great man suddenly jutted out his chin.
"I told you not to meddle, Silkstone," he said, switching his eyes to the river once more. "But I am glad you did. The Admiralty seems to have drawn a blank. What news have you?"
Thomas took a deep breath. "I could not help but give the matter a great deal of thought, sir, and there are certain things that do not make sense." He had tried to rein in his anxiety, willing his tongue to slow down and his words to sound more measured, but his disquiet was plainly evident. Sir Joseph threw a glance backward to ensure their conversation was not being overheard.
"Very well, Silkstone. You may have your say."
Thomas took a deep breath. "You see, sir, I know." Sir Joseph's head jerked up, as if tugged by an invisible rope. Thomas saved him the embarrassment of having to further interrogate him with an explanation. "I know about the extraordinary powers of the branched callaloo, and how there are those who would seek to exploit them to the advantage of slave owners and the military alike," he told him. Sir Joseph made no attempt to deny the truth of Thomas's words.
"How did you find out?"
he asked. "Perrick's widow entrusted me with the letters her husband sent from Jamaica." Sir Joseph's nostrils flared.
"I saw her with you at the memorial service,"
he said with a nod. Thomas could see that, although Sir Joseph was angry, he was prepared to listen to what he had to say. The letters spoke of Obeah,
and the hold it has over the enslaved peoples, and as I feared, Mr. Bartlett's murder appears directly linked to the contents of Dr. Welton's journal." Sir Joseph shrugged and shook his head. "I never actually doubted that myself, Silkstone. Perhaps I should have told you the whole truth before. I rated you highly, but even so it seems I underestimated you. I had to be careful because of the relationship between our two countries." He cleared his throat a little and began to walk further along the terrace. "Tell me what else you know." Thomas turned and drew alongside, the wind now sharp against his face. He began by recalling how the previous evening he had been reading the Gazetteer and New Daily Advertiser to Dr. Carruthers as usual. "I saw, sir, that on the same day as Mr. Bartlett's body was found, there was also a spring tide. The river went out much farther than usual." "What are you saying, Silkstone?" "I am wondering, sir, whether it might be possible that the murderer wanted Mr. Bartlett's body to be discovered." Sir Joseph's brow buckled. "Why would they want that?" The young anatomist shook his head. "I cannot answer that, sir, but I do know that whoever killed Mr. Bartlett did so on a false pretext." Sir Joseph stopped in his tracks. "A false pretext? Explain yourself, Silkstone," he snapped, before he began walking again. "I managed to obtain a small quantity of this miraculous formula, said by an Obeah man to contain the restorative powers that Dr. Welton was investigating," Thomas began. Sir Joseph's eyes opened wide. "In London?" "Yes, sir, from a priest who practised his black art from an inn." "And?" "I discovered it is a mixture of honey and vinegar." "What?" "Honey and vinegar," repeated Thomas, his words struggling against the wind. Sir Joseph's shoulders slumped, and his head shook in disbelief. "But that cannot be," he said breathlessly. "I am afraid so, sir. There is no miraculous formula, no herb that can bring men back to life from death and subjugate their wills, no Lazarus plant." Thomas saw Sir Joseph's colour drain from his face as he hit the rail of the balustrade in anger. "Then this has all been a waste of time, of money, and—" he drew a deep breath, "of life. The mission was cursed from the very outset." Thomas had to agree. "I am sorry to be the bearer of such news." Sir Joseph lifted his gaze and looked him in the eye. "You have done a great service, Silkstone. You questioned. That is what all men of science do. They must question and they must experiment until they have an answer." He turned to look out over the river. "But sometimes that answer is not what we wanted to hear, sir," added Thomas. "How true," came the forlorn reply. Aware that Sir Joseph needed time to recover from his revelations, Thomas backed away. "If I can be of further assistance, sir," he said. Sir Joseph was still reeling. "What? No, Silkstone, that will be all." Thomas's departure was acknowledged with a nod. It was clear that the great man had much on his mind, not least how he was going to explain to the members of the Royal Society that their most recent expedition was founded on a false premise. They had allowed themselves to fall victim to the propaganda of Obeah, and shown themselves to be gullible in the extreme. They were men of great learning and intellect, yet, just like Fibber, the hapless slave girl, they had fallen under the spell of a destructive myth. When Thomas arrived home, he heard laughter coming from the dining-room. There he found Sir Theodosius Pettigrew tucking into one of Mistress Finesilver's famous venison pies. Dr. Carruthers was with him, his face almost the colour of the claret he was imbibing. "Sir Theodosius, how good to see you, sir," greeted Thomas, walking over to the coroner wearing a wide smile. He had last had contact with him at the court hearing, but had been unable to hear all his news from Oxfordshire. "You will have much to relate, I am sure," he said, seating himself at the table. The coroner wiped his chin with his napkin. "Veritably I do," he replied. "But first and foremost, I am a messenger for Lady Lydia." He delved into his pocket and brought out a letter. "Her ladyship was most anxious that I give this to you in person," he said. The way he winked led him to believe the missive contained good news. Using a table knife to break the seal, Thomas begged to be excused while he read the letter at the table. He smiled as he saw the familiar script, and he scanned the single sheet quickly. "Her ladyship says that Sir Montague is much better in himself, growing stronger every day, and he has asked her to host a dinner at Bourton in my honour," he said, unable to hide his excitement. "That is most excellent news," said Dr. Carruthers, clapping his hands.
Thomas's head bobbed low once more to read a few more words, then rose again. "It seems she believes he may be going to give his blessing to our union." In truth, Thomas was reading between the lines of Lydia's letter. What she had in fact written was that Sir Montague had told her a secret that, she believed, could be used to our advantage, as she put it.
"Then let us drink a toast to you and her ladyship," declared Dr. Carruthers.
Thomas charged all their glasses with claret.
"May both of you enjoy the happiness you truly deserve together," cried Sir Theodosius. "To Dr. Thomas Silkstone and Lady Lydia Farrell, here's hoping you both prosper."
Glasses clinked and wine was drunk, and order was soon restored at the table. Mistress Finesilver entered with a large slice of pie and some boiled potatoes that she'd kept warm for Thomas. She set down the plate before him with a self-conscious twitch of her lips. "I am most grateful to you, Mistress Finesilver," he told her with a smile. He reached for the salt cellar. "So what other news do you have for us, sir?" he asked the coroner, seasoning his pie. Sir Theodosius leaned forward conspiratorially.
"Upon my word, I have plenty," he began. "It concerns that estate manager chap, Lupton."
Thomas set down the cellar with a thud.
"I take it you did not approve of him, young fellow?" remarked Dr. Carruthers with a wry smile.
Thomas was rapidly losing his appetite. "I found his manner very—" he sought the appropriate word. "Impertinent," he said finally.
"Pah!" exclaimed Carruthers. "We shall make an Englishman of you yet."
"Pray continue," Thomas urged. Sir Theodosius emptied his mouth, let out a faint belch, and began again.
"I recognized the name and quizzed him when I met him, but he said he had no knowledge of the branch of the family I had in mind." "And which branch was that?" interrupted Carruthers.
The coroner slapped his palms on the table.
"Only the Earls of Farley."
Thomas pushed his plate away from him. "I knew it," he growled between his teeth. "I knew there was something about him that could not be trusted."
"'Tis true he seemed to have ideas above his station," agreed Sir Theodosius.
Dr. Carruthers shook his head.
"But what in the name of Zeus was he doing at Bourton, working as an estate manager?"
Sir Theodosius nodded and slapped the table once more.
"That is precisely what I wanted to know," he said, "so I made discreet inquiries."
"And?" asked Thomas.
"'Twas not hard to find that he himself is the Right Honourable Nicholas Lupton."
Thomas flew up from the table. "He has designs on Lydia," he cried, throwing his napkin down in disgust. Sir Theodosius nodded, but laid his hand gently on Thomas's arm, encouraging him to be seated once more.
"I am afraid, Thomas, that you are absolutely right. Lupton's father is an associate of Sir Montague Malthus, and I bet the old devil was trying to make a match with her ladyship."
Thomas's anger could not be assuaged. Rising from the table, he excused himself. "I must go and see this Lupton and have it out with him once and for all," he told his friends in a rare show of anger.
"Not so fast," cried Sir Theodosius,
his hand rising in the air.
"It would pay you to hear the rest of my tale."
Thomas, about to open the door, turned. "There is more?"
"If you were to leave for Bourton now, you would not find Lupton there."
"What do you mean?" The coroner shook his head.
"He has left, taken all his belongings, and disappeared without a word."
Thomas frowned. "And he did not inform her ladyship?"
"'Twould seem not."
Pausing on the threshold for a moment as if weighing up his options, Thomas suddenly turned.
"What will you do, young fellow?"
asked Dr. Carruthers. "There is only one thing to do," he replied, with the certainty of a man whose future happiness teetered on a cliff edge. "I must go to Lady Lydia right away." Chapter 56.
"You wished to see me, sir?"
Dr. Fairweather bowed low in front of Sir Montague, who sat in a chair by the window, his bandaged leg stretched in front of him, supported on a footstool. The physician was surprised to find him out of bed and looking so robust. Mr. Parker, the surgeon, had been the only medical man Sir Montague had permitted to examine him since the operation. Fairweather had no idea why. The lawyer remained staring out of the window, not even turning to acknowledge his physician's presence. Instead, the latter stood awkwardly, shifting from one foot to the other, now and again throwing a glance out over the gardens that were bathed in warm sunshine.
"Sir,"
he said finally, angling his body into a position that he hoped might be within Sir Montague's eye-line. After a few more awkward seconds the lawyer did turn to look at him.
"Is that you, Fairweather?"
he asked, his head cocked to one side. At first the physician feared his patient had perhaps taken too much laudanum.
"It is, sir," he replied.
Sir Montague nodded.
"I had trouble recognising you see."
Fairweather frowned. There is something seriously amiss, he told himself. He edged forward.
"Perhaps if I come closer, sir?" he ventured.
Sir Montague's eyes narrowed.
"No, even that is no better, Fairweather," he said.
"Sir?"
The doctor remained puzzled. His patient shook his head.
"You see, even if you were under my very nose, you would still have as much respect from me as I do for that ant."
He pointed to an insect on the windowsill, and promptly reached out and squashed it with his thumb.
"Yes, that is how much respect I have for you, Fairweather, after your behaviour the other day."
The physician's head juddered as if he was trying to shake away a bad dream.
But, sir," he bleated, I do not understand."
Sir Montague shook his head.
"From your manner I can tell you do, Fairweather. You are flustered, you are faltering, just as you did when you thought I would die on the operating table."
The physician dropped his gaze and bowed his head, as if reliving the moment he abandoned all his years of training and nearly swooned at the sight of so much blood.
"I let myself down,"
he acknowledged quietly.
"You did indeed, and some would say your reputation is at stake."
Fairweather's head shot up. He looked at Sir Montague, whose piercing gaze was digging into his mind just as surely as if it were a surgeon's probe. He took a step nearer his tormentor.
"You would not. Please, sir, you would not tell—"
Sir Montague shrugged his great shoulders. He had the demeanour of a crow about to feast on carrion.
"That is up to you, dear Fairweather. Entirely up to you."
Chapter 57. The golden dome of St. Lawrence's Church loomed up above the coach as it trundled into West Wickham. Seeing the magnificent structure on top of the ridge brought the recent past flooding back to Thomas. The village did not hold happy memories for him. Nevertheless, it was a convenient staging post for his journey to Bourton. That night he would stay at the George and Dragon before resuming his trip the following day. Leaving his bags at the inn, he decided to seek out the Weltons' house. He walked down the main street of the village on his way to he knew not where. All he could remember of the cottage in the painting was that it was probably Tudor, with its obvious beams and pitched roof. There were pink rambling roses around the door too, although at this time of year they would not be evident. A stiff northerly wind funneled itself down the main street, setting the shop signs creaking. He held on to his hat. All he knew for certain was that the cottage would be to the west of the village, because the golden ball could be seen on the ridge behind it. That was how he took his bearings, and that is how he found himself leaving the ribbon of higgledy-piggledy houses and in the open countryside. Walking past the wall of West Wickham Park toward the church, it was the first house he came to. The painting had done it justice. It was quaint, with its exposed beams, but not particularly handsome, and the garden, deprived of its summer roses, looked rather forlorn and bedraggled. Up the front path he strode, rehearsing his address to the widows Welton and Perrick as he went. He would tell them he was passing by chance, which was almost true, that he wished to see how they fared, which, too, was true. Only after such pleasantries had been exchanged, and he had hopefully been invited inside, would he be able to ask the myriad of questions that still plagued him. He seized the knocker and rapped 3 times. No reply. He tried again a few seconds later, still silence from within. He looked about him. There were no signs of life, no milk pails or muddy boots, no dogs barking, no chickens, no baskets, none of the ordinary, everyday signs of life associated with a village dwelling. He decided to venture further. Skirting round the front of the house, he found himself in a large, unkempt garden, the damp grass brushing his ankles. A few paces away there was another small building. Once a barn, or perhaps a stable, it seemed to have been altered, so that it now had the appearance of a single-storied dwelling with a high-pitched roof and large windows that were at odds with its original design. Peering inside, he was shocked to see a young man hunched over a microscope and drawing on a sketch-pad. Cupping his hands against the glare, he saw the whole space had been turned into some kind of laboratory. There was a retort, several flasks and beakers, and shelves containing various jars that one might see in an apothecary's. Another shelf, opposite a large window, was occupied by dozens of pots containing green plants. He told himself he must have the wrong house. This could not possibly be where Mistresses Welton and Perrick were staying. He had made a mistake. He had resolved to return to the inn immediately, when suddenly a voice came from behind.
"May I help you, sir?"
Thomas pivoted round to see a gentleman. His head was wigless, showing his thinning white hair, and the lines of his tanned face betrayed his advanced years. His eyes were an intense blue, and he had about him an odd familiarity that Thomas could not quite place. "Forgive me, sir," he said, taken completely off guard. "I did not think there was anyone about. It was then, when his tongue was on the cusp of a word and his mind on an apology, that the memory returned to him. The striking portrait above the Weltons' mantelpiece. Could it be that he was staring at none other than Dr. Frederick Welton? Had he not succumbed to the yellow fever after all? Thomas's expression must have betrayed the fact that he knew the man's identity, yet Welton seemed unfazed. Instead, as the doctor floundered in a mire of embarrassment and bewilderment, the elderly man threw him a lifeline. "Dr. Silkstone, is it not?" he asked. Thomas's eyes widened in surprise. "How? My daughter Henrietta told me that you might pay a visit," he said, smiling. "I am delighted to meet you, sir," he added, holding out his hand. Thomas, still reeling from the shock of discovering him alive, shook Dr. Welton's hand, almost expecting to wake from a dream as he did so. "I have heard much about you, Silkstone," he said, opening the low door to the laboratory. "Please, I bid you come in." Inside, the room was much bigger than Thomas's first impression. The ceiling was high, and there were skylights on either side of the roof's pitch that allowed light to flood in. At one end of the room was a large range, where a fire roared in an oven, and in its centre a rectangular table. In the corner was the young man Thomas had seen through the window. Looking up from his work, he scrambled from his chair with the clamour of a child caught stealing. Welton raised a hand. "Calm yourself, Matthew. This is Dr. Silkstone," he said. The young man, his face serious and his dark brows joined across his forehead, gave a shallow bow. Thomas looked bewildered. "Matthew Bartlett?" "The very same," replied Welton. "But—" Thomas shook his head in disbelief. "So your deaths were a charade?" he said, not knowing whether to be angry or relieved. "And what of Dr. Perrick?" Welton bit his lip. "Tragically, my son-in-law did fall victim to the yellow fever," he replied. "But if you allow me to explain—" He offered Thomas a chair. "Yes," said Thomas, his mind so full of questions that he had to will himself to remain silent. "There is much I would like to know." Matthew Bartlett joined them as they sat at the table. He brought with him 3 glasses and a bottle of wine, which Welton poured out. "I will start with an apology," Welton began, dispensing the claret. "I am sorry you had to be dragged into all this wretched business, but you were our only hope, and now you are here, we must make huge demands of you as a fellow scientist and, I believe, as a man of great humanity." He slid a full glass toward Thomas. "I am most eager to be enlightened," he replied, anxious to be guided through this mystery that was about to be laid before him. "Like you, Dr. Silkstone, I was summoned to see Sir Joseph Banks at the Royal Society." Welton was staring at the red liquid in the glass, like some gypsy peers into a crystal ball. "He told me my mission was highly sensitive and was at the behest of some well-connected military personnel, although he did not mention any names." Thomas arched a brow. Already his suspicions were aroused. Welton continued. "I was to go to Jamaica and seek out the ingredients for a potion that could, it was said, raise the dead." Welton's lips curled into a sneer. "Naturally, I was sceptical. I thought it ridiculous. Impossible. But Sir Joseph insisted that there were reports that the slaves' magic men had knowledge of a plant that had this power. He told me the expedition was an opportunity for me to crown my career. It would be," he said, momentarily searching for the phrase, "a very prestigious feather in my cap." He fingered the stem of his wine-glass as he recalled what happened next.
I accepted the task and details were discussed, but it was soon after that I began to see what troubled waters lay before me.
How so? Asked Thomas. Welton darted a look at Matthew Bartlett, as if he were about to embark on the telling of a revelation that would be new to him too. He lowered his voice, like a man who suspects someone might be lurking in the shadows, listening to his account.
I was visited late at night by two gentlemen saying they were agents of His Majesty's government. They wore Admiralty uniforms. They told me that the juice from the herb I was to seek out could be put to excellent use. It would provide, they said, the answer to the plantation revolts in the West Indies. If I could find out the formula for this obeah potion, then all slaves could be treated with it and kept under control.
Welton shook his head.
You see, when the victim is supposedly resurrected, then their mind is said to be altered, so that they obey all commands.
Thomas was listening, fascinated to what Welton was telling him. It was just as he suspected. They would diminish the slaves' powers of thought, so that they would do their master's bidding without question, he said, nodding his head. Welton gulped his wine as if to give himself more courage.
But there is more, Silkstone. These agents also told me the formula could be used against Britain's enemies too. Captured soldiers would be made to drink this cursed potion and die, only to reawaken as slaves of their enemy. The French, they said, would be begging for mercy.
Thomas also sipped his wine, but anxiety soured it on his tongue. There were some Englishmen who would like to dose his fellow Americans, too. How did you respond? Welton looked resigned, his mouth drooping at the corners.
What could I say? I was being made privy to the realm's secrets. If I betrayed them at this stage, then I could be accused of treason and locked in the Tower. I was in too deep to refuse.
Did you go to Sir Joseph? Welton shook his head.
He was not aware. I'm convinced of it. These agents made me swear not to tell a living soul of the purpose of our mission. Apart from...
Thomas tensed. Yes?
Hubert Izzard.
I see, said Thomas, nodding. He was to accompany you on the trip?
Yes, and he was to share in the secret.
So what did you do next?
I agonized. That night was my Gethsemane. I knew of Izzard's reputation from his time in the West Indies. I knew of his sheer ruthlessness and cruelty, and I knew that he would jump at the chance to aggrandize his own worth. I had been trapped, and I had to find a way out.
So you hatched this elaborate plan? Welton shunted his glass over to Bartlett so that he could recharge it.
Yes, I managed to persuade Sir Joseph that Izzard was the wrong man for the job. I said his health was poor, and I could not run the risk of taking him on the expedition.
And you proposed your son-in-law in his stead?
That is so. A decision I now regret, he said, sipping more wine. But I knew I could trust John. Bartlett here, he said, throwing the young artist a nod, had worked for me before, and I knew I could rely on him too.
So you set sail, embarked on the expedition. Then what happened, sir? Asked Thomas. Welton shook his head reflectively.
We saw hell, Dr. Silkstone, he replied. We sought out these demented obeah men with the knowledge of this plant, and we watched them ritually poison their victims. Women and children were murdered in front of our eyes and then supposedly resurrected before a huge crowd. When they reawakened, usually the next day, their whole demeanour was changed. They looked blank. They had lost the power of speech. They could only obey.
Thomas's eyes were wide with amazement. So what the agents said was true. The potion did have the power they said it did? Again, Welton shook his head wearily.
Like most religions, obeah worked on the principle of coercion, Dr. Silkstone. Its creed was intimidation and its mantra obedience. The obeah priests whipped up mass hysteria. Their victims were not really dead, but their internal organs were slowed so that it seemed they were. There was no magic antidote that woke them. It was the effect of the original poison wearing off that damaged the brain.
Thomas nodded.
Honey and vinegar, he mumbled.
What? Said Welton. I analysed a phial of liquid that an obeah man was passing off as an antidote in a tavern in London. I found it to be simply honey and vinegar, sir, Thomas replied. Welton's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he smiled.
So now we even have proof that this whole expedition was based on a lie."
He patted Thomas's arm as a sign of his gratitude. "But how did you fake your own death?" pressed the young doctor. "What about the return journey?" Welton smiled at Matthew Bartlett.
"That was the easy part. My late son-in-law was able to pronounce me dead in Kingston and make all the arrangements for my burial. White men die in their hundreds out there. My death meant just another grave to dig. I laid low for a week or so, changed my identity, then boarded a ship for England. John sadly did not. He died, as you may be aware, the day the Elizabeth was due to return to London, ironically, from the yellow fever."
Thomas switched his gaze to the young artist. "And Mr. Bartlett's murder? I assume the customs officer was a stooge?" Welton's shoulders lifted as he exhaled through his nose.
"Yes, and the satchel in the Thames was obviously a decoy. The body, too."
"Whose body was it?" Thomas interrupted.
"It is easy to obtain a corpse, Silkstone, when your associates are anatomists, as you surely know. It was an unfortunate whose body ended up on the dissecting table."
"And you wanted it to be discovered?"
"Indeed, yes."
"And you knew I would be called upon to conduct a post-mortem?"
"Right again." Welton gave a smug smile. "You are the only anatomist with the appropriate skills in the Westminster jurisdiction."
"But what about your notes? This mysterious journal that was supposed to contain the formula?" Thomas's look flitted from one man to the other and back. Welton leaned back in his chair and, plunging his hand into his coat pocket, he brought out a leather-bound notebook.
"I think you refer to this, Dr. Silkstone," he said, putting the volume on the table and stroking it lovingly. "I call it the Book of Lazarus. I keep it with me at all times."
Thomas stared at it. It looked like so many other notebooks he had bought himself for a crown at stationers' shops in London and Oxford, and yet John Perrick had died for this one. He touched it lightly, half expecting something to happen, he knew not what. He shook his head and frowned. "But there is no accursed Lazarus potion," he said. "Why is this so precious?" Welton's lips twitched out a smile.
"Oh, but there is a Lazarus formula, Dr. Silkstone. The Solanum nigrum, the same plant that the obeah man uses to poison, can also be used for good. It may not raise the dead, but it can make a patient appear dead so that they feel no pain, and are unaware of their suffering for a short period of time."
Suddenly it was as if Welton had lit a candle in the darkness. "So you would use the herb in surgery," said Thomas, "for amputations, lithotomies, and the like?" Welton nodded and picked up the notebook.
"Indeed, Silkstone. There is in here the basic formula for a strong sedative that causes insentience. It can be used to alleviate so much dread and fear and suffering in a patient. It will assist surgeons and reduce the risk of hemorrhage."
Thomas could not hide his delight at this possible breakthrough. "But this is indeed wonderful news, sir. So you are conducting experiments here?" He lifted his head and looked about the room once more. Welton rose from the table and walked over to one of the plant pots on a shelf near the window. "The branched callaloo?" asked Thomas. Welton nodded.
"It has similar properties to the mandrake root," he said, fingering the leaves.
Thomas recalled that mandrake was used in Pliny's days as a relaxant, a piece of the root being given to the patient to chew before undergoing surgery.
"Only I have found it to be much more effective. I have already used it on animals. I dosed a cat, cut it open, stitched it up, and within a day or two it was catching mice again."
Thomas had noticed the cat, dozing by the fire when he first entered. He switched his gaze to it, and Welton acknowledged him.
"The very same," he said.
For once Thomas found it difficult to process the information he had just gleaned. That such encouraging breakthroughs could come out of such tragedy was a rare occurrence in his experience. He found himself both saddened and yet delighted by such an outcome. Welton returned to the table.
"So now you know, Silkstone,"
he said, seating himself once more. Thomas nodded and studied the doctor thoughtfully for a moment. It was only then that it occurred to him he had sentenced himself to living a lie. He was Dr. Frederick Welton, the brave doctor and explorer who had died in the service of his country. If he ever resurrected himself, he would be vilified by the establishment. Any work he published would have to be under an alias, or through another collaborator. He had sacrificed his own career and reputation for a greater cause.
yet he was now free to pursue his own research. In some ways, mused Thomas, he had broken his bonds. "You can be sure your secret is safe with me, sir," he said, looking Welton in the eye. "I shall not say a word, but I do look forward to the day when I can use the formula to anaesthetize my own patients before I operate on them." Welton nodded. "So do I, Silkstone. So do I." The three men drained the bottle between them as the afternoon light faded. It was the clatter of hooves that alerted them to the arrival of the ladies. "My wife and daughter have been visiting," Welton said as he went to open the door. Turning to look out of the window, Thomas saw the two women whom he had last seen wearing widow's weeds stepping down from the carriage. "My dears, we have a visitor," Welton called to them as he stood in the doorway. Thomas watched them both look up and make their way over to the laboratory. As they came closer, he could see their expressions tense, unsure as to who might be waiting for them. "A visitor," he heard Henrietta say to her father. He knew that her subterfuge would make her wary of him. He wondered at her cunning. As soon as the two women saw Thomas, the anxious look on their faces tightened even further. Unsure as to how their deceit would be received, they remained guarded until Welton spoke. "Henrietta said you would come, did you not?" he cried, a wide smile on his face. He watched his daughter walk toward Thomas. "I did indeed, Papa," she said, her gaze fixed on the young doctor. The features that Thomas had last seen bleached by grief now seemed to be more colourful and softer. Mindful, however, that she had indeed suffered bereavement, Thomas bowed and smiled gently at her. "Your father has told me the whole story, Mistress Perrick. Your husband was indeed a brave man." Acknowledging his words with a slight nod, she allowed herself a smile. "And you are a most tenacious one, Dr. Silkstone," she replied. "Our confidence in your powers of deduction was not misplaced." Thomas thought of Perrick's letters, the satchel in the river, the corpse tethered to the pier, Welton's portrait, the painting of West Wickham. They were all clues designed to bring him to this very laboratory. All clues that led him to this new truth. Yet still he remained puzzled. "But why did you not tell me directly and be done with all this secrecy?" he asked. Welton gave a slight shrug. "With John's death I was forced to rethink my plans. He was vital in my scheme, and I knew it would be hard to find someone to replace him. I had no idea whom we could trust. If we had told Sir Joseph of our proposals, it would have placed him in an impossible position." The situation was becoming clearer to Thomas. "So you put me to the test?" Welton paused for a second, unsure as to whether the anatomist's tone was one of approbation. "I knew of your repute, of your intelligence and understanding, of your compassion, too. I feared the recent enmity between our two countries might also colour your judgment, but in the end I was sure you would understand." He paused, watching anxiously for Thomas's reaction. "Perhaps I have been too presumptuous." A sense of doubt had crept into the learned man's words. Thomas did little to dispel it. He remained silent. He had been exploited. His own professional reputation had been put in jeopardy, and yet he could not escape the sense that he was honoured to be chosen. A stranger was entrusting him with a momentous secret because he knew of his reputation not only as an outstanding anatomist and surgeon, but also as a man of good character and sound judgment, a man of integrity. He nodded, and a smile finally spread across his face. "I am glad I proved worthy of your trust, sir," he replied. For the second time in as many days, Sir Montague Malthus summoned Dr. Felix Fairweather to his chamber. On this occasion they were not alone. Sir Montague's clerk, Gilbert Fothergill, was skulking at the desk by the window where his master was seated and, to the physician's surprise, fully dressed. "But, sir, you look much restored," remarked Fairweather with a smile. Sir Montague, who had not so much as looked up when the physician had been announced by the butler, merely shook his head. His eyes remained fixed on a document.
"No thanks to you,"
he muttered. Fairweather darted Fothergill a nervous glance. He did not wish to be humiliated in front of a clerk. "You wished to see me, sir?" he said, endeavouring to sound assured.
"Indeed," came the reply. "I have a job for you."
Unable to disguise his relief, Fairweather allowed his features to gather into a smile. It was, however, premature.
"Come closer,"
Sir Montague beckoned. His tone sounded ominous, and his hooked fingers drummed impatiently. With his heart working its way up to his mouth, Fairweather did as he was bid. He approached and followed the lawyer's finger to the document that was on his desk.
"Sign here, will you?"
Sir Montague commanded. Frowning, the physician peered at the paper. Then, taking out a pair of spectacles from his pocket, he read the text. After a moment or two, he straightened himself and snatched his glasses from his nose. Looking at Sir Montague with an expression of complete horror, he protested.
"But, sir, this is—"
His voice became lost in his own sense of outrage.
"I know what it is, Fairweather. Now sign it."
Fothergill stepped forward with a pen.
"Sign it,"
insisted Sir Montague, through clenched teeth,
"or I shall see to it that you never practice medicine again."
Chapter 58. Sir Montague arrived unannounced at Boughton Hall with all his usual rich man's bluster, and as usual the household was sent into a flurry. Lydia, checking her hair in a mirror held by Eliza, was fretful.
"Is his lordship clean? What is he wearing?"
She feared that Richard might be scrabbling about in the garden dirt, or up a tree, although since Mr. Lupton's departure he had remained relatively subdued. No one had seen hide or hair of the estate manager, and Lydia was none too pleased about his sudden disappearance.
"His lordship is in his day clothes, but looks quite respectable,"
answered the maid, trying to remain calm. She knew how these impromptu visits from Sir Montague had put her mistress so ill at ease on a number of previous occasions. Taking a deep breath, Lydia walked to the front doors that were flung wide open in order to greet her guest. Her studied smile turned to a look of shock, however, when she saw that Sir Montague was accompanied not just by Dr. Fairweather, but also by her errant estate manager, Nicholas Lupton.
"Sir, you honour us with your presence," she said, greeting Sir Montague as he reached the top of the front steps.
She wanted to say that he was not expected until later on in the week, when Thomas would be there. She wanted to ask him what on earth Dr. Fairweather and Nicholas Lupton were doing in his company, but her good manners dictated otherwise.
"And of course you know Dr. Fairweather and Mr. Lupton, my dear," he said, flapping his long arm toward the two men who now stood beside him.
Lydia's voice wavered.
"Yes, I do.
Sir Montague cut her short.
"You always make me feel most welcome, my dear,"
he replied, sweeping his way past her into the entrance hall. Lydia cast a disapproving look at Lupton, whose mouth remained set in a strange sort of sneer, and accompanied the mismatched party through the hallway and into the drawing-room. Fairweather and Lupton settled themselves on chairs behind the sofa, where Sir Montague spread his tall frame. Lydia sat on a sofa opposite him and asked Howard to bring tea, but Sir Montague shook his head.
"I would prefer it if we were not disturbed, my dear," he told her in front of the butler.
Lydia's smile shrivelled.
"As you wish, sir,"
she replied, and she waved Howard out of the room.
"I shall come to the point quickly,"
Sir Montague began as soon as the door was shut.
"You are acquainted with Mr. Lupton here?"
Lydia frowned.
"Of course I am, sir. He departed from my employ only last week and took off without so much as a farewell."
Her anger had resurfaced.
"Calm yourself, my dear,"
said the lawyer, switching his gaze to Dr. Fairweather, seated to his right.
"You see, there is distinct agitation there,"
he mumbled. Only his pitch was sufficiently loud so that Lydia could hear his words.
"Sir,
She opened her mouth to protest, but Sir Montague's large palm presented itself to her.
"Please listen to what I am about to say," he told her,
adopting the tone of a tutor.
"You see, my dear, Mr. Lupton was actually in my employ too."
Lydia felt her jaw drop in amazement. She looked askance, first at Sir Montague, then at Lupton, who sat impassively to his left.
"I'm afraid I don't—"
Her words remained stuck in her mouth, yet she managed to direct her glower at the former estate manager.
"Mr. Lupton's full title is the Right Honourable Nicholas Henry Pierpoint Lupton, the second son of the 4th Earl of Farley."
Lydia felt her breath judder inside her chest. Sir Montague continued.
"I sent him both to spy on you and to seduce you."
His delivery was unembellished, doing nothing to disguise his utterly brazen motives.
"You see, my dear, I know it all. I know that Silkstone broke his court order by coming here, and that you lay with him again, going against Chancery's express orders. And you know what that means?"
His tone was suddenly becoming threatening, and he glared at her. Lydia's eyes widened and she shot up from her seat. "No!" she shouted at Lupton. She marched over to him and, in a fit of rage, slapped her erstwhile estate manager on the cheek. "How dare you!" she cried. "I treated you well. You wormed your way into my son's affections, and this is how I am repaid?" She flew over to the window and looked out, her fists clenched, leaving Lupton to rub his reddened cheek.
"You see, Fairweather," said Sir Montague, "another demonstration of her irascibility."
Lydia pivoted. "What is this? What are you saying? What are you trying to do?" Her anger had turned to tears. Her eyes were watery and her cheeks flushed. Suddenly she hurried over to Sir Montague and sat by his side. Taking his hand in hers, she said, "Do you not remember what you told me when you were ill, when you thought you were going to die?" She smiled through her tears, willing him to divulge the secret they shared. "Surely we can tell everyone now, can we not?" Sir Montague looked at her, his great brows meeting in a frown.
"What are you saying, dear Lydia?"
"Tell them," she urged him. "Tell them what you told me, please." She tugged at his hand, but he pulled it away from her. "Tell them I am your daughter, sir," she cried.
"There we have it! She is mad, Fairweather. Hysterical!" exclaimed Sir Montague, pointing at Lydia, kneeling at his feet. "You have seen it with your own eyes. This is precisely the kind of madness I was telling you about. The poor child is not only violent, she is also deluded."
Fairweather, remaining solemn throughout the exchange, now nodded. "I see your fears, sir," he said slowly. "A case of hysteria, I would say, brought on by a voracious sexual appetite." Lydia's head shot from one man to the other. "What?" she gasped. "What are you saying?"
"What Dr. Fairweather is saying, my dear, is that you are mentally unstable."
Lydia shot to her feet. "You have no right. You cannot. Her anguish was tying her tongue so that her words were held captive.
"I am afraid we have no choice,"
said Sir Montague, rising from his seat. The other men did likewise. "No choice but to do what?" pleaded Lydia, suddenly finding her voice.
"You have broken the terms of the court order by seeing Silkstone, and your mental faculties are most gravely impaired. I have no choice but to have you committed for your own safety and that of your son," he told her.
Her breath snagged in her throat. "Richard," she said. Then, when it dawned on her what the lawyer was saying, she repeated it in a scream. "Richard!" Lupton and Fairweather stepped forward, and grasping her firmly by both arms, Sir Montague read out an official document to her. She did not hear his words as they buffeted the air with their cruel insinuations. She was struggling and crying out, and when Howard came to see the cause of the commotion, he found her being dragged toward the door.
"Sir, please tell me what is going on," he cried to Sir Montague.
The lawyer brandished the legal document and placed it in Howard's hands.
"You can tell Dr. Silkstone, when he comes to call, that we have taken her ladyship away for her own good."
Howard looked horrified.
"But, sir," he protested, "where, sir? Where are you taking her ladyship?"
But his pleas went unanswered as his voice was drowned out by Lydia's screams that splintered through the hall and out into the open air. The coach for Oxford left at first light. Thomas had spent an enjoyable evening in the company of Dr. Welton and his family. The veil of secrecy that had lain over the whole expedition had been lifted, and Thomas had heard tales of the remarkable creatures encountered, and the extraordinary adventures the men had experienced. Dr. Welton had even given him a sheaf of his own notes, detailing various specimens to assist Thomas in his cataloguing. Even though it was still winter, the countryside, as Thomas looked out of the coach window, seemed to be waking from its long sleep. The snow on the hilltops had entirely disappeared, and in the poplar trees that lined the riverbank, the birds were nesting. Leaving the coach at Oxford, Thomas hired a carriage to take him out to Bourton. It was late afternoon before he finally saw the needle of the chapel and allowed himself to feel he was at journey's end. The carriage set him down in front of the house as usual, and Will Lovelock sprang from nowhere to help with the baggage. "Will, good to see you," Thomas greeted him. The boy managed a weak smile, but no more. Striding up the steps, 2 at a time, Thomas half expected the doors to be thrown open at any moment. Howard answered his ring.
"Dr. Silkstone,"
said the butler. His face betrayed his surprise. "Is all well, Howard? Where is her ladyship?" Thomas walked in, taking his gloves off as he spoke, glancing at each of the doors that led from the hallway, anticipating one to open suddenly. He pivoted on his heel. "And the young master? Where is he, Howard?" The butler's expression checked Thomas's exuberance.
"Oh, sir, I cannot begin to tell you."
"What has happened? Where are they? Tell me, man, for God's sake." He was growing more anxious and impatient with each passing second. Howard set his face, drained of all its colour, to meet Thomas's square-on.
"Sir Montague was here yesterday, sir."
Thomas looked puzzled. He was not due until later in the week. "Go on."
"He came with Mr. Lupton and Dr. Fairweather."
At the mention of Lupton's name, Thomas's expression changed from anxiety to rage. "I knew he was Malthus's lackey," he cried. "What did they do? Where have they taken her?"
"Sir Montague brought with him papers,"
said Howard, trying to remain composed. "What sort of papers?" "These sorts, sir," said Eliza, emerging from a doorway. She had been watching the exchange through the half-closed door and hurried out to hand Thomas a scroll of parchment. He could tell from her eyes that she had been crying. "They said she was mad, sir," she blurted. "They've taken her away, and the young master too." The maid began to sob again, and Howard motioned her to leave. "What does she mean, Howard? Where have they taken her?" Howard, himself fighting back the tears, cleared his throat.
"Sir Montague took his lordship back with him to Draycott House. But her ladyship—"
"Well, what have they done with her, for God's sake?" Thomas could not suppress his impatience. Suddenly he felt the air, full of recriminations and doubt, stifle his breath and close in on him. The butler steeled himself to deliver the rest of his news, as if it was too awful for him to speak. His mouth opened, but no words came forth. "Where?" urged Thomas once more, grabbing hold of the butler's arm.
"Oh, sir,"
he wailed, unable to rein in his anguish any longer.
"They have taken her to Bedlam."
Postscript. In 1783, a lobby group was formed by 6 Quakers to campaign against slavery. 4 years later it had grown into the Society for Effecting the Abolition of the Slave Trade. By the end of the 18th century, public opinion was swinging in favour of the abolition movement in Great Britain. Thanks to the largely forgotten efforts of Granville Sharp and, more famously, William Wilberforce, the Slave Trade Act was passed in 1807. While the slave trade was abolished in the British Empire, slavery itself was not actually outlawed until 1833. Granville Sharp went on to campaign for worldwide abolition and was behind the plan to settle freed slaves from North America and the Caribbean in the territory of Sierra Leone, West Africa. The aptly named Freetown was its capital. The scourge of slavery continues to this day. At a conservative estimate, the campaign group Free the Slaves puts the number of modern-day slaves, that is, people held against their will, forced to work and paid nothing, at between 21 and 30 million globally. This concludes the reading of The Lazarus Curse, a Dr. Thomas Silkstone mystery, by Tessa Harris. Copyright 2014 by Tessa Harris. This book was read by Simon Vance. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corporation and was produced in 2014 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.